2, 2, 2, check, check. There he is. The man, the myth, the mustache. That's what everyone often says when I show up. Everyone often says this. Yeah, defund the Grim Reapers, no, but what happens when people stop dying and the world becomes overpopulated? I believe that was the subject of a Brad Pitt film in the 90s, Meet Joe Black. I believe that was the exact subject of that film. Fresh off putting in his notice at Lockheed Martin, that's right. I saw everyone getting cancelled. I saw everyone getting cancelled for just doing what they can to survive by working for these big weapons contractors. I saw everyone getting cancelled and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get ahead of this. I gotta get ahead of this. Apparently people don't like it. People don't like it. Even if you're a small bean just trying to do what you can to survive. People cancel you just for working for a company that designs missiles that kill and maim children around the world. For the small crime of working for a weapons contractor. People are getting canceled left and right. Won't someone think of the YA tenderqueers? Please. Please. Are you waging a holy war against Jon Stewart yet? The Stewart beef is finished, okay? I said my piece yesterday about our friend Jon Stewart. Beloved liberal icon, Jon Stewart. He was very nasty to Jon Stewart. Oh, I've said my piece. I think I'm ready to move on now. Okay, obviously the Stewart defenders have made their feelings very clear, okay? I see them, I hear them. I see them, I hear them, and we're moving on now. I think the act did pass, yeah. I think it did. All because of Jon Stewart. If Jon Stewart hadn't come together, reached across the aisle to record that video with Jack Posobiec, it would not have happened. So it shows how much I know. It shows how much I know. When they passed it, they specifically said, if we hadn't seen that video of Jon Stewart and Jack Posobiec, we were going to say no again. But now we have to. Now that we see the bipartisan support that is available for this, now we must do it. Listen, if Republicans or conservatives are bad and don't respect the troops and are hypocritical because they didn't pass that act, as Jon Stewart repeatedly said, now they've passed it, so I guess they are good and do respect the troops and are not hypocrites. Following that logic, right? They did the good thing, so there we go. They're good again. We like them again now. If he hadn't reached out to Nazis, we wouldn't have healthcare for foot soldiers of empire. Looks like we were wrong. Boy, is there egg on my face. Talking about Amazing Bird Show. Boy, is there egg on my face. I really got proven wrong on that one. Sanity restored. Sanity has been restored to the U.S., and we absolutely love it. And I apologize to Jon Stewart for my comments. It'll never happen again. Aren't we looking foolish now? I know. I know. Nobody else was criticizing Republicans for not clearing a bar on the floor. If not only Jack. If not him, who? Exactly. Well, it wasn't just him. It was, Jon Stewart and John Oliver and Stephen Colbert. The whole crew. The whole crew from the 2000s. They're still with us. They're still with us doing political activism in the media. and they're doing a great job. Troop respecting means a little bit of chicken fried. Like a liberal poltergeist. You just can't get rid of these fellas. All our favorite late night talkers married to GOP fundraisers. That's right. That's exactly correct. Sanity has been restored. I apologize to anyone who is offended by my comments. That's actually, the stream is over now, actually. The stream is over. That's all I wanted to say. It was a mea culpa. I wanted to be able to talk to each and every one of you and level with you, but I was wrong on this one. You know, I'm not perfect, okay? I'm not a perfect person. I'm not going to get it right each and every time. And Jon Stewart really showed me the power of bipartisanship. Lesson learned, okay? And that's called growth. That's called growth. When you're exposed to different ideas and you change your viewpoint when it's argued well enough. So and that's that. America's fixed now. America's fixed now. The world can be getting crushed under the weight of capitalist hegemony, but if your favorite comedian gives someone who suffered a lolly, you need to kiss their ass until the end of time. That's right. That's right. That is exactly right. Chin chin, everybody. That Ray must have soy in it. Oh boy. Does that say gummy bear flavor? Yes, it is. It's white gummy bear. White gummy bear flavored rain. Total body fuel. Very good stuff. I told you yesterday I really slept horribly. I slept like 2 or 3 hours the previous night. So last night, after the 9-hour stream last night, my brain was just so fried. I just went upstairs and I kind of just like collapsed on the sofa and had the rest of my takeout. I started watching MASH, which is exciting. I mentioned this in the Discord server. I've probably seen like a handful of episodes of MASH, or just like a handful of scenes. Even like I don't even think I've ever watched a full episode. And just with all the talk of like Korea that we do on the show, and it coming up lately as well with the Blowback podcast and everything, I had been meaning to get into it, and I actually didn't realize that the entirety of MASH is available on Disney Plus. I didn't even know this. I didn't even realize. So last night I started my first ever MASH watch through. I love there's a number of MASH heads in the community. And yeah, I fell asleep at like I fell asleep on the sofa at like 10:30. I woke up at 5:30 in the morning on the sofa. Got myself back into the bed area, and then had a really hard time getting back to sleep. And then finally got back to sleep around 8 something, and then slept until like almost 11. So I cobbled together like a full night's sleep, 9-10 hours or so. So I feel very refreshed. But I got up pretty late. I wanted to go get a coffee, didn't have time. Then I remembered I had a delicious, ice-cold, refreshing rain in the fridge. So rather than going out to get a coffee, I'm just sipping on this instead. We love Radar. Radar is great. Honestly, I love the show so far. It's really good. One thing, like watching MASH, which came out in 73, like the first season started in 73, I think. While Vietnam was still going on. I've seen the movie a long time ago, like the Robert Altman movie. I've seen it, but I don't really remember it. I'd like to watch that as well. The wild tonal shifts between hilarity and tragedy. Yeah. Not just the casting, the writing, and the writing is very good, but I was really struck by how great it looks. Like, even compared to like a lot of TV that comes out today or movies that come out today, just even the camera work and just the sets and all the background actors and all the stuff going on in every shot, you really see how like boring a lot of like cinematography is in films or TV today, where it's just this constant thing of like that kind of two-shot thing. If you have the camera on one guy, they say one thing, you switch back to the other character, and it's just this back and forth. It's just boring, you know? And I was just really struck in MASH just how great it looks, like the interesting kind of camera moves, and you got 20 extras running by in the background and all kinds of stuff going on in every shot. This amazing set, and it's like on just watching it on Disney Plus on my fancy TV too. It's just like it looks fantastic. Like it looks amazing. It's hard to believe that it came out in 73. Like it looks like something. It looks modern without the restoration of it. Really enjoyed it so far. It's really funny. Obviously it's the pro. We've talked a lot about Korea and like how horrific it was, and what the evil mass murder campaign that the United States government was involved in the Korean War. It's not really like so obviously it's the American perspective. It's not like a pro-war show. I mean, you have Hawkeye and Klinger who were like insubordinate and arrogant, and they're always coming up with their wacky schemes and everything. Just really entertaining, and you have these big tonal shifts to like whatever the wacky hijinks that they're getting up to, and then going right into these like really kind of like tense surgery moments, and really good. I really enjoyed it so far. I just watched the first like 3 episodes. I watched like the first 3 episodes before I fell asleep, and I really liked it. I'm going to continue watching that. I don't know. Is it possible? Let's say hypothetically, someone wanted to stream a program streaming from Disney Plus onto, let's say, a Discord server. Is that possible? Or would those have to be like downloaded in order to like stream those onto a Discord server? Just got here. What are you trying to do? Well, it's just I don't want to get too... You just screen share. Okay. Like, I don't want to get too ambitious, because obviously I don't have a lot of time to like stream stuff in the Discord, as we've talked about before. But I was just talking about how I started watching MASH. I mentioned that in the TV film and television channel on the Discord server. And last time I saw Disney mutes itself when screen sharing. Those clever fuckers. I thought it could be cool though to sometimes watch MASH, because since we talk about Korea so much, should you just be like a kind of entertaining? It could be a fun community thing to do, but I don't know how that would work exactly. But I really enjoyed it though. I really enjoyed the first couple of episodes of MASH. Alan Alda is great too. Alan Alda is just tremendous. James has it on a Plex server. Outrun could just download it. I'm just wondering if like the download that would be available looks as good, because I was just saying the restoration of it that's available, the high def version on Disney Plus, just it looks so good. You see the big difference too when things are shot on film and how it can be like restored like that. Hey Stu. Hey Marina. You could act the episodes out. That's another thing that I could do. That is another thing that I could do, absolutely. Thanks for the ray. Of course, Stu. No problem. The episode of the captured Chinese orchestra still makes me cry. Well, that's the thing. I've never really watched it. I remember, obviously, a very famous show. I've seen little clips of it, but I've never sat down and watched MASH. And really, I was really enjoying it. Old Hot Lips Rousseau. That's what they call me. That's what they call me. There is a lot of rampant misogyny in MASH, that's for sure. Hawkeye and Klinger are always like sexually harassing the nurses and stuff. That's not great. But I guess in this, obviously that's not good. In the scale of horror of what was happening in the Korean War, I guess it's like not as bad as mass murdering 3 million people, but it's still not good. How many pieces of media in the U.S. are about the Korean War? Well, that's the funny thing about MASH, right? Is that we talk about Korea, how it's like the forgotten war. The forgotten war that we don't ever really talk about or think about the context of. But like MASH was one of the most popular American TV series. You know? But they don't really, as far as I know, like I don't know if they get much into like the context of it. I guess that's the interesting thing about the characters in MASH is like they're drafted. They don't really want to be there. They're doctors, so they're not really like ideological in any way. They're just like, I'm here like trying to make the best of this horrible like hell situation that I found myself in, and I'm gonna treat whoever comes in the door regardless of who it is. Yeah, and it is about Vietnam because it started at the tail end of Vietnam. Didn't everyone just assume it was about Vietnam? I guess that's part of it, yeah, because it was so. I mean, Korea was like the Vietnam trial run, so, and because that was such a major part of American pop culture at the time, the early 70s. Anyways, I really enjoyed it so far, though. I really enjoyed watching it. I think this show was off the air before my parents were even born. Johnny, dialectically, you a Zoomer? I thought we only had one Zoomer in this community. Is that what you're telling me, Johnny, dialectically? 33. Okay, so no. That's a big no. Big no from Johnny. Off the air before my parents were even born, but it was off the air in like 81. It was like 73 to... Yeah, because it was on for 11 seasons, too. 33 is Elder Zoomer. Yeah, that's why I was confused, Johnny, because it was on fairly... Like, it started right when Vietnam was winding up. I'm actually kind of interested to see, watching through it, when you get to, like, 75, 76, when Vietnam ended. No, it started 73. Season 1 was 73. My mom was 10 when it ended. What is this, MASH? Yeah, I'm talking about MASH. Been really enjoying it. I think the thing that made me want to watch it was because of the whole Nancy Pelosi Taiwan thing, and someone was doing a joke about one of the famous scenes from the show when Radar breaks the news that one of the beloved characters his plane was shot down and is killed, and someone did like a meme to make it about being about Nancy Pelosi. And then I watched the scene on YouTube, and then I was like, fuck, I want to watch MASH. And then I realized, oh shit, the entirety of MASH is on Disney Plus. That's the finale. No, it wasn't. It was like the third season finale, though. It wasn't the series finale. I think in the third season, they've two major cast members left. It spun in, exactly. There was no survivors. You can't say China. Not on Twitter if you're Rob, apparently. I thought, why don't I keep up my streaks? I've been avoiding tweeting, putting spicy takes out there on Twitter. And I said, you know what? Why don't I, while I've poked one hornet's nest, why don't I post some more spicy shit on Twitter? I don't talk enough on Twitter about how I'm a China enjoyer. I am a China enjoyer, and I'm tired of pretending I'm not. I'm tired of pretending I'm not. Just don't the KFL Logan bait. Oh, was that the guy that was like, what is it? Do you think China's good? Yeah, I just didn't. That seemed like that was being set up for content farming or something. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I outed myself. I outed myself on Twitch now for the last 2 years as a China enjoyer, a China respecter. And it's about time I let people know about this. Oh, hey, Brandon. It's our friend Brandon. Liking China is a gateway to liking things about other countries beside the U.S. You gotta be very careful with that. It's true. So, what is your opinion, Rob? China good? Also, as I mentioned, I cannot actually infer anything from your tweet, so I need you to explain it to me. That's right. That is right. I think it was a good tweet, though. I mean, this is like, I think this gets into, gotta figure this out next time ahead of time. Close this stuff. I am going to be gaming more later to it, and I'm going to finish Stray. I will be finishing Stray on this stream later on. I think it's a good tweet, though. Again, like this went back to like what we were talking about last night. We looked at the CNN clips, we looked at the Fox News clip, and you see the wide range of opinion that's available in our mainstream media that we love to lecture other countries about. We love to lecture all these other countries about our wonderful free press, and then we look at what our free press is saying about this Taiwan trip. And it's like, oh, it doesn't actually seem like there's a whole lot of diversity of opinion on display here, actually. Let me make myself a little bigger here. I like that. That's good. Pelosi's Taiwan trip has reminded me how glad I am to live in a liberal democracy with press freedom, where you can open a newspaper or turn on the television and be exposed to a wide array of different ideas and perspectives, ranging all the way from China bad to China very bad. A cool tweet. I can't tell if you're serious. Yeah, the Alex Jones thing is pretty funny. It's funny to see him get some comeuppance for, you know, literally targeting the parents of murdered children for harassment. I think that's a pretty serious thing, you know? That's the American political spectrum as well. Well, the Canadian too. The Canadian political spectrum as well. Right? Like we had, right before the election, we had a couple, like, you know, last year, we had the NDP, the Conservatives all coming together to formally accuse China of committing genocide in our parliament. You know, the our left-wing party, our right-wing party, they come together. Jon Stewart style. They came together, they reached across the aisle, and they find common ground. And that common ground was China bad. That's what they can agree on. You had, like, before the election, you had Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, criticizing Trudeau for Canada, like, not being involved in the new, like, South China Sea NATO. Why wasn't Trudeau, and why are we in AUKUS? Trudeau really screwed this up. Brandon, do you know that there's a difference between someone being a monster and being an annoying, sanctimonious, liberal dipshit? Like, you understand that there's a spectrum, right? There's a spectrum. No one ever claimed that Jon Stewart is the worst person alive. That no one ever said that. Not me, not anyone else. Do you know that there's a spectrum, like, between me finding someone annoying and sanctimonious and them being a monster and a bad person? Brandon with his signature insight here. Only black and white in Brandonville. That's right. Only black and white. You know, I have another Jon Stewart clip, though, maybe we should look at. I know you wanted to share that one. I know, Brandon. Actually, this is a good way to take a look at another clip that I meant to look at yesterday and kind of forgot to. Our friend Jon Stewart. Okay, well, take it easy, Brandon. I wanted to watch this anyway.
Hey, everybody, welcome back.
We're going to miss you.
Look at that over there. Look at that. Hey, everybody, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
The two boys. The two boys back together again.
My guest tonight is Jon Stewart.
The two lads, just guys being dudes. What does this look with the jeans? Those are bad, really bad jeans, John. Finally, the adults are back in the room.
I guess this is it.
This is a delight to have you here, my friend.
Oh, my God. There's nothing I wanted to do more than breathe everyone's
Oh, I forgot I had music still playing. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is what I know about you. This is what I know about you. We are truly dear friends, and yet this is the first time I've seen you in the flesh in 15 months.
That is correct.
Right.
And I am so really happy. And I know we're all vaccinated, and I'm not going to get COVID, but I'm going to get something. I'm honestly, these people did not take good care of
Doing
themselves.
disinformation already. John just did disinformation right off the bat. Did a disinformation. I got a vaccine and I'm not going to get COVID. I'm sorry, John, that's not the way it works. You just did COVID disinformation. This man should be censored. This man should be censored. Censor this man. He's spreading on a mainstream conspiratorial media program, spreading vaccine misinformation during a pandemic. But if you think that's the end of it, there's plenty more. There's plenty more commentary about COVID that John has here for us.
Last time, well, actually, the first time we talked during COVID, I was still in South Carolina.
That's right. You were locked down.
I was locked down there, and the family, Evie and the kids, were the actual crew.
That's right.
That's how we were doing it. We're doing it in a little unused little bedroom with cables through the...
You know what I forgot? We talked about Jon Stewart. We talked about John Oliver being married to a Republican political operative. I'm not sure about Colbert's family. You know what I just remembered, though? Colbert, big-time Catholic, isn't he? Big-time Catholic, that Colbert. I wonder what Stephen Colbert thinks about the current wave of anti-abortion legislation that is being passed in the United States. I don't know if Colbert has come out against that. Has Stephen Colbert mentioned anything about that? I haven't heard anything about that. Big-time Catholic, Stephen Colbert. I forgot about that, isn't he? I forgot about that. Big-time Catholic, that Stephen Colbert. He did a monologue about it. Well, okay, maybe he thinks it's not so good. I don't know. Interesting.
The window and
That's right.
a satellite truck on our lawn. And I mean, like, the room was twice.
I mean, DTF, I don't know if you wanted to, am I hate jerking it to Jon Stewart? Not really. Not really. No. I was just reminded because I spent a long time talking yesterday about, China and Taiwan and stuff. And I talked a bit about Jon Stewart and why I find him to be like an annoying, sanctimonious liberal. And it reminded me afterwards that Jon Stewart had gone on Colbert quite recently to spread this whole conspiracy about the lab leak conspiracy theory. So I thought we'd just take a look at that. Are you like a big Jon Stewart head, DTF? Is that what you're about? Big Jon Stewart fan? The Colbert Report was actually good, though. Yeah, no, absolutely, it was great. So was Colbert's speech at the White House press correspondents' dinner. I think that was one of the like a high point of this whole crew actually doing interesting and subversive things. That was an amazing moment when Colbert did that White House press correspondents' dinner. Which is why it's been just equally disappointing for Colbert to just morph into this generic, boring late night host who's not interesting or insightful in any way.
Twice the size of this desk, I think. I'm not joking. Chris could tell you it's really, really tiny. But the point was like just get it done, to get something out there. We really wanted to do the show. And when I interviewed you for it, you were talking about how little progress we've made in science in combating pandemics, because in 1918, the advice was wear a mask, wash your hands.
That's right.
And 103 years later, wear a mask, wash your hands.
It was soul crushing to find that. I was really hoping that like in 1918, they'd be like, drink a tincture of mercury and butterfly juice. Like, I was hoping it'd be like some bizarre thing, and I'm like, we've come a long way, baby. It's the exact same.
How do you feel about the science now, though?
So I will say this. I honestly mean this. I think we owe a great...
Is he any better than Oliver? These guys always talk about some critical topics, but it's their solutions that are really lacking. That's liberalism, baby. That's liberalism. We love it. The problems are bad, but the things that cause the problems are very good.
Debt of gratitude to science. Science has, in many ways, helped ease the suffering of this pandemic, which was more than likely caused by science. So, and that's kind of...
Hold on, what's that?
No. Now, listen.
It's coffee. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you.
So
what do you mean by that? Do you mean like perhaps there's a chance that this was created in a lab? There's an investigation.
A chance?
Well,
oh my
if there was
God.
evidence, I'd love to hear it.
There's
I just don't know.
a novel respiratory coronavirus overtaking Wuhan, China. What do? Oh, you know who we could ask? The Wuhan Novel Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. The disease is the same name as the lab. That's just a little too weird, don't you think? And then they ask those scientists, they're like, how did this... So wait a minute, you work at the Wuhan Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. How did this happen? And they're like, a pangolin kissed a turtle.
Hilarious. Man, this guy's just a laugh riot. This guy's just an insightful laugh riot, isn't he? You're laughing, but you're learning at the same time. That's the beauty of Jon Stewart. That's the beauty of it. You're laughing, but you're also like, it makes you think, right? It makes you think at the same time. Look at this fucking guy. The Volcano Research Center is near the volcano. Isn't it a little too convenient? Yeah, let's hope there's no diseases happen in Atlanta. Perhaps the Wuhan virus, the institute, the what's the name of it? Perhaps the Wuhan Institute of Coronavirus Research is where they discovered this coronavirus. Perhaps. Maybe that has something to do with it. Perhaps that has something to do with it. But you can't hold him accountable because he's just a comedian. That's right, Carrie Wave. Until he's not. Until he's not just a comedian. And when he's not just a comedian, that's when the troops are involved. That's when the troops are threatened by the mean, hypocritical conservatives. That's when Jon Stewart casts aside his just a comedian excuse. And that's when he gets really serious. Things are where you look for them. Wuhan found a virus. John found a scapegoat. No, he's really great, though. It's really hilarious stuff. Really good. And again, we're talking about a major... Me, Rob Rousseau, I've gotten dinged on YouTube recently for spreading disinformation because I looked at Mike Lindell's voter conspiracy documentary and laughed at it and said this is stupid and bad. I got a disinformation strike for sharing disinformation. Well, here we go. And we got all kinds of RT and all these state media things are being censored and labeled because they're doing disinformation. Well, here we got fucking CBS. We got two multi-millionaire comedians on CBS here spreading vaccine misinformation. He said, I got a vaccine, so I'm not going to get COVID, which as we know is not true. And then he's spreading conspiracy theories about the origins of COVID and where it came from. Xenophobic conspiracy theories, by the way. Where is CBS? Did anyone investigate this? Someone investigate this man for spreading misinformation. Thank her lucky stars, Shithead was relegated to guest appearances on shows at this point. Imagine if this were a bit every night. Yeah, seriously. The flu in 1918 was called the Spanish flu because they were the only ones reporting it. Glad to see we haven't advanced past that way of thinking. Well, that's the thing. I mean, as we all know, they discovered the virus in Wuhan, so it obviously came from there. I mean, there is research that maybe backs that up. But the absolutely unrelated epidemic of vaping illness that was sweeping the nation. That was big. There was a big several week long media cycle late in 2019 about that terrible vaping illness in the United States affecting people's lungs, giving them symptoms of pneumonia, having to be hooked up to ventilators, etc., all because of vaping. Remember that? How that whole couple weeks where that was big in the media all the time, and then lo and behold, just a few months later, this virus emerges from China, which had a lot of the same symptoms. That's a crazy coincidence to me. That's a crazy coincidence. Look at this fucking guy's face. Jesus Christ.
And you're like, no, the name of your lab. If you look at the name, let me see your business card. Show me your business card. Oh, I work at the coronavirus lab in Wuhan. Oh, because there's a coronavirus loose in Wuhan. How did that happen? Maybe a bat flew into the cloaca of a turkey and then it sneezed into my chili and now we all have coronavirus. Like, come on. Okay, wait a second.
Hilarious. Who's he mocking? He's mocking Chinese scientists who have tried to identify the origin of the virus that caused the coronavirus pandemic. He's mocking, comedy is about punching up, right? You got to punch up. Jon Stewart's here punching up at those fucking Chinese medical researchers, coronavirus researchers. They've had it too good for too long. And Jon Stewart's now really showing them, exposing them. He's exposing them for what they are. It's almost like the lab was built where there were ideal conditions for these viruses to occur in that specific location. No, I don't think that sounds right to me, Eric. I don't think that sounds right. I don't think that's it. I think it's more with what he's saying.
What about this? Listen to this.
Wait a second.
All right.
John.
Oh my God. There's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness near Hershey, Pennsylvania. What do you think happened? Like, I don't know. Maybe a steam shovel mated with a cocoa bean. Or it's the chocolate factory. Maybe that's it.
That could.
He's had enough. This guy's had enough. Is this your king? Is this like everyone? This is the big guy, the liberal hero that everyone is yelling at me about. This guy, really? In 2022, really, we're still like getting really up in arms about defending Jon Stewart. He's really writing these interspecies fucking jokes. Yes, he is. No, really, no, it's definitely good. Yeah. Great. Sounds like we got to sanction that chocolate factory. Exactly.
Maybe that's it.
That could be. That could be. That could
By
be.
the way, I gave them all tuberculosis.
Yes. That could very well be, and Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins at NIH have said, like, it should definitely be investigated.
Don't stop with the logic and people and things. The name of the disease.
Wait a second.
The building.
Wait a second. But it could be possible. You could be right. It could be possible that they have the lab in Wuhan to study the novel coronavirus diseases because in Wuhan, there are a lot of novel coronavirus diseases because of the
maybe that might have something to do with it.
I understand.
It's like the saying,
it's a local specialty, and it's the only place to find bats. You won't find bats anywhere else. Wait, Austin, Texas has thousands of them that fly out of a cave every night at dusk. Is there a coronavirus, an Austin coronavirus? No, it doesn't seem to be an Austin coronavirus. Coronavirus, an Austin coronavirus? No, it doesn't seem to be an Austin.
My ex's roommate got into a wild fight with me about this clip. Male comedians should be sent to re-education immediately. Chat, is this your man's? If you came here, if you're like DTF and you came here to like get mad at me about Jon Stewart, I'm asking you this question. Is this your man's? Is this your man's? I, for one, am for the Chinese government opening a lab in Austin, Texas, and I am as well. I agree. Evidence continues to mount that comedians as a group are completely irredeemable. Yes. Did he have any like backlash for this at all? Any consequences? Yeah, get him on Rogan. Get him on Alex Jones. Like, this is indistinguishable from something that would be on Alex Jones. I like when the libs were furious when Trump said basically the same shit and correctly called it racist, but when the quirky liberal comedian says it's funny and might be true, yeah, then we gotta listen. When was this? This was like a couple months ago.
Coronavirus. The only coronavirus we have is in Wuhan.
Yes.
Where they have a lab called, what's the lab called again, Stephen?
The Wuhan Novel Coronavirus Lab.
I believe that's the case.
And
now,
how long have you worked for Senator Ron Johnson?
Let me tell you something. About Ron Johnson. This is not a conspiracy. Here's the thing about science.
You could be right. You could be right.
But this is the problem with science. Science is incredible, but they don't know when to stop, and nobody in the room with those cats ever goes, yeah, I don't know if we should do that. Like, they're... A few years back,
I agree with you. If science can do it, they will do it.
They will do it. They're like, oh, curiosity killed the cat. Oh, okay, well, let's kill 10,000 cats to find out why. And you're like, that's what science does. They push things.
That's what science does.
Okay, listen to this. So a few years back...
You know, we stopped filming a long time ago.
I understand that. Can I tell you something?
Yeah, Colbert seriously tried to get him off this.
This is what happens.
He's fired up. He's fired up, folks. This is the only thing that gets this guy going like this. When someone disrespects the troops, one, and when those dastardly Chinese coronavirus researchers there's an oil refinery next to most oil fields. I guess that means the refinery is the source of the oil. That's right. That's how that works. That's right. Have you ever tried science on weed?
I've been alone for so long. And when I realized that the laboratory was having the same name, first name and last name, of the evil that had been plaguing us, I thought to myself, that's up.
Is this your man's? Please. Please. Someone tell me if this is their man's. How did he end up like this? Was there a specific event that made him go, actually, yes, this is all a China conspiracy? Well, because in our liberal democracy, as I pointed out, with our wide range of ideas, you know, we have free speech, not like China. Not like one of these authoritarian, autocratic countries like China or Russia. We have free speech. We have the side, right? We have the conservative side. And we have a wide range of opinions that go all the way from China bad to we should nuke China. That's our wide range of different opinions that we have in our liberal democracy that people like John love to fetishize so much. Anyway, I'm really glad that I got yelled at for 48 straight hours because of my mild criticism of this man. Because of my very mild criticism. I love to have hundreds or thousands of people getting all up in arms and yelling at me and calling me saying you're a Canadian. They say that's what they go. That's inevitably what they go to. Which fair enough, you know. Fair enough, you know. I get it. Like, whatever, Canadian. Because of this guy. This guy, apparently. Whatever, though. Who cares? No one deserves to be called Canadian. I know. It's very insulting. It is genuinely one of the things that kind of gets to me when people do that. I'm like, God damn it. Other than that, he's a great guy, though. Who's Canada's Jon Stewart? I guess Rick Mercer. We got Rick Mercer. I don't know what he's up to lately. Mike Bullard. Oh God, that's a throwback. I love it when Americans think you're a Canadian is some kind of dunk, as if having an opinion on what the global capitalist empire gets up to is somehow inappropriate. Yeah, which we share one of the largest borders in the world with. Yeah, we're basically like a northern province of the United States. But we can't ever mention any of this stuff, though. Yeah, Wyatt Cenac has all the receipts on John for sure. He cussed out Wyatt Cenac because he dared to question about whether his some of what he was saying was racist, and like swore at him in front of him, humiliated him in front of a bunch of people. We're like a quirky Minnesota. That's right. Jordan Peterson is my favorite Canadian. Yeah, me too. Big time. We're big time Jordan Peterson heads over here. Love that guy. Love that guy. Big influence to me. Big inspiration. I love when he like cries about Disney movies. That's my favorite thing. That's when that man talks about like Aladdin and just immediately bursts into tears. I love it. I watched that stuff and I'm like, this is the greatest philosopher and academic genius of our time. I love this man. Up yours, woke moralists. I think the funniest thing for me, though, was when talking about Americans criticizing me for being Canadian, which is fine. You know, it's like I understand when there's like K-hivers or conservatives or whoever they're saying this. It was when I started getting yelled at by like people that are like those dirtbag leftists that were saying like, you're Canadian. And it's like, okay, so you're like a leftist. You ostensibly understand like America being the global hegemon and something like that. But yet but I guess when you still have this like chauvinistic flag waving USA thing whenever someone else dares to criticize your beautiful country. That was enlightening for me when I started getting those people yelling at me over that kind of stuff. I was like, okay, so you guys are just totally full of shit then, I guess. You're just liberals who want healthcare, I suppose. I have to admit, if I ever had to know something about Christian conservatism, Jordan Peterson is one of only 10 people I'd consider asking. Or if you want to know the dangers of like drinking apple cider, you know, this man, if you drink like a thimbleful of apple cider, it will fuck you up. It will fuck you up. And Jordan Peterson proved this to me and others. Every other country should govern what America does. I agree. I think people in Canada and especially people in the global south should have a vote, should be able to vote in American elections. And people, if you live in Latin America or Africa or the Middle East or Southeast Asia, I think you should get 2 votes. Canadians should get half a vote, okay, to be clear. Canadians should get half a vote in American elections, and people in Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia should get 2 votes. Who says no? Who says no? I think that would be a good way to fix a lot of things. I don't want to cry because I'll be weak in front of the lobsters. We didn't hear from Libertarian Republican again. We didn't hear from our friend Libertarian Republican, Peterson Stan, Libertarian Republican. Hopefully they'll be back. Oh, you think the U.S. controls everything? Typical arrogant Westerner. Every EU Twitter reply, yeah. Now, like, let me enjoy the last remaining days of having energy while my government completely, like, self-immolates because the United States State Department told them to. Oh goodness, folks! I'm not gonna I'm gonna be here for a while today. I don't think I'm gonna stay for 9 hours. I don't think I'll be here for 9. I mean, maybe I could in theory. I'm like somewhat well rested, so I am planning on being here for another fairly long stretch. If anyone does want to subscribe to the channel, I'll just encourage people. It's been an hour. If you want to subscribe to the channel, it's very helpful. And also just generally, I would just like to see the 0 just turn into anything other than 0 right now. And then I can feel like I can psychologically like move on and not really think about it that much. You get some sleep? Yeah, no, I did. I talked in depth about my sleep schedule earlier.
Rob to talk you through.
Thank you, comrade social distancing. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. It's just it becomes after 1 hour, it becomes a psychological kind of like barrier that you have to get past. No, I got some good. I fell asleep early watching MASH.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Number goes up. TRRS guns.
Thank you, James. 21 months of tier 1. It's really cool seeing like the people that have been around for a while now. It reminds that the stream, it's like a real stream now. 21 months, like. We're almost into season 3. We're almost into season 3 of TRRS. That's going to start in October.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, GMO, for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. I remember wanting you to do this for months before you finally did it. I wish I could find... There was someone who, like, in early 2020, or maybe even 2019, that was like, Rob, you got to get on Twitch. Get on Twitch. You'll probably get verified easily. And there was someone that pushed me to start thinking about it. I got to look back into that because there was definitely one person that literally DM'd me and was like, you got to be doing this, which I appreciate. For season 3, should introduce a wacky sidekick character. It'd be funny if I just got replaced. If I got replaced by there's all this talk about a new Rob, but it would be really funny if like opening episode, season premiere of season 3, and it just like it goes on with the hello thing and the blank stare, and it's just someone who looks kind of like me but with the glasses and everything, but it wasn't me, who never referenced it, who just never mentioned it. Just like Blippi, yeah, exactly. It could be like a Blippi situation. You should do that as a bit. I don't even know if I know anyone that could fill my shoes like that. We're sending out a casting call to recast Rob in season 3. And that would be a very funny bit. That'd be a very funny bit. TRRS hitting its stride. That's right. It's going to be like, if you thought season 1 and 2 were good, like it's like Star Trek The Next Generation. Now we're really getting into the real shit. Always the underdog, season 2. And season 2 of TNG is kind of an underdog, isn't it, Lodane? I like Pulaski. Lodane, how do you feel about Dr. Pulaski? I liked Pulaski. There's a couple of pretty good episodes in season 2. 6 seasons and a movie. There we go. Mossworld, I guess you were a community head. I loved Community, and I loved Dan Harmon. That was another part of like someone that I was really a big fan of. That once their annoying liberalism was exposed, I moved away from. I love Pulaski. As a kid, I was weird about it, but she's the bones of TNG. Yeah, she was great. I was on the Harmon train, cringe about it now. I remember the specific moment too, Carrier Wave. You know what it was? Like, it was when the... Oh, God, what the fuck's his name? My brain is I'm losing my cognitive ability, obviously. I'm sundowning. Because now I don't have the encyclopedic knowledge of all the weird online characters that pop up. The game theory guy. Time for some game theory. Remember the thread? Eric Garland. I remember when the Eric Garland posted that thread, the it's time for some game theory thread, which was just the most unhinged fucking ridiculous bullshit. And seeing the reaction to it being like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. This is wonderful. And I was going, what the hell's going on here? After one brain fart, I'm sundowning. It's been more than one. It's a increasing trend. And I was like, this is so stupid, this whole game theory thread. Why is everyone freaking out about this? And then I remember Dan Harmon being like, he shared the game theory thread. And was like, it's for patriots only. And was like, really like... And I just went, oh no. Oh no. And I could never look at Harmon the same after that. And then, of course, other things were revealed about Harmon, which were also quite disturbing as well. Wasn't he also the guy behind the website that would just generate verified facts for you? No, that was Peter Dow. Peter Dow with Verrit. Peter Dow, who was like a Clinton foot soldier. He was like a Clinton Ronin. And then he was abandoned by his liberal friends, and then he became like a Democratic critic. Chairman Dow, that's right, yeah. Didn't he get kind of based? Maybe, but I just never trusted him, though. I just didn't trust him. I kind of thought it was just opportunistic. He was just like, I've gone to the liberal well, and I'm not getting invited to the same parties anymore, and I'm not getting the same support. So I'm just like shifting. I'm doing a brand shift. I'm pivoting. That's what it more felt like with Peter Dow. There really was a steep cliff in around 2015-16 where so many lib lemmings lost their minds and fell off. Trump really destroyed a lot of brains. And not even destroyed brains, but like exposed the liberals for like what they were actually about. And how little understanding they had of fucking anything. Isn't Harmon a Musk guy? I don't know, because I think Harmon probably was probably a good decision, but stepped away from broadcasting his every thought to social media and just decided, I'm just going to continue being a multimillionaire TV writer, rather than jeopardizing that by being a fucking weird dipshit online. Wasn't Maddow less Russophobic then? Oh yeah, you know what? Like talking about like 2009, 2008, 9, 2010, like around that era, not only did I love Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, all these guys, I was a big Rachel Maddow guy. I loved Rachel Maddow. I watched Rachel Maddow all the time. I thought she was great. And now it's just like I see some of the shit that Rachel Maddow puts out, and I'm just like, what is, like, this is crazy. It's like liberal Alex Jones, like literally what Jon Stewart was just doing on Colbert there. It's like liberal Alex Jones. I loved Keith and Rachel. Me too. I loved Keith Olbermann. I loved all that shit. Especially since he admitted to like sexually harassing an employee. After that, he sort of went quiet and shut down Harmontown. Yeah, I was always listening to Harmontown. I loved Harmontown. I was in the kind of the Harmon cult for a long time. Talking about all my former heroes, which I've had to, jettison. Maddo meant a lot to me growing up, a butch-leaning queer person. It still kind of breaks my heart how she is now. Yeah, it's like, it's strange. And I wonder, like, has it always been like this? Like, did I change? Did they change? Like, I just don't know. I guess it's a mix of both. Ricky Gervais is another one. Emily, I did a podcast with my friend Jesse Hawken a couple months ago. I loved Ricky Gervais as well. All of these people, like, I just like have systematically, either I evolved, either they went down this fucking crazy rabbit hole. I don't know. Louis C.K., yes, all these people. Gervais was never funny, and I don't agree with that. Like, The Office still, this is the thing I talked about with Jesse Hawken a couple months ago. The Office is still fucking amazing, the British Office. I think Ricky Gervais and David Brent, that's one of the all-time great comedy characters. I also liked Extras, which is not as much, but I enjoyed it. You know, it still holds up. And that's what I think what has been revealed about Gervais is that he is David Brent. He wasn't playing a character. Like, that's exactly like the whole thing with like Stephen Merchant and Ricky Gervais, which is that I really think that like Stephen Merchant was like, oh, I can just like take this guy, Ricky Gervais, and we can exaggerate all his like actual qualities, right? He's not like playing a character. He's maybe turning up the ridiculousness. He's maybe turning up the ridiculousness, but he's literally David Brent. Like, he's literally that person. All these people. You can't have heroes. The Patrick Stewart episode of Extras was fantastic. Extras is great. Part of like Ricky Gervais is more of a straight man in Extras. Part of the genius of Extras is just like getting Patrick Stewart and Ben Stiller and David Bowie and all these like celebs to go and play ridiculous caricatures of themselves and make fun of themselves. Like, that's where all the comedy comes from. Like the David Bowie one is so funny. The song that David Bowie does about Gervais's character. Chubby little loser. Obsessed with being hated. The fat man takes his own life. And he's just standing there going like... Okay. Now I have to watch that. God, it's so funny. It's so funny. Oh my God.
What are you doing here?
VIP area, isn't it?
Well, can we come in because we're getting no action in it? It's a wasteland.
You're on your own, not made of money.
Little fat man who sold his soul.
It's the same seat. It's actually the same seat for 60 quid. You paid 60 quid to go in here? You should let me negotiate.
So shit, mate.
And they can still see me. There should be an actual barrier.
Let's go and sit next to David Bowie. He's not getting any hassle.
I'll go and just sit next to him.
Oh, come on. We're just going to speak to him.
I don't know him, do I?
Excuse me. What are you doing? Excuse me. Mr. Bowie, can I just say that we're both very big fans.
I can't hear you, love. Come over here.
I'll jump out that window.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
We were just saying that I'm an entertainer too.
Oh, yeah? What do you do?
I'm in a sitcom.
It's called When the Whistle Blows. Have you seen it?
I haven't, no. Is it any good?
Nice shit.
Oh, just riffraff everywhere.
Not going down too well, huh?
It's getting 6 million viewers. I mean, it's not exactly how I meant it to be because the BBC have interfered and sort of chased ratings and made it lowest common denominator sort of comedy, sort of catchphrases and wigs. And I think I've sold out, to be honest, but
Yeah.
it's difficult, isn't it, to keep your integrity when you're going for that first...
Little fat man who sold his soul.
The little...
Little fat man who sold his dream. Chubby little loser. Chubby little loser. National joke. No, not chubby little loser. No. Pathetic little fat man. No one's bloody laughing. The clown that no one laughs at. They all just wish he'd die. He's so depressed at being useless, the fat man takes his own life. No. He's so depressed at being hated, Fatty takes his own life. Fatso?
I like that.
Yeah, let's go with Fatso. Fatso takes his own life. He blows his bloated face off. No. He blows his stupid brains out.
But the twat would probably miss.
Yes, Linda, I like that.
Yeah, so do I. It's brilliant, Linda.
He sold his soul for a shot at fame. Catchphrase and wig and the jokes are lame. He's got no style, he's got no grace. He's banal and facile, he's a fat waste of space. Yeah. Everybody sing that last line. 1, 2, 3. He's banal and facile, he's a fat waste of space. See his pop nose face. Pop. Again. See his pop nose face. Yeah. Pop. Again. See his pop nose face. Pop. The little fat man with the pop nose face. Pop. Little fat man. Pop nose face. Little fat man. Pop nose face.
Oh. Oh my god, that's really good. That's what I mean. I disagree. You know, Gervais has talent. Like he was very funny in The Office, and I think his talent was bringing together a lot of people and like allowing people like David Bowie to do this really funny shit while he's the straight man, and like let him like make fun of him. Yeah, and now he's just down this thing of just like, oh, are you offended? Like that's his whole comedy thing now. He's gone from doing this, which is genuinely very funny, and mocking his own self, and now he's somehow gone to this. He works when he's the butt of the joke. Yeah, exactly. And now he's the brave truth teller. That's his big thing now, right? Now I'm the brave truth teller. I'm saying all the things that everyone's upset, everyone's triggered and upsetting. Are you taking the piss, mate? That's the thing. Like that's his whole comedy now. And that's the amazing thing about like Gervais and talking about woke comedy and stuff and making fun of woke comedy and being like, you can't be woke. Comedians are supposed to offend and say things. And it's like, and there's no humor in The Office that's like leaning on being racist and sexist and transphobic. There's literally like there's no humor whatsoever in The Office. The only time that The Office gets into like a edgy racist humor is when Gervais as David Brent is trying to like offend people and be a funny comedian and tells a racist joke, and he's humiliated because everyone's like, what are you doing? And he gets criticized for being racist. He's the joke in that, not the racism, which is exactly the exact opposite of what he's currently doing with his stand-up now, where he's like the punchline is just like saying something transphobic. That's the punchline to his being, and he's the brave celeb truth teller. You know, does it remind you of anyone else? That we've been talking about? That's the whole thing about like you could classify The Office as being a woke comedy. There's no like racist jokes or transphobic jokes in The Office. You could literally say like this is one of these woke comedies. They don't want to offend anybody. You know, it's ridiculous. And he doesn't understand this. He also did stand up for 5 minutes and went to the Seinfeld Louis level, completely unearned. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Because he had all this credibility from doing The Office and doing this stuff that he thought he could just transition right into that and be just as big of a star doing that, and somehow is. But all of whatever nuance or whatever interesting or anything interesting that he was doing before has been completely jettisoned. Like I watched his whole new special. I watched Gervais's entire new special because I did that podcast with Jesse. And I may have cracked a smile once. You know, I may have cracked a smile once. Like I did not laugh. I didn't chuckle. I didn't laugh. I didn't guffaw. maybe at one or two times during the special, I like expelled air from my nose. I was like, maybe that's like the absolute best review, the absolute most charitable review that I could give to the new Gervais special. Any prescription of what comedy is silly to me. Like saying what you're not supposed to say, truth to power, comedy should punch up is all annoying. Comedy is what is funny. That's right. And then that's the whole thing about comedians like Gervais and, John Cleese, another hero of mine that has gone down this fucking rabbit hole and is just now just like a pathetic, whiny old man who just says like, you can't, like, where was all this like racist humor on Monty Python or whatever? Who says like, you can't tell a joke without offending people, or like, you can't tell a woke joke. And that's the thing that these fucking guys don't understand, is that you can say whatever you want in comedy if it's funny, if it's actually funny. If it's actually funny or interesting somehow, no one's going to get mad at you. But if you're just like saying transphobic or racist things with with nothing else involved, just so people get offended, and then you can complain about being canceled and read tweets in your live stand-up show where people are getting mad at you, like, that's not funny. There's nothing funny about that. Don't be an older, white, rich British person. You will turn transphobic. And like Mondo, I do love Faulty Towers. I love Faulty Towers and Monty Python and all that stuff. And Fish Called Wanda. John Cleese, another hero of mine. Well, I guess this is the subject that we're talking about. Heroes from my past who just wind up being like disappointing, weird, racist losers. Yeah, Fish Called Wanda is one of the best comedies of all time. I would say that's like a top 5 or possibly top 3 comedy. Same with cops whining about not being treated like heroes just for existing. Yeah. Harvey Manfred Jensen. That's Kevin Kline. That's one of the best. That's probably I talked about Fish Called Wanda. It's comedy rankings. Kevin Kline in Fish Called Wanda is maybe the best performance in a comedy like ever. Yeah, Fish Called Wanda is on the Rob Cannon. Absolutely. Absolutely, Lodane. Yeah, Kevin Kline and Michael Palin make the movie. Yeah, and John Cleese is basically the straight man in that movie, right? He's just the straight man allowing Kline to just like fucking kill it every single scene. But still, Cleese was still a smart guy and at least like understood how to surround himself with people that were great and create, funny situations and funny stories. We should probably watch Fish Called Wanda, shouldn't we? We probably should. It's so good. God damn, it's so funny. Watch it right now? No, but we should sometime. How was Cleese ever friends with someone like Chapman? Was Chapman bad? I don't know. I don't know much about their views. I don't know. And I think Cleese was funny. If you go back to Monty Python, and he's got a number of like really hilarious characters that he does on that. And even Faulty Towers again is very funny, but he's more the straight man in that as well. He was very good at like assembling casts as well and like writing as well because he was a writer. Some people just become really awful as they get older and richer. Yeah, and it's especially a strain with like we're talking about liberalism as well, right? Because we're talking about you can name any of these people that we've been talking about. They just get they're liberals and they get more racist and whiny and annoying the older and richer they get. The screenshot makes it look like he's just watching you make fun of him. Yeah, I know it's a good one. It's a good paused face. This is one of my favorite scenes ever. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while, and we just looked at it. I just cracked. The fucking David Bowie song is so great. Oh my god. So depressed at being hated, Batman takes his own life. For me, Bill Burr is the biggest disappointment. I never found Chappelle that funny, even at his peak. Chappelle's another example of this, and I did find Chappelle that funny. I fucking loved Chappelle. Another example of exactly what we're talking about. Bill Burr was the best comedian of the last 20 years, and cancel culture obsession made his last special 3 out of 10. I didn't see the last one because I thought Bill Burr was like, he was at least like trying to not go down that path. It seemed like he was taking a concerted effort to not go down that path. I think when he talked to Rogan or whatever, and he was like making fun of Rogan for trying to be like a health expert or whatever. Chappelle was probably my favorite comedian of all time, and now I can't stand to look at him. Well, a big common denominator too with these comedians, and Jon Stewart was doing severe transphobic jokes as well, in the mid 2000s around, which we've talked about before. But a lot of this stuff is just they get criticized one time. They get criticized when they talk about trans people. They get criticized, and then they can't just learn from it. They can't just look in a mirror and be like, should I like examine what people are saying at all? And then I got tired of Chappelle lecturing me about what comedy is. That's exactly what Gervais does now too. Now they just can't let it go. They've got to sit there, and instead of telling jokes that are funny, they've got to lecture people about what comedy is and is not. And that becomes their whole personality. You know? They can't accept an iota of criticism. Chappelle is especially disappointing too, because he left the Chappelle Show at the height of its popularity because he realized that like people that he didn't like were obsessed with it and were using his comedy as an excuse to be racist. And now those people are like his audience. Those are his exact audience. Those exact people. You know, and it's not even comedians, like J.K. Rowling as well. They get criticized one time, and they're so fucking arrogant and egotistical and narcissistic that they can't handle being criticized from people that they think that they should have this like unlimited credibility because they're the liberal like heroes of reality, and they have the good values. And when people say like, no, actually what you said was hurtful and bad, instead of saying like, maybe I should like examine why people are saying that and try and learn and grow from it. They're so fucking arrogant and narcissistic that they're like, no, you're wrong. And then that becomes their whole personality. It becomes their whole act. That's literally what Gervais's whole act is about now. Just literally just explaining to people, lecturing people about what comedy is and is not. Mitch Hedberg will always be 100% pure, perfect boy. Yeah, yeah. Being rich does rot your brain. It's true. Absolutely. I'm just thinking about the others, because talking about extras, I'm just thinking about the other amazing scene. I think it was in the first episode with Ben Stiller. When they're doing this, like, Ben Stiller's doing this, like, serious drama. He's directing this, like, serious drama. And the guy that's, like, his story inspired his story, but because of his dead wife. And he's like, I'm trying to honor my dead wife. And Stiller just goes, will you stop going on about your fucking dead wife? It's so funny. It's so great. That's the thing about extras is just like Gervais is just a straight man. He doesn't really get a lot of like laugh moments. It's all about just surrounding himself with like celebs that are willing to lampoon their own image. And because it's like a short series, it doesn't kind of wear out its welcome. Being rich makes you live in fear of failure and becoming a regular person, and that fucks with you. Yeah, for sure, yeah. God, that new Gervais special is awful. It's so bad. My episode that I did with Jesse Hawken about it is good though, and I encourage people to listen to it. Oh shit, Rob, your pal Fat Pussy showed up in Lucid Stream today. The classic character from my childhood that everyone knows, I talk about often. James Acaster, the best response to Ricky Gervais's transphobia. Is that the guy that's like, I'm just telling it like it is? And he does that routine where he's like making fun of those guys. Also with both Chappelle and Gervais, after they initially made bigoted comments, they could have listened to feedback about why it was bigoted and hurtful, but instead they doubled down because rich people cannot handle being told they're wrong, even a little bit. No, that's what I mean. Yeah, for sure. Or J.K. Rowling, right? And like, no one would have had a problem. Like, no one would have had a problem if Dave Chappelle said like, okay, if he just moved on or tried to indicate that he like understood where people were coming from, and he just can't accept it. He can't accept that people are criticizing him now. And it's just sad. Now you Google Dave Chappelle, and it's like Dave Chappelle is like being transphobic is like the number one thing that now Dave Chappelle is known for. Now that's his entire personality. It's his entire act. Same with J.K. Rowling. Yeah, that was in the Liam Neeson thing was in Life's Too Short. That's right. Which was, I think that was the first episode, which was kind of funny, but I don't think I remember watching the whole series. Made his bed, now he gets to lie in it. It's just sad though. It's just sad, these people that like had something interesting to offer. There's so many things right now. Like I really used to be one of these people. Talk about the evolution that I've been on. I really used to be one of these people who did believe that comedians had the power to like be brave truth tellers and stuff like that. Growing up listening to people like Carlin and Bill Hicks and people like that. And like, there's so much important shit going on that talented and capable comedians could be speaking about in interesting and insightful and funny ways. And all these people just fucking blew it, And they're literally just, all they talk about is how mean trans people are to them. And that's the only fucking thing they're capable of thinking about. It's sad. It's sad shit how all these people just seemingly just go down this path. Not to say that there's not comedians currently doing that. I'm sure that there are. I'm kind of not really tuned into stand up anymore in any way. But it's just depressing how people that did have this level of cultural saturation and ability just inevitably just becomes so fucking irrelevant and depressing. It's a really weird hilltop to die on. I agree. I don't get it at all. Oh, you're offended, are you? I don't care. Ha 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 ha. Makes it the focus of the next 3 comedy specials. Yeah, Cool J, I agree. I every time I've seen Stav's comedy, I think it's really funny. And he's not someone that's like woke. He's not like telling these hand holding like what these guys suggest the comedy is now. You can never say anything offensive, or you can never do anything, and like you can if you're funny. If you're actually funny and you're not being a piece of shit. I thought that too. It's why I did stand up a little bit. Holy shit, in person, a lot of comics are really monstrous. Lodan, I really wanted to do stand up. There was a time that like I started going to the open mic nights and everything, and I was getting ready to start trying to do it, and I just never ended up following through on it. I feel like I get to scratch a little bit of that itch doing this program. Right? I see some funny stuff sometimes, a little bit. I still say some funny things occasionally, I think. But now I don't have to like go anywhere, and I don't have to like see other people. Not that I wouldn't be happy to see you, Chad, of course. Not that I wouldn't be very happy to see you. Of course I would. They want to be celebrated for being brave, nonconformist, rebellious, free-thinking truth tellers, but then piss their pants the second there isn't a mainstream consensus that they're heroic artistic geniuses. It's true. It's so narcissistic. It's so fucking narcissistic. Rob is cool. Rob is with it. A ducka, 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 ducka. What's the deal with Americans? That's right. That's going to be my big thing. That's going to be my big moment. I do have some tips that'll help you get a tight 3. Okay. Okay. I haven't watched any stand-up in literally 15 years. Used to be my favorite things as a teenager. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a big part of like my personality. Loved that stuff. If we go with the most edgy and disturbing comedy as the best comedy narrative, Crowder is the best comedian of all time. For sure, yeah. What's the Jim Brewer stand-up? Let's see, because I know Brian Quimby has documented Jim Brewer's comedy a lot. I'm trying to find, because he shared a clip of Brewer recently, and it's so horrible. Yeah, here we go. Here's Jim Brewer. So who's in Half Baked? Like, what the fuck was going on the set of Half Baked? We got Chappelle, we got Jon Stewart, we got Jim Brewer. Who else from Half Baked is like this now?
What's going on?
This is Jim Brewer's stand-up. He's like one of these. He's now like a conservative hero.
You ever see? You know that toy? Yeah. Which kind? The potato head? Why is it called Mr. Potato? What's going on?
Those libs, they want to cancel Mr. Potato Head. The fucking libs. This is, and when the libs want to cancel Mr. Potato Head, you make this face. The fucking libs are back at it again. They want to cancel Mr. Potato Head because it did a gender. It did a gender. It's ridiculous. And only Jim Brewer is brave enough. Only Jim Brewer, former star of SNL, Half Baked, other beloved comedy properties, only Jim Brewer is brave enough to call out this ridiculousness for what it is. Everyone is just too woke. Take care, Lodane. Talk to you soon. Everyone's just too woke to call out the ridiculousness of all these libs that are trying to cancel Mr. Potato Head. Stephen Wright is untouched because you cannot taint dry humor. That's right, yeah. Absolutely.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Jim Brewer, comedy, bottom tis TRRS drums.
Thank you, Useless. Thank you, Useless, for the 200 friend
You can
coin.
count on
Appreciate
me.
that.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And thank you, Sloppo Topo. Look at that. Brand new, valued community member. Sloppo Topo. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Who's the best female comedian right now? I'm not sure because I don't really pay much attention to stand-up. I'm Twitter friends with Kath Barbadaro, and from what I've seen, I think she's very funny. But I couldn't speak to it because I just don't really pay a lot of attention to anything that's going on in stand-up anymore. I heard another stand-up talking about his anti-vax diatribe, which is also part of his comedy special, and they said Jim Breuer used to be a really nice guy, but something snapped in him and he went nuts. Well, it seems like it, right? It certainly seems like it. It seems like a common denominator with a lot of these people. How about Sarah Cooper? Oh yeah, she's great. She's great. Only Sarah Cooper as the comedic genius to lip sync Donald Trump speeches and the things that he says. Jen Kirkman has a good step. She's a full-on Russiagate hysteric. Jen Kirkman blocked me on Twitter because I believe it was because I sent her an emoji of a corn cob, which she said was like Putin was like paying people to send rape imagery to Russiagate truth tellers. Sarah Cooper was only good because Trump was funny on his own. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, because Trump is fucking hilarious. And the thing is, like, I remember I watched one of those Sarah Cooper videos and I went like, huh, okay, yeah. Maybe I got a little chuckle, you know, it was kind of funny because it's like inherently funny and ridiculous, everything that Donald Trump says. And then for her to become this like big sensation, get a Netflix special and everything. I was just thinking of Jen Kirkman's passionate love of Nancy Pelosi yesterday. I can't speak to how funny she is. I've never really watched her stand-up comedy. I literally only know her for being like a Russia-obsessed Twitter person. God, that Jim Breuer thing is so bad. It's sad how much Patton Oswalt propped Sarah Cooper up. He's like the ultimate lib.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
CCC Reese. 11 months of tier 1. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sometimes I don't know how to pronounce your names, chat. Ryan CCC Riss, former host of American Idol. That's right. Yeah. Extra C's to confuse. I see. I see how it is. Should we like talk about the news or like talk about any of the? At some point I'm gonna have to talk about Taiwan and Nancy Pelosi and all this stuff. I'll probably have to do that eventually, right? And rather than talking about all my former heroes who have become annoying weirdos and shitty people. Good morning. I just have a few minutes, but wanted to pop in to say hello, y'all. Hello, Ainsley. What's up? No, we want to watch Randy Rainbow. Alex Jones broke down in tears in court and admitted that he thinks the Sandy Hook massacre was real. Well, the important thing is that he got there in the end, right? The important thing is that he got there in the end. That's the marketplace of ideas in action. He was convinced through the power of argument to admit that this shooting did indeed happen. You'd think that maybe the whole Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist thing maybe would have, like, some of those folks would have, like, reinvestigated or rethought some of their ideas when this big crackdown, which they insisted was coming on liberties and taking away guns, when that did not happen. You know, why go through the whole process of doing this whole false flag shooting and then not actually do anything with that? They never came for the guns. They never did anything at all. They famously did nothing. They very famously did nothing whatsoever. So you'd think maybe that would cause some people to, you know, re-examine some of these beliefs that they had about this. Red Scare had him on their pod because they knew this day would come. That's right. That's right. God, I read a bit of an exchange between Dasha and Liz Brunig the other day about, like, Catholicism. I don't know if anyone saw the screenshot going around, if they had this little back and forth. And it made my brain, like, shrink in size, I think, from even looking at it. Just from even looking at it for a moment. It was absolute gobbledygook. Hello, Red Scary, from the government zone. Because they scared him off their dastardly plan. That's right, the brave truth tellers. I read that Dasha became Catholic like 2 weeks ago, and then it's funny because Dasha also discovered Protestantism. She invented this. She's like, this guy's not the real Pope. He sucks. He doesn't count as being the Pope. And it's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works if you're Catholic. I'm sorry to say, if you're Catholic, he literally is the real Pope, and you're supposed to listen to him. That's literally the main rule. I'm not even a Catholic. I don't even fucking understand this shit. That's the main rule, though, is that the Pope is like the guy. You can't just pick and choose which popes you want to listen to. That's not how it works. That's not how Catholicism works. You can't just decide that. You can decide that, but then you're no longer Catholic. This was already said. Like, there's been arguments over this for a long time. Not my Pope. That's right. I only listen to the evangelical anti-Pope. It's so fucking funny to turn Catholic and then weeks later be like, false Pope. I know. That's great. That's great stuff. It convert to Catholicism and immediately start trying to do a Pope in Avignon or whatever. God, that's funny. She was good on Succession. She was good. It was funny to see her there, but I take no pleasure in reporting this, but she was very good on Succession, I thought. But I don't know if she's coming back. Probably because she's alienated people in the entertainment industry with her, like, fucking weird things that she says and does. I can't with people who make their entire personality narcissistic, irony poisoned aloofness. Yeah, no, me neither.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Speaking of the Pope, who is the top of the friendship triangle? Bun Pausers.
Thank you, Useless, for the 200 friend coin. That's the thing. When the new Rob is selected, you're going to see some smoke coming out of the top of the triangle. Some smoke will emerge from the top of the triangle. That's when the new Rob has been selected. The Rob and the anti-Rob. That's right. There's going to be a new Rob installed elsewhere. All you folks are going to start migrating over. While I'm left holding the fucking bag. The young Rob. That's right. Oh boy. You know what? I do kind of like doing these longer streams because you can just sit around and bullshit for a long time. I've been just bullshitting with you guys for almost 2 hours now. Anti-Rob. Rob backwards is Boris. Boris Johnson, bloody shambles, innit? I should have been working this whole time. We love it, Johnny, dialectically. We love the procrastination. It's the procrastination zone. Even for me, I've been procrastinating for the last 2 hours of talking about the serious subjects that I intended to talk about. But them's the breaks. The serious, hard-hitting news of the day, and watch Alex Jones cry. Is there like footage of this? Is there footage of this Alex Jones thing? Let's see. Let's see this. To be honest, the fake Pope energy is the same thing like New Communists do, where they read the manifesto last week and start... You're right, it is the exact same thing. They read the Communist Manifesto last week and start being like, China's not communist, actually. It's like, settle down. It's so true. It's that, what's the thing about the freshly converted? What's that saying? That's so accurate. The zeal, the zeal of the freshly converted. All of a sudden you're like, these, who's not real communists are these like Vietnamese insurgents in the Vietnam War. They're revisionists for whatever reason. I just read it in this book 5 minutes ago. I just got my leftist card. I'm ready to be sectarian. There's a lot of that, isn't there? Obviously, China isn't communist. Well, they're led by the Communist Party, and they're engaged in this process of building socialism. You know what? Good enough for me. Good enough for me. That's what I say. Are they building socialism? Yes. So good. That's good. I approve. I give them my approval as a Western leftist. I give them my approval because I know they really need that. I know they really look to the Western left for approval a lot. So in case anyone's watching from China, one of the 96 million people in the Communist Party in China, I hereby give you my approval. For now, okay? I'll take it away at any time. I'll take it away at any time. Just fucking watch. The amount of leftists unironically doing that. You criticize capitalism, yet you participate with AES. Yeah, exactly. They understand that doesn't make sense when someone says, like, you have an iPhone, but then they do the exact same argument when it comes to, like, North Korea or Vietnam or Laos or China or Venezuela or Cuba. A communist party with 96 million people really look to our defunct parties full of sex pests for advice. That's right. That's right. They wrote down a plan for communism in the 80s and appear to be executing it. Exactly. And who am I to get in the way of that? We should tell them they're not, because we're way further down the path to communism. That's right. Yeah. I'm glad you're all embracing Hoxhaism as the one true form of communism. And obviously, that is the editorial line of the Rob Rousseau Show. China might not pass all purity tests for leftists around the world, but they're a major example of an alternative to the U.S.'s way of doing things, and that's cool to me, yeah. Not only an alternative to the U.S.'s way of doing things, but providing an alternative to countries in the global south that have had only one option for developing their countries. The American way, the IMF way, the NATO way. All of a sudden, there's this new option on the table. That's pretty cool to me. I think that's pretty neat. I think it's pretty nifty. You like North Korea? Yes. Yes, I do. Do you have a problem with that? 31234 ERTI? Is that a problem for you? Do you have an issue with that? Yes, I do. Maybe they're just really excited and relieved. I feel like China can best be described as socialist authoritarian. I disagree. What's authoritarianism? What is that? What is that? What does that mean? It was caps lock, my guy. I'm on PC. Well, I don't know. How am I supposed to know? I thought you were yelling at me. But yes, I do. It's what, yeah, of course, it's a no two-party system. When you can't choose to vote for like a different wing of a capitalist party, that's when it's authoritarian. I would say that the U.S. is an authoritarian country. I mean, I think it's pretty authoritarian when you've got police officers just shooting citizens in the street. You know, I think that's pretty authoritarian. How many people have the cops killed in the United States this year alone? Like, these numbers are just skyrocketing. Just executing people right in the street. Shooting a fucking DoorDash driver 50 goddamn times. That's pretty authoritarian, I think, when you've got armed agents of the state just wandering around murdering citizens constantly, every single day. It's pretty authoritarian to remove a women's right to health care, yeah. Because like an extreme religious minority wants that. This channel is actually sponsored by Tourism Pyongyang. Fuck, that would be so cool if it was. That would be so cool. I should reach out to see if I can get some kind of like an endorsement or something. You know, maybe I could get a little stipend. I don't need them to finance the whole thing, but a little something would be nice. It takes a fuck ton of social unrest just for one murder cop to get a few years. Literally the largest uprising in like modern American history. Okay, one cop. Well, fine. We'll put this one cop in jail. Fine. But they're still going to get even more money, though. Overall, as an institution. We'll put this one guy in jail, but we're going to continue to militarize all these people and just give them this endless slush fund from the United States government. And that was filmed by several people and witnessed by even more. Yeah. It's a very democratic and free theocracy and corporate oligarchy. Yeah. Meanwhile, China's like, oh, you're a billionaire and you're evading tax. You, sir, vanish for 10 years. Let's look at this Alex Jones thing. I'm not doing this sea lion whatever in chat. I'm not doing this. I read on this website called Radio Free Asia that like North Korea does all kinds of bad stuff. Care to respond, sir? Here's what's going on with the Alex Jones thing. Sandy Hook parents' lawyers revealing that Alex Jones' lawyers sent him the contents of Jones's phone by mistake. 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me a digital copy of every text Jones has sent for years. You know what perjury is? Sandy Hook's parents' lawyer is now asking Jones about the times he has emailed about Sandy Hook over the last several years, despite testifying under oath he couldn't find any emails about Sandy Hook. There are apparently a lot of them. One is on his screen right now. So everything's going pretty good for Alex now. I would like to see the video. I don't want to read this.
You did get my text messages. And it said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Oh.
Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones, Did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone, and then...
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you know this happened?
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave them the phone over.
Just
and
answer the question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course. I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not why I have.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones,
please just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct? You said that under oath, Mr. Jones, didn't you?
I mean, if I was mistaken, I was mistaken, but you got the messages right there.
You know what perjury is, right? I just want to make sure you know before we go any further. You know what it is.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before or whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones. One more time. And please remember, if you need to assert the Fifth Amendment, you can. I need to know that you can do that. But you testified.
Wow. That's not great. That's not great for Alex Jones, I don't think. That doesn't seem good to him to be him. Is there a video of him crying? Didn't he cry at one point? Do we have that? Do you have that video? When the prosecutor is like, you can't invoke your Fifth Amendment rights, you're so fucked. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think he's crying right now. Or maybe he was over his crying thing, because I know he like talked about how he believed that it was real now, the shooting. I'm pretty sure there's footage of him crying, admitting that the Sandy Hook shooting was real, though. Don't worry, Rob. Glenn Greenwald will leap into action, rescue Jones. Exactly. Glenn, please. Please, Glenn. Your boy is in trouble. He needs help. We're bullying Alex Jones now.
I've been told that it goes on, and he says that he's sorry, and we'd ask that the entire apartment.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
Well, what is it? Because you're not allowed food or gum of any kind in the courtroom.
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some gauze in there earlier, and it's been causing me to have some pain.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you?
No, I just want you to answer my question.
No, I was massaging the hole in my mouth with my tongue. Right here.
I don't want to see the inside of your mouth.
Oh no, there's no gum. Hole.
Glenn heading down to the courthouse like a parent whose kid has got their first speeding ticket, pleading with the prosecutor to get it reduced. This is a psyop. Exactly. This is all staged. This has all been staged. Just tuning in again. What are you walking into? You guys never tongue your socket? In fact, I do that. I've talked about that before. That's my like stimming thing that I do. I have a tick where I've got like a gap in between my teeth, and I make this little clicking sound on my teeth. I must admit that I do that. Yes. You can't not eat his brain force. He'll become feminized. That's right. I'm just picturing Glenn Greenwald just like holding him like this and just like giving a stern look to the judge while Jones is like into him. Like a protective stance. Do you have the one where he's crying? Should watch that. See his pug-nosed face.
She goes on TV and she says, Alex Jones hates women. Alex Jones attacks children. And she sits there with no soul, like nothing matters.
They call you an unalloyed racist.
And then I sit there and I put
So that's
up
my
with
man
her
Owen Schroyer.
saying that to
Owen Schroyer of Rob Rousseau's show fame. When I get a raid, we always hear from our friend Owen Schroyer. He's the guy that says that I'm a sick individual. And PJW looking fly with the bomber jacket as well, yeah.
me, but I did nothing to her. That's why she can't be beat, because she doesn't have a soul, Owen. You can't beat somebody doesn't have a soul. You can't beat somebody doesn't have a mama or a daddy who doesn't stand. She doesn't have God with her.
What would you say if she were here right now?
I'd say nothing. I'd say, you go on air.
He wouldn't say anything. He would sit his white ass down and listen. It's probably 95 in Texas, and PJW's rocking the fur-collared bomber jacket to own the libs. Yeah. I was remembering that too when Alex Jones said he forgot his kids' birthdays because he ate a big bowl of chili. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, he was like blackout drunk, I guess, in this. He was doing like an AMA on InfoWars, and he got blackout drunk,
And
talking
you
about his
say
wife
I
taking
attack
away his
children,
kids.
And you say I hate you, and you say I want to destroy you, and you say that I'm attacking children, and you don't show the proof. You're this corporate whore who sits up there with all this power, and you think in the final equation you have turned me into what you say I am to steal my soul.
So how does it feel when you get up every morning and you read this shit about yourself every day, then you look in the mirror and you're not that person? That must be...
It seems like Owen and Paul are egging this on. They're like, this is embarrassing and humiliating, but it's good. It's great content. It's great content. If Owen and Paul are like prodding him to fucking melt down more. How do you not laugh sitting next to him? I don't know how you don't. Imagine my shock. Paul, another guy without whom I would probably not have a career. I must admit, I don't like the guy, but is someone that played a large role in like giving me a platform and giving me a career and talking about this stuff in the first place. So sometimes he gets it right. Because Paul, when I made my comment about MS-13, Paul was one of the ones that really, he posted about it on Facebook. It got like tens of thousands of shares on Facebook with my controversial MS-13 comments. Remember when this guy was in Waking Life? He was in Scanner Darkly as well. He was in Scanner Darkly, and is in a kind of a cool scene in Scanner Darkly, which is a good movie. Also, another InfoWars nerd, which is the raid alert. That's right, a couple of InfoWars guys. Alex Jones was in Scanner Darkly. He shows up in Scanner Darkly as like a guy who's like ranting into a megaphone and then gets picked up by these like this nondescript van of like government agents and like disappear him. Which is funny because like when there was an actual moment during the George Floyd protests where there were actually nondescript vans full of government agents snatching people off the street, Alex Jones 100% supported that and thought it was great. We can watch the scene in a minute. Scanner Darkly is an awesome movie, also another movie in the Rob canon.
A big disconnect between the hate and the authenticity, right?
You're right, Paul. There's a big disconnect. Because I've known you 20 years. And all we're trying to promote is freedom. And I don't feel sorry for myself, but let me tell you, when the lawyer for Twitter is saying you're beating kids up and she doesn't show proof, and it's like how these people like attack you and stab you in the fucking gut, and they never take responsibility for what they've done.
Why do they hate you so much, though, Alex? What is it about you that they hate?
I like that music.
Here's Alex Jones in Scanner Darkly.
Where did substance D come from? Why can't we stop it? The bigger this war gets, the more freedoms we lose, the more substance D is on our streets. Can't you figure this out? Look around you. Look how far we've come. Humanity wasn't meant to live like this. Our every waking moment, tracked and traced and scanned. It's time to stop submitting to this tyranny. It's time to realize that we're being enslaved. Uh-oh, it's our tax dollars at work. Protect us from ourselves. Hey guys, I used to be one of you. Stop selling out your own species.
Substance D's making the frogs gay.
Get in.
Fucking awesome movie. That is unmistakably Alex Jones. Yes, it is. His waking life scene. Yeah, that one, it's another similar kind of thing, right? He's like driving around with a megaphone.
Don't talk about politics or religion. This is all the equivalent of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI. Lay down, GI. We saw it all through the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want. It's up to each and every one of us.
Rick Later loved those little local weirdos, yeah.
The hatred, the envy, and yes, the insecurities. Because that is the central mode of control. Make us feel pathetic, small. So we'll willingly give up our sovereignty, our liberty, our destiny. We have got to realize that we're being conditioned on a mass scale. Start challenging this corporate slave state. The 21st century is going to be a new century. Not the century of slavery, not the century of lies and issues of no significance and classism and statism and all the rest of the modes of control. It's going to be the age of humankind standing up for something pure and something right. What a bunch of garbage, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican. It's all there to control you, two sides of the same coin. Two management teams bidding for control, the CEO job of Slavery Incorporated. The truth is out there in front of you, but they lay out this buffet of lies. I'm sick of it, and I'm not...
That's the thing. This is why the CIA was like, we need to tap into this. We need to make this guy an asset. We need to tap into some of the stuff that this guy's saying. That's why he became an intelligence asset. No, I do think he's an op. I absolutely think Alex Jones is an op. Absolutely. Like someone was saying, there's no way he's going to go to jail because his CIA handlers will not let that happen. Yeah, and he did get way more off the rails over time. That's it. That's it. And listen, that's what no class analysis does to an MF, right? He sees that basic framework. He understands the lie that fundamentally like drives our whole culture, our society, about how our free Western democracy and all that stuff. He gets that. But then when you don't have that class analysis, then you go into the wacko libertarian conspiracy bullshit. You know, that's because you reject socialism. You don't have the class analysis. And then that sweet Coke money started rolling in, yeah. Or Obama, yeah, totally Joker-fied him, absolutely. But again, and recognizing that Obama was not who he says he was, that's real. That's something that is a real thing. That's a thread that you can tug on. But when you don't have that class analysis, you don't do the reading, you don't have the theory, you don't have the theory that animates these ideas, then you go down this wacko path, and you turn into fucking Alex Jones. Yeah, and that's exactly right with those right-wing conspiracies, Karam. That's right. Like his early NSA accusations and rile up was gaining a lot of traction. Then he just got lazy and said, yeah, the Jews are doing it. That's the whole thing, right? Because when you're not able to make the connection that capitalism is the fucking problem, it's like, no, capitalism is good, but it's these evil Jews that are controlling everything. And that's how you get pulled into that right-wing conspiracy thing. And you can make certain points about certain things and sound like you're making sense, but you don't have the theory, you haven't done the reading, you reject socialism, you're an anti-communist, and then that's the path that you end up going down. That right-wing conspiracy path where that's the ultimate answer to everything.
I'm not gonna take a bite out of it. Do you got me? Resistance is not futile. We're gonna win this thing. Humankind is too good. We're not a bunch of underachievers. We're gonna stand up and we're gonna be human beings. We're gonna get fired up about the real things, the things that matter. Creativity and the dynamic human spirit that refuses to submit. Well, that's it. That's all I got to say. It's in your court.
If you reject communism, you end up getting in a truck and driving to Ottawa to protest nonsense because you don't want to take medicine. That's right. Gradually, his skin tone is becoming more realistic. Yeah. Imagine listening to this dude on the radio in Texas in the 90s. And that's kind of the thing with Alex Jones too, is you can see why he became a popular figure. Like he's talented. He has talent. Like he has this ability. You know, if he didn't, he wouldn't be popular. People wouldn't follow him. People wouldn't listen to him. It's not surprising seeing this kind of stuff from his early career and saying, "Oh yeah, I can see. I can absolutely see why he built an audience." You know, but that's what that kind of like analysis gets you when you don't have socialism, you don't have class analysis, you don't have Marx. Why can't we have a communist Alex Jones? Yeah, that's the question. Why can't we? We got some more clips from his trial here we can take a look at as well.
Say to this jury that you complied with discovery. That is not true. You may not say it again. You may not tell this jury that you are bankrupt. That is also not true. You're already under oath to tell the truth. You've already violated.
This really, looking at the Waking Life clip and then looking at his clip for defamation in the Sandy Hook trial is a real like how it started, how it's going kind of thing, isn't it? The Rob Rousseau dick pill is coming soon. You can do the accident. And that's why we need to embrace Leninism. Lenin told us, folks. Lenin told us. We need to seize the control of the state and turn it against the people that have been oppressing the people in the lower classes. The state exists. Folks, the state exists as an instrument in which the highest classes oppress everyone else. We need to seize control of the state, folks, and we need to pick the people at the top of the triangle, the top of the pyramid, and put them at the bottom, and create a dictatorship of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Commie Alex Jones is a good character. It's true. It is true. There's something we can use there, I think. Folks, why are you criticizing China because it has a state? If you clearly read the chapter in State and Revolution about the transition from socialism, from the transition from capitalism to socialism, Marx clearly outlines that the state will wither away. It doesn't just go away automatically. You don't become a socialist society overnight. You don't press the communism button and the state immediately goes away. You must defeat imperialism. There must be a state as long as imperialism is a threat, which will be a lifetime of struggle. As long as imperialism is a threat, there must be a state to defend yourself against imperialist aggression. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now buy these dick pills. These are endorsed by President Xi himself, these Rob Rousseau brand dick pills. It's based on a traditional Chinese medicine, these dick pills. Oh boy. Or just replace globalist with imperialist. Like, it's really not that difficult. Yeah, seriously. It's just you need to make a few a few little tweaks to the script is out there for you. Guaranteed to get you hard enough to resist imperialism. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's good. That's good stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
That oath twice today in just those two examples. It seems absurd to instruct you again that you must tell the truth while you testify, yet here I am. You must tell the truth while you testify. This is not your show. Do you understand what I have said?
Yes, I believe what I said was true. So I don't.
Yes, you believe everything you say is true, but it isn't. Your beliefs do not make something true. That is what we're doing here. Just because you claim to think something is true does not make it true. It does not protect you. It is not allowed.
That's pretty good. So I think it was Johnny dialectically has now awakened something in me. I have a feeling Communist Alex Jones is going to be a recurring character on this program.
Mr. Reynolds had told the jury that there was 29 minutes total in Lord's videos. He played 51 minutes in a single video, so we know that's not true. He tried to tell the jury about Ms. Lewis's testimony about 3 billion page views, that she had testified that it was 3 million individuals, which he explicitly said was not and could not be determined. And in fact, were people returning multiple times, attempted to mislead the witness into thinking that's what she was saying. He has routinely, every single day of this trial, broken rules that a first-year lawyer knows. He has routinely placed inadmissible material in front of the jury. It is from our perspective at this table that Mr. Renault is actively trying for a mistrial. And obviously, we don't want that to happen. We would hope that at this point we could have Mr. Renault instructed to please follow rules which we all know, he very well knows, and to not attempt to sabotage what is happening to the plaintiffs. Otherwise, I want this on the record, and why I'm bringing it to you now, because we will be bringing additional motions for sanctions if this continued conduct continues.
All right.
Does look kind of like Matt Damon.
Tried to imply, very upset that you have tried to imply to the jury that we know how many videos about Sandy Hook were released by your clients, when we don't, because they refused to respond to discovery. So I do not want you to do that again. And I don't want you to argue with me about it. That is the rule of this case. That's it. They didn't respond. We don't know. So don't couch it in that language.
Your Honor,
I'm still talking. I'm not really being asked to do anything except tell you to follow the rules, which I feel like I've done many times already.
Just handle the case poorly on purpose, then call it a mistrial.
Conversations about how I know you know what the rules are, and you know what the rules are, but you've chosen not to follow them on occasion. And I'm asking you again, follow the rules. We are not going to take up sanctions in the middle of this trial. So if somebody wants to file a motion for sanctions, we'll take it at the conclusion of the trial. If I believe actions in front of me rise to the level of contempt of court, I will deal with that when it happens. Had I been in the room the day there was altercation, we would be in that situation, but I was not.
Your Honor, the jury instructions that you just distributed said that the jury has to base its decision on the evidence adduced in the courtroom. Frankly, the number of videos, their length, this is evidence that is being adduced in the courtroom.
Yes, but what you said was not, we've shown the jury 29 minutes of clips where the word Sandy Hook appears or anything like that. It was, they released in total 29 minutes. That is not true. Very upset.
Mr. Radall had testimony.
Seems like it's going really well. I'm going to have to tweet out a clip of that communist Alex Jones bit. that was pretty good. Rob Rousseau dick pill is coming soon. You can do the accident. And that's why we need to embrace Leninism. Lenin told us, folks. Lenin told us. We need to seize the control of the state and turn it against the people that have been oppressing the people in the lower classes. The state exists. Folks, the state exists as an instrument in which the highest classes oppress everyone else. We need to seize control of the state, folks, and we need to pick the people at the top of the triangle, the top of the pyramid, and put them at the bottom, and create a dictatorship of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't want to toot my own horn here too much, but oh boy. Is there any more nails that you can see a little glimmer in his eye? Is there any more of this like trial footage? Should we keep talking about this, or like I'm open to whatever. I'm down for whatever. The man of 1,000 voices at it again. Now James, I know James appreciates more than anyone else in this community, appreciates my chameleonic ability to use different accents and mimic other cultures. I know people in this chat, in this community, I know they appreciate this. No one appreciates more than James Ed Smith. No one appreciates these abilities like this man. What is this? Alex Jones is getting roasted on cross-examination as Sandy Hook lawyer Mark Bankston plays video for the jury of Jones slamming the jurors as blue-collar people who don't know what planet they are on. Okay. Okay. If Rob grew up in Brooklyn, he would have gotten more acting gigs than Sam Sater. Yeah.
I'm almost done here. Shit. So I'm almost done here. So you pretend to be a journalist, and you want to look at people like me so you can say you're the good guy.
I think you're on trial though, right? For not having.
No, the corporate media is on trial, and so is the rigged judiciary here.
But you literally today are on trial.
No, you are
just
on
to
trial.
clarify.
You're on trial.
I'm not.
You're on trial.
Okay.
Failed Soros propped up corporate media.
All right.
Nothing but a pirate. All right, you ready to talk?
We have similar questions. There was some confusion about whether.
Shit.
The globalists are on trial. I saw he had a big meltdown the other day. I don't know what to even search for to find the clip, but he's talking about how he's going to he's being born again. He's going to be born again like Jesus Christ. Like he's going through like the tribulations, like the trials and tribulations. He has a meltdown every day. No, I know you need more information than that. I know. But he went through a big like sanctimonious, like I'm basically Jesus Christ.
My right for a jury to decide if I'm guilty, and now a judge tells a jury that I'm guilty, and they're trying to hide that from the jury. And during the jury questioning, they were really confused and kept asking, well, I thought you're innocent until proven guilty in criminal or civil trial. And she goes, well, this is a special case. I say he's guilty. She read that to the jury. I say Alex Jones is guilty, and now you're going to decide how guilty he is. And then they get up there and put all these edited videos out completely out of context.
Gotta have that context.
Anything like it. And this is the weaponization of the judiciary. It's absolutely horrifying. This is a witch hunt. This is a show trial. This will go down in history as one of the greatest show trials ever to happen, not just here, but even in places like Nazi Germany. I mean, even in Nazi Germany, they let you basically be innocent or proven guilty. They would then just rig.
When you're trying to defend yourself, I don't think it's a good idea to be like, those Nazis weren't actually, like, they had it right, that part right. This is even worse than Nazi Germany. At least in Nazi Germany, it wasn't so bad. I think he could tell too. As soon as he started on that tact, you could tell he had a moment of self-doubt. Look at this. He has a moment of self-doubt when he's like, at least in Nazi Germany, he's like, ooh, maybe that's not the best.
This is a
Look at him.
Witch hunt. This is a show trial. This will go down in history as one of the greatest show trials ever to happen, not just here, but even in places like Nazi Germany. I mean, even in Nazi Germany, they let you.
That's the moment he's like, should I keep going with this? Should I keep going with this one? I don't know. This might not be the best. When I'm making a case for how I should not be being persecuted, maybe that's not the best case to be making. God, I actually hurt my voice. I actually strained my voice doing my communist Alex Jones impression. I actually injured myself from doing this. Do I really want to do this? Yeah, seriously.
Basically be innocent or proven guilty, they would then just rig parts of the trial. Here, she says, I'm guilty until proven guilty. Guilty until proven guiltier. Not guilty until proven innocent, like Nazi Germany, because you were guilty until proven innocent in Nazi Germany. Here, I'm guilty, the judge says, and then they decide how guilty. And then, I mean, the process of this has been unbelievable. They have all our emails, all our documents, all our videos that we gave them. They defaulted as saying we didn't give them any of that. I spent millions and millions of dollars. They don't tell anybody that she's fined me $1.5 million, and we're not allowed to tell the jury that. She put an order out saying, you will not tell the jury that you're innocent You will not tell the jury that you're not getting a fair trial. This is an order and motions in limine. You will not tell the jury that you're not a bad person. I have to sit there.
That's not really like how that
He's
works.
guilty, and you're just going to decide how much he pays. This is the murder of your rights.
I don't believe that's how the criminal justice system works. I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but generally, I don't think it is the defendant's job to say like whether they're guilty or not guilty or whether they're a good person. Oh, our friend or our boy Owen's getting yelled at too. Our boy Owen Schroyer also getting in on the action here. He's got to defend Daddy. Owen, I understand. Owen, I get it. I get it. When Daddy's in trouble, you've got to go into his defense. I get it, Owen. Friend of the stream, Owen Schroyer, everybody.
You testified just today that you were a guest or a co-host with Mr. Jones on Tuesday. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified that you did a show and then a second show. Is that right?
Yes.
And what were the topics of those two shows? I mean, were any of the topics of those two shows this trial?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Jones talk about anything that happened at the trial?
I don't recall exactly what was discussed.
Are they still available for viewing?
I believe so.
So you think you talked about the trial without talking about what happened at the trial?
I'm not sure.
Well, you just told me...
You're not sure about much, are you,
the
Owen?
included this trial, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm asking you, did you talk about what happened in this courtroom? And you said, I don't remember.
Well, I just don't recall the exact details.
I'm not asking you for any details. Did you talk about things that happened in this courtroom?
Probably yes.
Didn't Mr. Reynal inform you that you were under the rule?
What rule?
So is that a no? Did he have a conversation with you about being under the rule?
Going great.
Well, he did. He told me not to watch any other witness testimony.
Did he not tell you you weren't to speak with any other witness?
I don't believe so.
Did he not tell you you weren't supposed to discuss anything that happened in this courtroom during the trial?
No.
Okay. Who is listed as a potential witness?
Free Owen.
That includes you, your current.
I've had more direct conversations with my 4-year-old
You have
niece.
been placed under
It's
the
easy.
rule.
They can never get you. They can never convict you as long as you're like, I don't know. No, I don't think so. And you just hire this bumbling lawyer, just like you hire just a guy off the street who just completely fucks up all the time. This is the ultimate legal defense. Any crime, it doesn't matter. As long as your lawyer is totally incompetent and you just go like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so. They can never get you. Just never admit to anything. I don't know. More people need to do this. The guy John Goodman. Am I the only one who gives a shit about the rules? I don't remember. Equals easy past innocence. Talking about, tie it back to what we were talking about with stand-up comedy. One of my first favorite comedians, who I don't think has gone crazy in the same way that a lot of his contemporaries have, is Steve Martin. Steve Martin has a great bit about that too. You can get off of any crime with 2 simple words. I forgot. Your Honor, I forgot armed robbery was illegal. You can outsmart the judge. This is it. You can do it. These people are operating on another level. No, we saw that no free will. Yeah, we did see that. Yeah. This is why you're not a lawyer. You don't know about the not guilty due to my lawyer sucking clause in U.S. case history. That's it. I haven't spent enough time studying these things.
Which means, this doesn't apply to parties or experts, but it does apply to you, that it will be necessary for you to remain outside the courtroom while other witnesses are testifying.
Yeah, absolutely, G.
You are
Kleppy.
not to talk with each other. or with any other person, including the parties, about the case, except by permission of the court. You may, however, discuss your testimony with the attorneys in the case. You are not to read any report of or comment upon the testimony in the case while under the rule. Any witness or other person violating these instructions may be punished for contempt of court, and it may result in my striking the witness's testimony. Thank you. You may step down.
Owen. Jesus Christ, Owen. What are you doing with your life? Owen actually invited me to go on InfoWars one time. I almost I don't really regret not doing it, because like I was leery about that, because like the possibility to, I don't want to end up in some clip that out of context thing that helps them in any way. But Owen did ask me to go on InfoWars one time. And I was like, no, thank you, sir. No, thank you, Owen. I don't believe I will be doing that. I can't remember what it was about either. It was like something on Twitter that I made fun of him over. He was like, why don't you come on InfoWars to talk about it? And I was like, I don't think I will. I don't think I will do that, Owen. I didn't want to debate Owen Schroyer on InfoWars. No, it may have been funny. It may have been funny, but I think overall I just don't. They've got a whole control room and stuff, and you know, they've got all these, it's their territory, and I feel like I'm going to end up getting screwed if I try to do this. You're in luck. There may be a spot opening up that would be perfect for Communist Alex Jones. Continue the really useful left tactic of debating people who don't have points worth debating. Well, that's exactly why I don't ever debate or do any of that bullshit, because it's stupid. I think if I were to ever do something like that, it wouldn't be to debate. It would just be to like make a mockery of the whole thing and to try and make fun of it and try and, you know. But it's a dangerous game, though, I think, when you're on their sort of turf and then they can take you what you say and do whatever they want with it. Were you afraid of getting got by Owen Schroyer, Cuck Destroyer? That's right. The Jack Allison approach to debate. Yeah, absolutely. God. The Jack Allison appearance on Destiny's stream that time was really one of the most painful things that I've listened to. And I love Jack and appreciate him, but like that was like, oh my God, that's horrible to listen to. If I ran a media company, I would just use a filter that made everyone I don't like have a slightly smaller head than normal. That's nice. I like that. I like that. Careful, you might have ended up apologizing and agreeing with InfoWars like John and Jack. That's right. That's if you're not careful, that's how they get you. I do wish, like, while we're talking about Alex Jones, we don't need to talk about it too much longer, but I really wish I could find the clip that I was talking about earlier. We got it. We got this one. This one too. Here's Alex Jones saying, sometimes crime should maybe be legal.
That there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it is done only on rare occasions.
If you just do a little crime, it's actually not that bad. That's a great pause face as well. If you just do a little crime, it's really not that big of a deal.
Can you read that again, please?
Yes, I can. The defense has testified InfoWars mentions Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions?
Well, this is civil, but there is a law of right and wrong, and we have paid a massive price for the mistakes we made.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Yes, read it again, please.
Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions? Yes or no?
That's, well, it's not, No, I don't think, even when people do stuff on accident, I think they're still somewhat culpable. But I did not do this consciously.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not the question.
Let's see if I would love to just kick it off with this clip. I watched it the other day. When he had a total meltdown and compared himself to Jesus and all this stuff. He was like, I'm going to be reborn again and stuff like that. He was like really on one. Really on one. Here's the one where he is. I think this is the one where he's crying.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh, goodness. G Cluppy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you, G Cluppy. Pog. Poggers. I really appreciate that, G Cluppy. Thanks. He acts purely on instinct. That puts him outside the realm of human laws. A base sub-gifter, absolutely. Thank you for content. Everyone gift subs and bits for the tent. Is that a new thing we're going to start doing? It's some giving you some tent. That's the hip, cool way of talking about this stuff. But I agree that if you do enjoy the content, if you do enjoy this program, and you enjoy, excuse me, and now I sound like Alex Jones now. If you enjoy wacky characters such as Communist Alex Jones that I create in conjunction with people in the chat, I encourage you to please subscribe to this channel, folks. Going on 3 hours here. But I'm not Alex Jones. I don't have the InfoWars. I don't have the Coke money. I don't have any of the. This man's a multimillionaire. I'm nothing. I got nothing. Okay? So if you want to support better content than InfoWars, where we do talk about conspiracy theories, but do it with the correct class analysis lens, then you should support this program.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You should support this program. You can do so by subscribing for $5 a month. You can use your Prime sub to subscribe completely free of charge if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can give subs if you're feeling generous, like G Cluppy did just now, or Kijiji Genie.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Kijiji Genie, for gifting a sub to Communist Alex. Thank you, Kijiji Genie, and thank you, Gen X Bushy, as well for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Khrushchevite Owen Schroyer next. I would need to like sit down and think about how that would work before I can. That's not something I could improv.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Friendship tent has risen. Hands up, TRRS guns.
Oh, the friendship tent has risen. Thank you, Useless, for the 200 friend coin. You can send a cashier's check personally to Rob's P.O. Box. And I will send you some of my communist brain pills. Endorsed by Mao himself, folks. Just pitching friendship tents. That's right, Ghost. That's right. So again, yeah, if you can, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate it a lot. It helps support me, helps keep this content on the air, keeps the show on the air. And it's really cool. And it makes us, as you know, from if you're familiar at all with the friendship triangle system, it makes it so we're actually friends, right? There's a lot of like parasocial relationships and online stuff. You know, we have developed parasocial relationships. And when you subscribe to this channel and join this community and join the friendship triangle system, we are friends. And it's real. It's real. We're real friends. And you can tell people that. You can tell your family. And everyone else in the community is also your friend now. Right? And that's wonderful. Real friends, that's right. No, absolutely. It's not parasocial anymore. It's social. It's just you take away all that pretext. If you sub legally, if a judge asked Rob if you're friends, he has to say yes. And if I said no, it would be perjury. That would be a lie.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Thank you, Gauntlet. Thank you, M. Gauntlet, for the 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you. And when you're an elite member of the Friendship Triangle, as M. Gauntlet just displayed, we're even better friends. Then we're best friends. Okay? If you're on the bottom level of the triangle, we're friends. Absolutely. Of course we are. Of course we're friends. If you're higher up there on the triangle, in the Friendship Triangle system, then we're best friends, though. Then we're even better. And the level of friends we are can be changed at any time. Can be changed at any time. If you want to become best friends, there's a simple method to do that. There's a simple method to accomplish this. So, which is a lot easier than like if you're walking around in real life, it's hard to make friends. It's hard to have a best friend. In this community, it's quite simple. Rob has to answer your weird text once you're in the triangle. Yes, I do. That's true. That's right. From each according to their ability to each according to their need. Karl Marx on gifting subs in Rob's Twitch streams. That's right. That's in the book. It's right there in the book. We become same level. When you gift 5+ subs and get to that elite level of the Friendship Triangle, we're as good friends as I am with my childhood friend, Fat Pussy. That's right. For the low price of $4.99 a month, you too can find a core experience of humanity. That's absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct, friends. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Weenus, it's true. I'm very heartwarmed by my friends in the chat being friendly about me becoming a dad last week. Weenus, I don't even know if I saw that. Did I? I don't know if I saw that, Weenus. But see, I know I'm doing kind of like actually, I'm not doing a bit. I'm being 100% serious. And I'm being 100% serious now when I say to Weenus, my friend Weenus of Lore, congratulations. That's really, really cool and exciting. Becoming a dad is really has been the best thing I ever did. Best thing I ever did. Former LDS here, I seem to remember the each according thing a lot about tithing. Was Joseph Smith the commie? I don't think so. I don't believe so. But you've seen a number of people have used that kind of those kind of ideas for their own ends, definitely, because they're very popular ideas. You don't seem like the dad type. You seem like the cool uncle. No, I'm the cool dad. That's me. Looking forward to Weenus's forthcoming grill tips and corny jokes. And you get it as the moment you become a dad, you get a copy of Asia, the Steely Dan album Asia, on vinyl. Just shows up on your doorstep. And that becomes a big part of your personality. Don't ask me to explain it. Do we have any other takers to gift subs or subscribe to the channel? We got 40 seconds left in this hype train, folks. 40 seconds left in this hype train. We could do that. We could get emotes and stuff as well. Right? That's in the hype train. The stork
You can
brings
count
the
on
album.
me.
That's
You're gonna
right.
have
Yeah.
Good old Rob to talk.
The stork brings the baby, and you get a little grill cookbook and Asia on vinyl. Thank you, Alana. Thank you for gifting a sub, Alana. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind and generous community. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this clip. Here's the clip we've been talking about today.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, Special Fish. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Special Fish.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And I thought the hype train was over. I thought it was over, and from the depths, the hype train was just about to expire, and generous chatters, Alana, Special Fish with the 2 gifted subs, and Dr. Maggot with the gifted sub, the Hail Mary pass at the last moment. The Hail Mary pass at the last moment got us through. Thank you so much to Dr. Maggot, to Alana, and to Special Fish for the 2 gifted subs. In all seriousness, how do you feel about raising a kid in a world like this? I mean, that's something that every parent has to go through, Raul. The thing I tell myself is that, like, all throughout human history, there's been war, famine, disease. It's never been, like, an ideal time. The only time that it's ever been, like, all your needs are met, and, like, that's the kind of norm in society, has been, like, recently, just over the last century or so. If you live in the West and if you have a certain amount of economic security, right? There's always been dangers. There's always been scary things that are going on. And if you believe in humanity and you want humanity to continue existing, we actually need to continue making kids.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Subscription Steve, thank you for 8 months of tier 1. Thank you. Yeah, at one point, people weren't at the top of the food chain. They still made kids. That's right. And just on a personal level, I mean, having a kid is just like, it makes it, for me anyways, I feel like a lot more difficult. I don't want to say impossible, but a lot more difficult to just like give up. And to just to say like, fuck it, there's nothing we can do. It's too late. Our enemies are too powerful. And there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do to change any of this stuff. Maybe all that is true, but it's like having a kid and wanting to try to do whatever you can to ensure that they have like a better future than you did. I think it's something that really has motivated me to continue just like doing whatever I can. As far as I can say, I'm doing anything at all, which is questionable considering I'm on a Twitch stream. But it's like it makes it impossible because it's just like I can't just quit. I can't just sign. I can't just give up. I can't just check out. Because it's important to me that my son has a future to grow up in. And frankly, I just like having kids as well. Like, regardless of any of the political ramifications or climate change or anything that's going on in the world, I love my son more than anything in the whole world, you know? And I have you have a kid, and it's hard having a kid, right? It's expensive. It's you don't sleep very much. You lose your time and ability to be able to go out and do things for yourself. It's hard. It's really hard. But at the same time, you have this little friend, you have this little person that you get to see grow and change, and who loves you unconditionally, and you love them unconditionally.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You know, and there's something magical about that. Thank you, Schlatsky. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Schlatsky. Brand new community member. Thank you so much. My father-in-law just proved that love is conditional.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Friend coin for Venom.
Thank you, Doc Hollywood. Thank you. I work in retail, and all the kids constantly saying hi to people is great. My kid loves that. He's so friendly.
Count on
He just talks to
You're gonna have
everybody.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
He talks to everybody. We were on vacation at the beach in Maine, and we just everywhere we go, he's like, hi, my name's Elliot. I'm from Montreal. And he's literally just going up to every single person that he sees and just brightening everyone's day. You're making me emotional. It's exactly how I feel about my daughter. I'm happy to hear that cut, man. And thank you very much, Chaos the Gardener, for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Chaos the Gardener. The moment Rob became a dad, he handed in his notice at Northrop Grumman and became a communist. Well, I mean, I started the process of leaving Northrop Grumman, and that's an ongoing process, okay? It takes time. It takes time to get out of these. I got to find a different sort of situation. He's on leave. That's right. At the same time, I will say that having kids is not for everyone. I don't think like people feel that pressure, right? I'm just supposed to have kids, so I'm just going to do it. And I don't think anyone should just do it because it's something to do. If you don't want to have kids, don't. You don't need, then don't do it. No one should feel pressured, or no one should feel like less of a good person, or like less than not valuable because they don't have kids. You don't need to have kids. It's totally fine to not have kids. Sometimes your partner's on birth control and you don't really get to decide. I don't want to get into the details, the gritty details of how this stuff works, but yes, certainly sometimes you do take precautions that don't actually end up working out, and then you just have to kind of deal with it. Anyway, I do really love being a dad, and I love my son a lot. If you don't follow the Marxist, Leninist, Rousseauist parenting model, it's unethical. Yeah. Well, it's I will say it's tricky to make sure your kids have the proper values, because kids inevitably want to rebel from their parents as well. So I think the more you have to try and instill a value system, but you can't be militant about it, I don't think, because then they'll inevitably reject it. Like, look at Liz Truss in the UK. Look at Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris. They all have these Marxist parents, and then they become like fucking dipshit neoliberals or conservatives. Like Liz Truss is like an arch conservative, modern day Thatcher that wants to lead the UK and be a new Thatcher, and her dad is like this communist, is like this Marxist university professor. He's like, fuck, and he's just miserable. So you got to watch out with that. Same with Obama. Obama a little bit. I mean, Obama's mom famously did work for the State Department, and isn't his dad kind of left? I guess there's his dad, but he also had like a Indonesian anti-communist stepfather at one point. Old Barry was hanging out in Indonesia in the 60s there. USA says China has no free speech, yet USA puts radio persons on trial for anti-USA speech. Do you think that's why Alex Jones is on trial? So I agree with American hands off Taiwan. I agree that America should keep its hands off Taiwan. I agree with that. And I agree also that Americans lecturing China about free speech is not accurate, and that we don't actually, our freedom of speech here is kind of an illusion. I agree with that. But you think Alex Jones is on trial for anti-USA speech. I don't agree with that. I disagree. I disagree with you, sir. I disagree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. I was with you a little bit. On some of this stuff, but I don't think that Alex Jones is on trial for being anti-USA. He's specifically on trial for repeatedly claiming that the Sandy Hook shooting, famously in which many small children were murdered, and Alex Jones repeatedly suggested that these people were like crisis actors, and the parents that lost their children were like actors, like paid actors, and then they were like repeatedly harassed by people that listen to Alex Jones's program. So it's not really that he's on trial for being anti-USA. I'm anti-USA as well, and I'm not on trial. So it's more about the harassing the parents of murdered children, I think, is the main thing. Not so much about the anti-USA stuff. Oh boy, American hands off Taiwan now. You got some really chaotic political views there, I gotta say. There's really a smorgasbord of different ideas that are on display here right now. Let me say this here. He blamed USA government. So they wanted to make sure nobody blames the USA government ever again. For instance, people criticize USA for lying about Xinjiang. They're allowed on news, yet if you say China's story, the news in USA will not allow it. Wow. That's those are certainly a bunch of words and ideas. I'll say that much. I will say that much. Alex Jones is 48. Oh my God, he's 9 years older than me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm going to say, just once again, I'm just going to remind you, though, that it's not about Alex Jones blaming the U.S. government. That's not why he's on trial. He's on trial for defamation because he repeatedly used his radio program to say that, once again, I'll just remind you, the parents of murdered children were like fake and lying and were being actors. And then not only did he say that, I mean, I think that would be pretty bad in and of itself. Not only that, though, then people that listen to Alex Jones repeatedly like harassed these parents whose children were murdered. They showed up at their house. They'd be calling them and criticizing and like saying, "You're an actor and you're faking that your child was murdered." That's more of the issue here. It's not really the anti-USA thing. And all this whole analogy about China that you're trying to cobble together, I mean, I'm with you on some of that. I'm with you on a little bit of that. Where I think you're going a little off the rails is the whole thing about Alex Jones and you know what he's on trial for and stuff. The defamation trial is over. He's guilty. Now they're just determining how much damage he has to pay. Okay, there we go. I see. Yeah. So you know, I hear what you're saying. I'm with you on some of that stuff, but I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on other things that you were saying. It's just a Brandon alt. His unhinged fans went to the kids' houses. That's more the issue here. It's not like a free speech thing. That's not really what it's about. And like the whole free speech argument is kind of interesting too, because it's like, I agree that people, like, if people want to go on around and claim that like shootings didn't happen or whatever, I think that's kind of weird, but I don't think that the government should come and arrest you for saying things that are weird and not true. But you do cross a line, though, when you start encouraging your fans to harass parents of murdered children. Because then it's not just free speech. Then you have to take into the fact that the parents of the murdered children, they also have rights as well. And they have the right not to be harassed by like deranged online weirdos who have already had the most horrific pain inflicted on them, losing children to like a horrific murder. Then you also have people like screaming at you and calling you a lying actor, a crisis actor and stuff. So you have to take that into account as well. Right? I was under the impression that parents with murdered children don't have rights. No, they do, in fact, have rights. Yeah. He's free to say those things, but he's not free from the consequences of saying it. Yeah. And if no one had ever harassed any of these parents and he had just gone and settled this shit, if he had just said all this stuff and there had been no harassment of these parents, then he probably would have been okay. And frankly, because he's a multimillionaire and a CIA asset, he will probably continue to be okay, regardless of any of this, regardless of what happens in this case. I was going to ask if you're in the politics category. I'm not, though. I'm just chatting. I'm just chatting. I don't know what's going on with that. You don't think his sponsorships are going to dwindle OAN style? I mean, maybe, but he's got a loyal audience who will pay for his content and pay for the products that he sells. Taiwan and title. There's the issue. There's the problem, which we haven't even talked about, which we have not even mentioned once. 3 hours and 20 minutes into this thing. What are your thoughts on pegging? Personally, it's not something that I've ever really participated in, but I encourage anyone, if you enjoy it, God bless you. Not personally my thing, but no judgment. No judgment to anyone that enjoys that. Personally, it's fucking rad. So we do have a marketplace of ideas. Look at that. We've got people that can confirm in the chat that it's great. And I support and respect that. As long as you're pegging responsibly. That's right. I must say it's never really been an option on the table that's presented to me. I mean, I can't say what I would or wouldn't do in any given situation. You know? I'll say that much. I'll say that much. It's never really been presented to me as an option. So if I ever get to that point, then I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. How about that? How about that? But what does fat pussy think? We need fat pussy at dark times like this. Absolutely. Rob Rousseau in stream, I've just been informed by very reliable sources in Danish intelligence that a Chinese Xi'an H-20 long-range stealth aircraft has carried out a raid against an American senator and hit her $10,500 fridge freezer combo, as well as the $21,000 worth of ice cream it contained. Prayers up. Prayers up for Nancy. I think you missed the origin of the fat pussy riff. I think it's better if you don't know. I think it's better if you don't know the origin of it. That's true. She's not a senator. That's true. She's not even a senator. Comrade social distancing is exposed as being a non-American. Exposed. How dare you weigh in on this stuff? Pelosi is lower than the stinkiest dog. And I agree with you on that. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. Doesn't Pelosi have Nvidia stock in their made in Taiwan? Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit yesterday. I talked about the whole Taiwan thing a lot, and that's definitely a part of it. Her investments into like the whole chip bill she's promoting now. It's part of this play to like boost domestic chip production. I hope she dropped off some sand. I hope she goes to pound sand, this lady. you know what? We're going to get to the Taiwan thing. I'm going to do a segment on Taiwan. Let me finish watching this Alex Jones shit. I'll take a little break, okay? Because I've been going almost 4 hours, 3.5 hours. I'll take a little break, go to the bathroom and refill my water and everything, and we can talk about Taiwan and stuff, and we can actually get into that rather than doing it now. But let me just watch this clip here. Back to Alex Jones.
Mr. Jones, you know how an iPhone works, right? You've had iPhone text messaging for several years now. Yeah.
Oh, we saw this already.
What does it mean if the messages are in blue?
Oh, no, we don't.
Whose messages are those? Whose phone is this taken from?
I don't know whose phone's taken from. I mean, I turned the phone over and said, take the stuff off.
Can I have you look in the very bottom below the very bottom left corner? Is that your phone number?
Yes. So you did get my text messages. And it said you didn't. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones. Oh. Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones.
We already watched this.
Did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about saying you okay. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone, and then...
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you know this happened?
No, I didn't know this happened. But I mean, I told you I gave them the phone over. Just
answer the question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course, I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not why I got it.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones,
please just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure.
We already saw that. Excuse me. Worth looking at again. I'm taking one more look to see if I can find the clip I was mentioning when he, on his show the other night, when he fucking lost his mind. Is it this? Let's see. Oh, what's this? What is this bullshit? Okay, this is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to waste your time with that. I don't want that. Excuse me. I was gonna just give me a moment here. Give me one moment. And I'm gonna see if I can find Alex Jones's weird meltdown from his show the other day. And I'm just scrolling and talking. I'm scrolling and talking and not having dead air. This is the key to being a pro streamer. It's not entertaining or engaging content, right? I'm just scrolling and I'm trying to look for a clip that I foolishly did not bookmark. So I'm just scrolling down the Alex Jones video tab on Twitter, hoping I can find it. And that's why I'm just continuing to talk like this, to keep you all engaged. And I know we have our friends on audio mode, that when I don't talk and I'm just sitting here scrolling on a website, it's not exactly enjoyable or entertaining content. And now here I am, I'm still scrolling. There's a whole lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of Alex Jones videos out there right now, I guess. So I'm still doing that, and that's the reason that I'm still continuing to talk, is just so anyone that's watching because my brain has been kind of like everything about Twitch, the whole experience has been gamified to such an extent that my brain takes the viewer numbers and the subscriber numbers as a sort of testament to my self-worth. And when I got dead air, and I'm just scrolling a website and I've got dead air, people stop watching, people tune out, they click other Twitch channels. And that's like every time that happens, that's a physically painful thing for me because that's how my brain has been warped by the last almost 2 years of streaming on this platform. That's one of the things that I've learned. That is just that my brain has just been completely warped by doing this as a career. I don't know what kind of long-term consequences that's going to have. I mean, I'm going to figure that out when I get there, I guess. But that's just the way it is. Is this the thing that I wanted to find? Please.
It's demonic. They all act demonically possessed. The judge, the lawyers, it's surreal to be around them. And it makes you feel sorry for them because these people are committed to a cult ideology of the New World Order. And they're never going to stop.
Again, when my fans harass the family of murdered children and people get mad at me for it, it's because they're demons. Nothing I did contributed to this, of course. Nothing that I did contributed to this in any way. It must be because I'm being persecuted by demonic fascists that control the government.
It's demonic. They all act demonically possessed. The judge, the lawyers, it's surreal to be around them. And it makes you feel sorry for them because these people are committed to a cult ideology of the New World Order. And they're never going to stop. They're getting rid of all the checks and balances, all of our basic freedoms. They've gutted the border. They're promoting pedophilia everywhere. They are just annihilating the social contract. They are destroying our country by design. They have been turned loose. When I talk about they, I mean the general crazed mob of the left. It's demonic. They all act demonically possessed.
Cool guy. Excuse me. I'm still not immune now. I was really sick last week, as you remember, and I'm still not immune to apparently having coughing fits. This persistent bug that I have, which is probably could possibly be some evidence of demonic possession.
Court persecution that's going on, and I have had the staff at the courthouse tell me, almost all of them I walk by and talk to, we appreciate you, we understand what's happening, this is wrong, we're ashamed. They fist bump us and my crew. When I go to the little cafe next door during a break, they give us free food, and the waitresses kiss us on the cheeks and say, hey, that New York Times reporter came over and asked me if you were drinking alcohol. I told you weren't. I mean, it's like Fight Club where it's on. I'm at the grocery store yesterday, shake 20 hands, probably walked by 50 people. They all said, we're so sorry for what's happening. It's wrong. Keep fighting. How do you take it? I had crew members, like a bunch of them, come into my office this morning and hug me.
That set is crazy. Like, that's got to be so expensive. Look at this set. Eventually, this is going to be me when I really get up to the level that we all know that I'm going to be able to get to. Right? I'm going to have one of these big sets as well. But God, that's got to be so expensive, though. That's millions and millions of dollars going into the production values on this. You just need a garage, that's right. It's like Fight Club.
How do you take it? I had crew members, like a bunch of them, come into my office this morning and hug me. I had Owen come in here and hug me.
Of course, Owen was hugging him. Like how how the clip ends too. Owen, of course, giving Daddy a nice hug. That's nice. They have a beautiful relationship. I'm just imagining Alex and like, Alex and Owen Schroyer like playing catch out in the backyard, the little white picket fence, the barbecue hissing, the birds singing. Maybe you got the baseball game on the radio. Alex and little baby Owen just having a little nice game of catch in the backyard. The mom's coming with the apron to bring out the nice chilled pitcher of lemonade, Owen, I'm so proud of you, Owen. Damn it, Owen, every time I see you, I'm just so damn proud of the man that you've turned into, the man that you've grown up into. Every single day, Owen, you're out there talking about the dangers of the globalist agenda, the globalist NWO agenda. And I've known you just since you were a little child. I've watched you grow and learn, and I'm just so damn proud of you. Is Owen his son? No, I mean, but technically, yeah, that's a yes, God, this is crazy. Like, I almost think that there's no way, like, when we talk about Alex Jones being an op as well, look, here's where he talks about, in this trial, talks about the amount of fucking money, like, just to look at his set, here he's in the trial actually talking about how much money InfoWars makes, and it's stunning. This can't just all be from people, private donors and stuff. There's for sure, like, not only is there big right-wing oligarch money behind that, absolutely, I am positive that there's a laundering process going on. He's getting money from some unaccountable agency. You have this massive labyrinthine U.S. intelligence apparatus with all kinds of offshooting. It's been growing to God knows how much. At what size, over the last couple of decades, especially with Jones talks about a lot, there is some fucking random bureaucracy that's got this guy on the payroll. I'm positive that there is.
And can you tell us what year it begins in?
Looks like September 2015.
And can you flip to the last page and tell us what year it ends?
It ends in December 2018.
If you flip back to the front, can you see the headings?
Yes.
Can you see the column that... You all right?
Yeah. Don't worry, it's not COVID. It's a torn larynx. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
There is a column that is labeled invoice.
Yes.
Would that represent gross sales?
I believe so.
And let's flip to the last page, and you can tell us what the gross sales number is.
He can't do the voice of that coffee.
165,230,000.
165 million between September 2015 and December 2018.
Can you tell the members of the jury?
165 million in sales, just in sales. I don't even know if that counts as like subscriptions, or is just this the products that he's selling. $165 million. It is awesome. I mean, it's not good that he's doing it. It would be awesome to also be doing it, though. I'll tell you that much. It's a lot of money spent on snake oil supplements. It's interesting too. Alex Jones as an American, uniquely sort of American figure. That figure has existed as long as America existed, right? The traveling snake oil salesman, the carnival barker, the preacher, right? It's like he's such an iconic American figure, He really is. Like that exact character. America is built on people exactly like that. The whole country is founded on this kind of grift. P.T. Barnum, Vince McMahon, like there's countless examples since the country was created. You know, the country was built on this. Built on these kind of scammers. So that's the thing. I don't like Alex Jones. I'm not praising him. I do admit that he's an interesting figure who has talent, who can be entertaining. But I do absolutely agree with why he's being persecuted right now. He's not being persecuted for his beliefs. He's being persecuted because he created massive harassment campaigns to the families of murdered children. That's a horrible, horrible thing to do. And I absolutely think if you're someone that does that, there should be severe consequences, definitely. But whether you like him or you don't like him, it's kind of impossible to deny that he is this really, I think he's an iconic American figure. He's a really uniquely American person. $165 million. That's absolutely crazy.
How much of that represents
That's so much money.
profit versus just gross revenue?
It depends on what product it is. Some products make 20%, some products make 60%. Like on a book, you might be 20, 30%. On food, it's that, and that's the biggest type things. On supplements, if they're on sale, you make 50% of it. If it's not on sale, you make more than that, sometimes 100% markup. But usually it's on sale. So it really all depends. I can tell you bottom line numbers, though, of how much money I've been paid, things like that, or how much money's there.
I'm not a fan of U.S. justice system, but fuck Alex Jones, and I hope bad things, and only bad things happen to him. Yeah. Well, like I was saying earlier, right? It's like you look at his career in the 90s, and you see the kernel of truth that everything grows from, right? It's all built on this kernel of truth that you're being lied to. The media and the government is lying to you. That's the kernel of truth, which everyone knows. Everyone implicitly understands this. And you see that, that's why he's able to be popular, because everything is built, all the lies and all the conspiracies and the, like we were saying, it just goes into that, the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories at the end of the day. It all stems from this kernel of truth that you can only understand. You only can understand this kernel of truth, like I was saying before, when you have that class analysis. And when you don't have it, or maybe Alex does, and he's just evil and is doing what he has to do to be as wealthy and as powerful as possible. But it's all based though on this kernel of truth. Everything builds from that. He's not unique, just one in a long line of snake oil grifters. Unfortunately, U.S. history was also written by snake oil grifters, is what I mean. And that's why it's he will never go away, regardless of what happens in this trial. Even if Alex Jones did go to jail by some miracle, which I doubt it would ever even happen, because this is just the trial determining how much he's going to pay in the defamation lawsuit. I don't think he would ever go to jail. If he did, that would be a huge gift to Alex. He would just use that. That would be the ultimate thing that would cement his status to all his fans as being this kind of iconoclast, or someone who does speak truth to power, who does tell them the truth amidst this kind of all these lies. Being able to go to jail, he would be able to just use that to boost his own status anymore. He's never going away. He will never go away. Yeah, the MSM is 11% of the country that trust him, and that's exactly Trump as well, right? And Trump, another uniquely American iconic figure for all the exact same reasons. Trump is a snake oil salesman himself. That's why Jones and Trump had that. That's why Jones liked Trump so much. That's why, because he's fighting the deep state and all that stuff. And there will be another, that's right. But that's the thing, the mainstream media, the mistrust that people have in the mainstream media, which is a 100% correct impulse to have about these mainstream media, corporate media companies. Of course, that's a normal thing to not trust these people, or to detest them or not like them. That's a normal reaction. But because liberals can't speak to that, because liberals still have faith in these media institutions, and in fact promote them and prop them up and use these institutions to kind of justify the way that they fetishize our culture and our way of life. But everyone understands this implicitly. And people like Trump speak to that, and they say the words. And of course, when someone on the left says the words, they say, "Wow, how dare you? You're just like Trump," and they get shouted down. So it leaves people like Donald Trump and Alex Jones to make this argument that the media is the enemy of the people, which is a actually factual statement. It's a factual statement, and it leaves Alex Jones to be these people who can position themselves as being the ones that are pushing back against this elite media conspiracy to promote all these viewpoints. All of that is true. All that is very true. But because they're right-wing grifters, they don't have the actual answers or the solutions to this. They just use this kernel of truth to build brands around and to grift around and to become these big figures, or become president of the United States, become a big multimillionaire media celebrity, or become president of the United States. It's all based around these kernels of truth that everyone kind of implicitly understands. And a lot of the ways that our whole culture is kind of collapsing right now is the ways that the right are able to outline all these problems, regardless of not having the right solutions, but they're able to speak to these issues in a way that feels more real and more authentic than the ways that liberals do, where they just pretend that all these institutions aren't broken, or institutions like the media are trustworthy. That's exactly why these people on the right become popular. They're able to speak to these fundamental truths that people understand. They grift it off into this horrible, extremist, awful direction that actually entrenches the status quo and props up the status quo, but just makes them benefit from it. And they use the very real anger and alienation that people have in order to kind of build themselves up like this. That's our issue, right? That's our issue, is that no one that's able to reach a prominent platform like an Alex Jones or a Donald Trump will speak to these fundamental truths, but actually propose the proper solutions that we need, because we live in a deeply anti-communist society, and we all know those are the solutions, right? Those are the solutions. But our society is completely allergic to hearing the solutions, the solutions that we come to using Marx and using, socialism. Because we live in an anti-communist society, we don't want to hear these things. So it leaves space for people like Alex Jones, Donald Trump, monstrous people, to take these truths and then, build all these lies around it, and for their own benefit and for the benefit of the very ruling class that they try to position themselves against. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it's really not all that far away from Jon Stewart, Colbert, Oliver. That's the exact issue. That's why, they don't get to that level of influence, or don't really. That's why they've become marginalized. That's why they've become irrelevant, because they don't ultimately propose the proper solutions either. I think there's also just a massive misunderstanding of the scope of what people consider media. I don't trust the media. That's why I watch Jon Stewart, read Facebook articles, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. People not kind of ignoring still that all this, the source is all the same thing. I mean, that's, when Lenin talks about having a capitalist press, that's part of it, right? We have a capitalist press, so you can go outside this mainstream, but you're still being going to different places. If you go to Jon Stewart or go to random Facebook articles, you're still ultimately being lied to by basically the same people. Let me just I'm just going to scroll for another moment. I felt like I was making progress in my search for this Alex Jones video. I was making progress. Oh yeah, what's this? I just saw this while I was scrolling. I saw this one and I wasn't sure.
We pledge allegiance to Comrade Putin and his great minion, Donald J. Trump, to make America great again. We pledge this plan to destroy the Americans, to save their economy and their people and their border and their military. Hail Putin! Hail Russia! We will never surrender!
Здравствует Россия и Америка!
Yes.
За дружбу народов!
Yes, that is the KGB plan. Well done, comrades.
I wasn't aware that secret footage had been captured. I'd never seen that before. I mean, there was a whole lot of talk about Russia. I mean, and frankly, I do think that it could be a possibility that the FSB could have their fingers in that also. I actually don't think that would be surprising. But you know, there was all kinds of talk about him being like a Russian guy, a pro-Russian guy, or some kind of Russian agent. And look at that. Although all that time, this damning footage existed of him just openly admitting to it. That's crazy. Yeah, this was on his phone. Yeah, on the phone that leaked. All this time, this was he admits it. He admits to it. Amazing. The smoking gun. We found the smoking gun. I'm envious of how fun his life is. Me too. God damn. Absolutely. The new red alert. It does look sick. Yeah. Anyway, we got him, folks. We got him. God, there's so much Jones content out there. It's unbelievable. Hold on, this seems kind of interesting. Here's a clip we can talk about as well.
Yet. No, it isn't. It isn't public, but it will be by the time. It probably won't be fully public until the convention. But the agreement is already there behind the scenes for Trump and DeSantis to run on a ticket in 2024. And that's why all these people talking about DeSantis challenging him, totally false. That's totally fake news.
Beautiful.
The only way anything like that happens is if Trump has a health problem or something else.
Well,
by the way,
I'm beside myself happy right now. This is.
Well, not only that, DeSantis is also insurance. Right now, the only reason why Trump hasn't announced this ticket is while DeSantis is out there, he's also indictment insurance for Trump because Democrats are as scared.
He would win too, yeah.
Of Trump. So they're like, well, if we take out Trump, we're stuck with DeSantis, and maybe we get doubly whacked. So it provides perfect cover. Ultimately, they'll run.
He's got to make sure they're never on the same airplane together.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Don't take an LBJ special trip to Dallas, Texas in November. And you might be okay. So the agreement's already there for 2024 to be a Trump-DeSantis ticket. DeSantis knows that Trump can only serve one term, so that he would be in a position to have 2 terms himself come 2028. It perfectly aligns for what DeSantis wants to achieve. It also aligns with what Trump wants to achieve. The second aspect of this Trump-DeSantis ticket would be how they govern. That DeSantis would be given a lot of authority over domestic issues and domestic aspects because that isn't where Trump's focus is. Trump's focus is on international relations, of defeating globalists and globalism, of restoring peace and prosperity around the world and at home, and that is where his instincts and skill set excel. It's the one place where DeSantis is frankly kind of weak and unknown at this point. So it perfectly aligns with both of their institutional interests, their individual interests, their political interests, their ideological interests. And so that agreement is already there. It won't be announced until much later. And the reason for that is DeSantis is indictment insurance for Trump because Democrats are terrified of a DeSantis candidacy as much as they are terrified of a Trump candidacy. And consequently, they know if they can't take out DeSantis, then they're not going to try to take out Trump at a federal indictment level. And that's the real reason they're not going to indict Trump federally.
So I have no idea how much of this is just complete bullshit conspiracy theory stuff. I have no fucking idea. This is obviously it's InfoWars, so it's some random conspiracy crank. Obviously, I would be wondering about what people would think of what if this was like, let's say whoever this random InfoWars crank is, let's just like pretend that this man did have some kind of inside information about this plan to run Trump and Ron DeSantis. I do feel like that would probably, if they actually did that, would probably crush the Democrats. I do actually think that would probably be a winning ticket for the Republican Party and would be a nightmare. That's like ultimate nightmare scenario of what could possibly happen. If 12 years, let's say, starting in 2024, if you got 12 years of an additional 4 years of Trump and followed by 8 years of President Ron DeSantis with this like ultimate Christian theocratic reactionary Supreme Court. And if they do some basic like social program that just like helps the citizens, whatever, healthcare for citizens, Trump care, where the non-illegals and Antifa and you know, people of color and trans people, they don't get it, but like the real citizens do. They put that in some kind of like people's citizens Trump care thing. Excuse me. I feel like that would be pretty much nightmare scenario politically for where America could be going. Service guarantees citizenship. Yeah, some real fascist stuff, like real like curtain lifted, open American fascism, just getting rid of all public schooling and just privatizing absolutely everything. You know, well on our way to Starship Troopers. No, seriously. It'd start looking like the streets of Columbia were that last summer. Well, that's the thing too. It's like that would be met obviously with a lot of counter reaction, but they would have a massively militarized domestic and international goon squad. You've got DHS like heavily militarized now with like the legal ability to just operate anywhere within 100 miles of the coast. 200 miles, is that it? Completely stocked top to bottom with these fucking extreme MAGA conservative lunatics, militarized with this legal ability to operate basically where 75% of the US population lives, to just like have no knock warrants and like just to be able to search and seize whatever they want. They're going to be going after domestic terrorism and stuff, and anyone that starts organizing. You know, this is I don't mean to be my own Alex Jones or do my own alarmist thing. This is just like a doomer thought experiment, but like that is an option that's on the table right now. I think that's like an option for America that's on the table. I think part of the reason that I was such a passionate Bernie guy was because it felt like Bernie winning in 2020 was maybe the off ramp for America to not go down that path. And I think that's why it did feel a little bit like that when Bernie's campaign got crushed. It kind of felt like that's just like the only option on the table. When I talk about this stuff as well, I'm not trying to be like doomer, and I really hope that future does not come to pass. I'll say that much. But it's like I do think that is an option that's kind of on the table. Now riding this fucker all the way down. I declared America dead in 2014 or so, and now everyone agrees with me. I don't know. It's like I really want to believe and have revolutionary optimism that will not happen. That there, because as we know, we have the people, we have the numbers. We know that people ultimately are. That would be a small minority of people that actually want that outcome. But I want to have revolutionary optimism that there will be a way to avoid that kind of nightmare future. Or are you guys stuck with Trudeau? No, now we have our own right-wing populist movement that I think is. I've been waiting for the Canadian right-wing populist movement, and I was kind of perplexed when it didn't appear when I kind of thought it was going to, in the way that we're kind of following behind America. But I think we will see a major resurgence of a like similar right-wing Canadian reactionary movement that is building. We were seeing the signs of it with the trucker convoy and all this kind of stuff. No, but your liberals are the right-wing populists almost, but I think we're gonna long for the days when we had the Trudeau years eventually, if the real reactionaries that think Trudeau is like a communist, that's these truckers and stuff. And this kind of like extreme reactionary movement in Canada as well. I think they're kind of the same thing. Similar. I mean, I always just see Trudeau as the Obama. He's the Canadian Obama, right? He's the guy that comes before the big like reactionary backlash. The guy that is a conservative himself and is trying to his agenda is conservative. But because of like media and because all the ways these things have been twisted and the way that everything has gone so far to the right, it's going to lead to this reactionary backlash that actually thinks that he is this globalist, leftist, communist, whatever, New World Order agenda guy. And those are going to be people that are going to be running things probably in Canada eventually. The Overton window is so far right. I mean, I saw the other day, I tweeted about this. This is like the polling in Canada. This is the way that the polling is shaking out. And who knows? I mean, it's still not everything, this random poll, but this is the way that this is the trend that this specific poll is observing. If a federal election were held tomorrow, which one of the following parties would you vote for in your constituency? It's January 22, May 22, and July 22. This is over the last year. And this is the young people, 18 to 29, that are starting to like go to the conservative movement since the trucker convoy, since all that shit that we were covering right here in this channel. And it's like a direct coinciding with a plummet in NDP, in young people that are supporting the NDP, right? And it goes all the way back to everything that I've been talking about, because the NDP similarly are not able to speak to the issues and provide actual solutions for people. You know, this is the fundamental problem here, is that they're not able to present themselves as a legitimate kind of alternative to our current system. There's a CPC in Canada, yeah, but it's not as pog as you would be led to believe. Or he's the Canadian Macron. He himself is the backlash. That's kind of an interesting way of looking at it too. Legalizing weed is the only good thing he did. All downhill from there. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we got that. That's one thing. It's sometimes he gets it right. Everything else pretty bad though. Also, wasn't it around the time they made that deal with the Trudeau? I think you're exactly right, Matt. I think you're exactly right. Yeah. And like lo and behold, and that's exactly what I tweeted about when I talked about this. It's like the NDP thinks they're just like the logical home for like young people who are dissatisfied with our liberal and conservative status quo, and think that they just endlessly, no matter what they do, just have this credibility. And it's like, yeah, I can't believe maybe we'll get you means-tested dental care at some point this decade. And they're like, is that enough for you? With everything fucking going on, with the climate crisis, the way that our housing system is just this massive bubble, the massive decline in quality of life, all these crises, and they're like, maybe we'll get you dental care means-tested at some point this decade. We can't promise anything though. And then they look around and go, what? How are these young people going conservative? How are these young people not joining the NDP in droves? It's just perplexing. It's perplexing. I don't get it. And it's like, well, I don't know how the fuck to explain it to you. I don't know how to explain any of this to you. And part of it is, like I keep saying, it's because we have this deeply anti-communist society, and we don't have anyone can actually articulate the answers and use the kind of class analysis that we talk about every single day to propose talk about the problems as seriously as they are, and to understand why the problems are happening, and to articulate genuine solutions to the problems. Because we've got a multi-party democracy that every single party is a capitalist party. In our free thinking Western democracy, where we have wide ranges of ideas. The Red Scare worked better than anyone could have possibly imagined. Well, I mean, and the people that led the Red Scare did imagine, like they understood exactly what was going on. And it was a highly funded, highly well-coordinated ideological propaganda operation. Like a PSYOP, basically, right? And they PSYOPed an entire generation, our entire parents' generation. And it's still going on to this day. We talked yesterday, and we've talked often about how it kind of paused. The Red Scare propaganda kind of paused after the fall of the Soviet Union. But now, over the last few years, it's just ramped back up in intensity. And that Trump-DeSantis ticket that we were just kind of talking about would be deeply anti-communist. If you look at like the Ron DeSantis, like the stuff that they're pushing as in the education system. It's like it's a focus on that, like anti-communism and focusing on the victims of communism, all this stuff. And that will be it will be very, very the Red Scare, if we think it's bad now, under that kind of DeSantis Trump, if that ever was something that came to pass, would be, I think, a lot more serious than, especially when you're talking about the ability of the DHS and the justice system to be completely overtaken by these kinds of ideologues. That is a really, really alarming possibility. But fortunately, when we talk about that alarming possibility of what could be happening to America, good thing you've got the good old Democratic Party in charge to ensure that does not happen. And they're crushing it right now, and they're doing a great job convincing people that they can speak to all these issues and solve the problems. So should be no problem. You got Joe Biden out there again in 24. What's he going to be, 95 years old? I don't know. Get him out there in 2024. I'm sure he's going to do a fantastic job defending what has happened over the last 4 years and speaking to the issues and going against these kind of like extreme reactionaries. He's looking great. Nancy, we get a smart businesswoman. There's capable hands are in charge here. We will all be, America's just going to become Florida. That's right. We'll all be Floridans, whether we like it or not. And Canada will too. All of North America. Maybe Mexico will be able to prevent this fucking horrific outcome. It's just going to be one big Florida. One big Florida from Texas to Alaska. How about that? That's our future. That's our future in the West. AMLO agreed to pay for the wall to keep us in. Yeah, that's actually smart. Turns out that was kind of a smart decision. Was mentioning in the Discord, I think I might reread Peter Phrase's Four Futures. Yeah, I've heard about that, Old Dutch. I've heard about that. I've never read that one. Just like Florida all underwater. That's right. Well, I mean, eventually, like beyond the 12 years, then the coast won't even fucking exist. Then they'll move in the coasts, and all the ability of the DHS to like undemocratically arrest anybody will be basically just the entire country. AMLO is very five-head. It's true. He's been killing it lately, frankly. If he made this deal with Biden, you got to wonder if there's some logic behind it. Maybe we can hope for Mexico will go communist. And folks, all this dark future that I'm talking about, it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all doom and gloom in it, is it? Because it's not just about the United States of America anymore on a global stage, isn't it? Isn't there another country that is going to surpass the United States in the size of its economy, that's going to have far-reaching ties with all these developing nations all over the world, more and more of whom will be joining the Belt and Road Initiative and providing an alternative? But ain't nobody taking U.S. climate refugees. Well, that's the thing that's going to America, is that they won't want to do it. They won't want to leave. They'll be like, we're going to keep everyone else out. We're keeping everyone else out from the globalist agenda. Now finally the wall. Now finally America is just surrounded by one big wall. Well, we've protected ourselves from the globalist agenda. And the rest of the world is going to be like, good, yeah, you really got us. You really showed us. Just stay in there, okay? Just stay in there then. You win, okay, America? Just leave us alone. Just stay in there. Oh, absolutely, America will annex Canada. I mean, even if maybe even not like officially. Maybe we'll just like give America the keys eventually, right? And we get to keep Canada more or less like as something that's just, we get to keep our whole Canadian, the Tim Hortons and the hockey and the beer and the stuff, the plaid, all the fake Canadian identity that we've talked about. We'll just keep that, and we'll just hand over to the keys to America, and we'll say, you know what, you got it from here. You take it from here, sir. The university in China I went to study Mandarin cost less than $2,000 a year in tuition. Trying to join the Belt and Road Initiative. Yeah, that's great. I mean, I was fortunate enough as well. I mean, Quebec is kind of like there was at least like some element of social democracy in Quebec, and I'm fortunate to be able to have lived here for that reason. You know, Quebec's certainly not perfect, and all this stuff is being privatized, and it's all failing in all the same way, but Quebec was kind of like a little island of social democracy within Canada for many years. So my university education, was around the same thing. It was around $2,000. What does you say, $2,000 per year? It was a bit more than that, but it was. I don't think it was more than $3,000 per year for me to go to university, to get a university education. And I didn't have to take out massive loans and 6-figure loans to be able to afford to do it. I'm really, really fortunate just to have had access to that. But eventually I hope Quebec does join the Belt and Road Initiative as well. I agree. I think that's the possible good future would be for that to happen. And you know what I think? You know what I really think? Like even with that nightmare future of America, the more the misery gets cranked up, and the more the infrastructure is collapsing, and the more everything just stops to work, because that's the inevitable result of this kind of like extreme reactionary conservative ideology. The more people are going to be receptive to a country like China saying like, let us help you. Do you need help? Do you need us to fix up your hospitals? Do you need us to fix up your bridges, your roads? The more miserable things get, there will be people, no matter what anti-communist or anti-China propaganda they're exposed to, that will be receptive to that message. I actually do believe that. Unlimited crises to get people on board. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is I think like no matter what the propaganda says, it's going to be difficult to keep people in line. That's why I was talking about that kind of like healthcare thing. If they put together some kind of like fake social democracy for Trump voters and white people, or like people that support them. The future is African and Asian, and the path to that future is not with America at the wheel. Absolutely, Johnny, and that's why I do support multipolarity. I saw a really kind of what I thought was a sort of cursed tweet the other day where someone said, everyone's so obsessed with geopolitics and they forget about class analysis, and it's like, fuck multipolarity or whatever. And it's like, I thought that was a ridiculous statement. Multipolarity is like the beacon of hope that possibly, even if all we have in the West to look forward to is just further decline, which is an option. That's a possibility. Maybe all we have left in the West to look forward to is this kind of decline, and this nightmare future is the unavoidable outcome. Maybe, but that's the beacon of hope, that the rest of the world can find a different path, can free themselves from like the tyranny that the West has imposed on them for so many centuries, and that's the possibility for the future. That's still a hopeful thing, I think, if the rest of the world can move beyond that system. Yeah, class analysis and geopolitics can't exist at the same time. Well, that's when you talk about imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, then anti-imperialism is the highest stage of class analysis. And being anti-imperialist is the way to redistribute that, to upend that system, that class-based hierarchy. Multipolarity and anti-imperialism are the most important causes right now. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. That's absolutely like the editorial line that we have here. Yeah, you can't have one without the other. No, it is. I thought that was a pretty ridiculous thing. I thought that was a pretty ridiculous statement. Anyway, that clip just got me talking about that possible nightmare future for the West. And that is something that we do have to accept, that is a possible future for the West. Just decline. That's certainly the path that we're on right now, right? It doesn't need to be what's going to happen. I don't necessarily believe 100% that that's all there is, but we're on the path of just continued decline, a massive new reactionary movement. That's the path that we're on currently in the West. I really hope that we can avoid that. I know that there's people that will fight with everything that they have to avoid that. I know that. And that's what revolutionary optimism is about, is always having that kind of faith that no matter how grim things do look, you know that there will be people that will sacrifice everything to avoid that outcome, you know? Do not let the Duganists and the Maupinites take the lead on multipolarity and anti-imperialism. This is something I've been wanting to talk about, Johnny. Like, I don't know if we want to even do it now. I did want to take a little bit of a break soon. I've been wanting to do a segment to take a look at some of what these guys say, the Maupinites. Because they, as you are saying, this is stuff that they do talk about often. And we need to be able to separate the truth from the lies. You know, it's tying together with what we were saying. The shit that the people that Maupin and his friends and his allies say, similar to Alex Jones, similar to Donald Trump, it's all built on kernels of truth. And we need to be able to recognize what the truth to what they say is and where they take us in reactionary directions. Because you're absolutely right. They are the people that are taking the lead on that at the moment. That's definitely something like maybe we can talk about another time. Kernels of truth with zero class analysis. I don't know. I've seen some clips, and again, we can get into it. I don't know that I want to go down this path now because we're going to be talking about it for the next 2 hours. But the class analysis is there as well. But it's all there's strategic lies and strategic, very reactionary viewpoints that are mixed in with this kind of class analysis. You know, when they talk about the ways that the rich and powerful do profit from the war machine and stuff like this. You know? That's the thing. It's something that I do want to explore. I mean, it's really similar to what we were talking about with Alex Jones and how it's all based on kernels of truth. The stuff with Maupin and a lot of these patriotic socialist guys. Whenever this comes up, I mention that I do agree with them about certain things, certain foreign policy positions, certain geopolitical positions. And we have to be able to recognize that and then recognize and analyze where they're going in this reactionary direction. You know, it's really, really important that we take the time to really differentiate and understand these things. And not just the danger there, right, is when people then see the things that those people are saying and then they reject everything. And they say, look at these pieces of shit. They're obviously, I don't like them. And they correctly have this analysis. And then they dispense everything that they're saying, including the kernels of truth. That's a real problem, right? That's why we need to be able to separate the truth from those elements of reaction that are present as well. So we can have the ability to speak to those same truths while not going in those sort of reactionary directions. They ignore the reality of settler colonialism. That's right. Yeah, they do. Exactly. So we really need to be able to understand and articulate this, I think, especially as this decline continues. Kernels of truth sounds pretty authoritarian. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Now that we're talking about it, maybe we don't need to go on a whole diatribe about it. I mean, I just think I just now said what I was planning to say about it, so we don't need to get into it, but I will just show you an example of what I mean. I bookmarked a clip of Maupen, or whatever his name is, the other day for this exact reason, because I wanted to talk about this exact subject. So since I'm talking about it, about how we do need to like separate the truth from the reaction, I think we should just take a look at this clip that I bookmarked for this exact reason. I'm scrolling. I'm sure I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Still scrolling. Maybe I'm wasting everyone's time. Perhaps I'm wasting everyone's time. Maybe that's what's happening. That may be what happened. I may have just wasted everyone's time with everything that I've said over the last 45 seconds or so. Please don't leave. Please don't stop watching. Please don't. Here it is. I found it actually.
To talk about how we
I thought this was just an interesting clip for this exact reason. Because we need to be able to separate the truth from the lies when it comes to this. And be able to articulate where they go wrong. Jamie, pull up that clip.
We're trying to talk about how we can get the United States beyond this crisis that we're seeing of wars around the world, a low-wage police state at home, living standards going down. And we're going to have some interesting presentations about how the struggle of working families in this country is connected with people around the world that are struggling for justice. And that I think that fundamentally the problems come from this global capitalist system, capitalism in its monopoly stage, or imperialism, where a few big banks and corporations dominate the world and are keeping the world poor in order to make themselves rich. And I think that, you go back a few hundred years, you go back maybe a few decades, China used to be one of the poorest countries in the world. And now China, at this point, is the second largest economy on earth, the biggest steel manufacturer, the biggest telecommunications manufacturer, 800 million people lifted out of poverty. Instead of being hostile to China, we ought to be learning from them. And we ought to learn from what other countries have done. Cuba's amazing healthcare system. We ought to learn from other countries that have, set up a situation where you don't just have this rampant free market capitalist system, but you instead have a government that champions working people and working families and their interests against the rich and powerful. So we're very interested in talking about socialism, but not in the way that, so much of this woke left, a lot of this woke left is pretty hostile. They think the people are the problem, not the rich and powerful. We need to start exploring breaking out of the traditional political model.
That's where he goes off. That's where he goes off into the reactionary territory. Right? Allow me to introduce my good friend Alexander Dugin. That's it. And that's kind of what we talk about when it's like that Duginism or whatever. This is where all these guys were supporting like the trucker convoy. We talked about this extreme reactionary movement of the trucker convoy. And how all these guys were supporting it and saying like you're being fake communist for being against this like reactionary, like explicitly anti-communist movement, right? Of like small business owners, and they were saying like, no, you're shaming like the true workers, and these are the guys saying like Starbucks workers are like they're not workers, but these kind of petty bourgeois small business owners, they're the real Americans and they're the real working class. Not LGBTQIA people, like they're not part of the working class. That's all part of the woke left. The blue-haired, they, them, Starbucks baristas, like they don't count. They don't count as being the working class, right? We're talking about the real working class that are struggling, that are reactionary, right? And that's who we need to be supporting. And that's where I think the tricky thing is, right? Where you separate the truth from those lies. Because like I was saying, all the things that he was saying about learning from these other socialist projects and talking about China and Cuba and all this stuff, this is all stuff where those are the kernels of truth, right? Those are the kernels of truth. And then you see how he gets you. You see how someone like Maupen, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm not sure. But that's where he kind of gets you, because like Alex Jones, like Donald Trump, like all these these kind of snake oil figures we were talking about, like I was saying, it's all built on these kernels of truth, and this is no different. And his kernels of truth involve that kind of like pseudo socialist class analysis and anti-imperialist analysis. Only if you fit in with our sentimental view of working class or you're part of the working class. That's right. And that is bullshit. And indigenous people, of course, indigenous people also not working class. And we need to be patriotic, and we need to respect that the settler colonialist project is finished and there were no longer settlers, and now we're all struggling in the same, and we don't have the same level of like privilege, or like there's people that aren't being deliberately harmed through racist state violence and that kind of stuff. That's where they go off in this reactionary territory, and that's what we reject. Anyone talking with a handkerchief in a suit pocket is serious business. Absolutely. I mean, Mao Pan is an interesting figure too, just because of how absurd he is. I just mean he's kind of like an absurd little guy. But I do listen. This guy has a following. He does, and that's when these geopolitical issues are going on, and no one has that analysis of like it's all like we were talking about. Our whole media is just China bad, China bad, China bad, and different variations of it. And there's people that believe that hate the media and everything, and they hear this message, and then they start following people like this, and then he's able to kind of lead them down that kind of reactionary path. That's why I think it's important to separate the truth that someone like Caleb talks about, or Alex Jones, or Donald Trump, or anyone that kind of like speaks to these issues in this way, and then separate where they go off in these reactionary into these reactionary tendencies. Revolutionaries know that these social reactionaries are an obstacle we need to overcome. Sam, let me just get to you. Had another comment that I wanted to read, I think, and I might have missed it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Okay, what you said is that's why I don't think these people have actual class analysis. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly. If you're going to go and sit around and talk about like Starbucks workers, like they're these privileged, like 1%, or they're not, they don't count as workers. Absolutely. It does expose, I think, a lack of class analysis for sure. I guess what I meant though is that they do speak the language of the rich and the poor, and they use the language of imperialism and the way that imperialism like makes other nations poor while they become rich. And they talk about the ruling class of America. They use that kind of analysis. But then, of course, they go way off base when they start talking about, the fucking people that work at Starbucks, or people that work in these service industries, and lionizing and kind of lionizing like these petty bourgeois reactionaries, like the people in the trucker convoy, because they're the salt of the earth, working class, landscape business owners, and they have these reactionary views about LGBTQIA people and or just specifically trans people or whatever. So I think that's important. I think that we really do need to understand, like, when someone like Caleb says this kind of stuff, understand what is true and what we should, the things that we agree with, and then really fundamentally understand and articulate where they go off into this dangerous direction. Because if these are the only people that are making this like anti-imperialist analysis when it comes to China, or when it comes to these kinds of like geopolitical issues, that's going to be a big problem, because then they're just creating another reactionary movement. They're creating like a isolationist reactionary movement that's still going to persecute people. That's still going to persecute indigenous people. That's still going to persecute queer people. And that's not a good outcome either. They use the same bait and switch as Jones and Carlson. Carlson's another actually great example of exactly the kind of figures that we're talking about, right? Talk about someone that is able to use these kind of kernels of truth and then to also go in this reactionary direction. They chose Starbucks specifically because Starbucks has an LGBTQIA culture, because they have had an employee insurance policy that covered gender affirming care. Yeah, and it speaks to another kernel of truth also, I think, is that they talk about the ways that LGBTQIA issues are kind of cynically wielded by these corporate interests. That's another way that they are able to articulate those reactionary views, right? Because we understand the ways that these corporations sometimes are like cynically using rainbow flag capitalism in order to further entrench ultimately a harmful system. Or like Raytheon or Lockheed Martin hiring disabled trans people writing their code, or promoting like Pride Month, changing their pride flag, the CIA changing their pride flag and stuff. This is also something that this is weaponized. There's this big mass and NGO complex that kind of weaponizes these issues cynically in order to still entrench this status quo. So then they speak to that as well, but what they end up doing is throwing queer, LGBTQIA comrades under the bus and just suggesting that they're not workers, or they're not part of this working class that they kind of fetishize. They use the way that these things are weaponized by the sort of corporate state and by the security state, and use that to kind of drum up a reactionary agenda. Because I think people are fundamentally aware of the ways that these companies are just kind of cynically using these issues in order to entrench their own, just in order to still make profit, or to still, continue doing whatever they want to do. The neurodivergent CIA, exactly. Like people see that, and then their conclusion is like, well, all these issues we shouldn't talk about being neurodivergent. We shouldn't talk about queer people. We shouldn't talk about trans people. And that's their takeaway from seeing the bullshit. Like, I'm a small bean neurodivergent and a minor CIA agent. That becomes their takeaway. Yeah, the IDF learned this tactic straight from the CIA. You see, like rainbow flag apartheid, right? That's what Israel's doing. They're doing rainbow flag apartheid against Palestinians. And all these issues then get weaponized to kind of suggest that other countries we shouldn't support them because they don't have these same like values that we do. Anyway, so I think the common thread of everything that we've been talking about for the last little bit is just to understand figures like all these guys, whether it's Alex Jones or whether it's Mao Penn or whether it's Tucker Carlson or Donald Trump or whoever. Understand that these people develop followings and are able and become prominent by saying true things and using kernels of truth. And what we have to do, I think, is really understand what those kernels of truth are, and ensure that we're also able to understand these kind of truths while avoiding the reactionary directions that all these guys are trying to bring people, using these kernels of truth. He's so funny. That's what I was saying. He is just like a ridiculous little guy. I mean, it's hard to. Bit of a schizo take here, but I'm like 100% sure the CIA is opping all the school shootings in USA. I mean, listen, I don't agree with what you just said. I will say when Alex Jones and others talks about all these false flags, I do think people recognize the kernels of truth there as well. And I don't think these big mass shootings are ops. I do think some of them are. A lot of these mass shooters end up becoming they're FBI informants. There's kernels of truth about all these big, deep political events and terrorist attacks and all that stuff, right? Like the FBI does have all their fingers in a lot of this stuff. The Boston Marathon bombing and that kind of stuff. And there's also, I think when it comes to these school shootings, there's just kind of a strategy of tension that's taking place that we talked about before, where it's like the Gladio is just kind of self-perpetuating, that people are just like miserable and alienated and have access to high-powered assault weapons that they can purchase as soon as they turn 18 years old, and are their brain pumped full of like insane propaganda for their entire lives. And it just has this natural reaction and especially as this decline is going on, as this like ongoing decline is going on, it is just having this normal, I think it's like almost a normal reaction that people are just like snapping and going on these fucking rampages. I think that's like the rampant, misery that people are living in, and the way that mental health is not treated or taken care of, any of this stuff. I think mass shootings are like a natural response of that. But that's also kind of like that culture has been cultivated for that exact reason. And the false flag it's not a false flag, these mass shootings, to take away people's guns. That's where Alex Jones talks about, right? It's all just a false flag to get people that are coming for your guns, which of course never happens. but it does maintain this strategy of tension where people are, I think, fearful and people are paranoid and people are afraid, and then it makes them more. You can manipulate them more when they're in that kind of state. The feds were monitoring 2 of the last 3 mass shooters. Bang up job. I'll still assume people are being bad at their job until I'm convinced otherwise. Yeah, or the Vegas shooting is another example where there's just been never any fucking answer to that. Or the mass shooting, the mass shooting in Halifax. You know, the largest mass shooting in the history of Canada that was done with all these RCMP connections, which they're just conveniently haven't really turned into anything, despite this big not trial, but the hearings that they've held to get to the bottom of what happened haven't quite figured out exactly what was going on with that. I mean, there's countless examples with these terrorist attacks and mass shootings of the links between the security state and the intelligence community and these and the people that carry out these things. But I don't think it's as simple as like some CIA meeting and putting together a brief and like calling up someone and being like, it's time to do the mass shooting now. And like I don't think that's how it works. But there are connections. There are absolute connections between these terrorist attacks and mass shootings and the intelligence community. And the question is like, to what end? It's not like Alex Jones says to like enact the globalist agenda and take away people's guns. I think it's like quite the opposite, actually. It's like we want people buying more guns, being more afraid. You know, I think that's part of it. Reading people like Siang posting these stupid discussions on Twitter is damn annoying. Just like the theoretical writing style makes my brain cringe. Well, fucking God, that's a whole another avenue of this discourse, isn't it? You know, that guy who posted a bad tweet like a month ago, just a bad tweet where he falsely identified a group of Canadian nudists as being like the left and kind of speaking to this like the woke left thing, or this kind of like suggesting this like that somehow LGBTQI issues were some kind of bourgeois decadent thing that the real working class don't believe in. And it was just, and people made fun of him and we're like, no, actually that's a stupid take and it's you should feel bad. And then rather than like engaging in any self-criticism or introspection, instead he spent the entire last month melting down over it every single day, and now claiming or even Midwestern Marks, Eddie from Midwestern Marks, who I've always kind of liked, who also has very good and informed takes on imperialism. And I've rated him on this channel before, and then Eddie is going like it must be a CIA conspiracy that he's being attacked like this because he's Taiwanese and he talks about Taiwan. That's why everyone's saying all these things. And it's just like, oh my fucking God, how do you go down this path? How do you end up thinking this? Give me a fucking break. Yeah, and he was someone that I followed too, and Eddie Midwestern Marks. Like I followed both of these people and find a lot of their takes informative and like important. And then I see them going down this kind of what I would consider to be a reactionary path. And it's fine. And I think Midwestern Marks also, I don't know for sure, but I think are part of this kind of same Malpanite crew. I'm not totally sure, but I do think they kind of are, which is unfortunate because again, I've always liked the work that what Eddie from Midwestern Marks talks about when imperial. I found him on TikTok, and the stuff that he does when he talks about foreign policy and imperialism, I think is really important. You know, and I've always appreciated that, but I can't. Going down this kind of reactionary path, I think when it comes to these issues, especially at a time when there's like this deliberate campaign, like coordinated campaign to attack LGBTQIA rights and to attack specifically trans people right now, the people that are making this kind of argument about these issues, I think it's really fucking ugly, and it's, it sucks. He's kind of fence walking it. Yeah. But then saying that the Siang-Yu is being the people that are yelling at him and making fun of him are doing so because of a CIA op and not because he's spent literally the last month, like every day, freaking out and melting down about the fact that people got made fun of him one time. I think not speaking about the conditions in a country you don't understand also applies to America, actually. Yeah, seriously. Seriously. I think this is the exact path J.K. Rowling went through. I mean, we talked about this today. It's funny. Everything we talk about has been kind of connected. Once she said some stuff, and we were talking about Chappelle earlier. We're talking about Dave Chappelle and all these comedians, right? That got criticized one time. She said some stuff. Her ego never let it go, and her Twitter became a single issue platform. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, China and Taiwan. Okay, talk to me about that. But if you're not from America, do not speak to me about what the American masses believe or don't believe. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Or at least have the fucking basic ability to engage in self-criticism. If you fuck up. I mean, no one thinks that I think if you make a mistake or you say something reactionary or you say something wrong, that you can't, like, fix your reactionary tendencies and engage in a small amount of self-criticism to understand why you're being criticized. And just be like, and move on from it. This unwillingness to engage in this is, like, I think what brings people down this path as well. You can speak, and if people make fun of you and say, no, this is reactionary for what you just said, rather than engaging with any of that, they double and triple down and block everyone and start freaking out about the Western left or whatever, and start freaking and just constantly melting down over it, creating more of a backlash, and then suggesting that this backlash is part of some conspiracy against you. That's fucking ridiculous. Cognitive dissonance and the refusal to self-reflect. Yeah, and I would hope that anyone in this community, if you ever feel like I'm engaging in any of that, or if I'm ever not engaging properly in criticism, I encourage you to tell me, right? And I will do my best as a person that has some kind of a platform to do this if I ever, if I need to, We should all be constantly self-criticizing. We should always be constantly, like, trying to learn and trying to, like, be better. And trying to understand our reactionary tendencies and our liberal tendencies and trying to overcome them, right? That involves self-criticism every single day. Are these the Patsock group? Yeah, that's who we're talking about here. Saying people should self-criticize ableist. Okay, yeah. Or there's that. Or there's that also. Boo, leftoids. LGBT is a CIA psyop. Ban plastic surgery. Yeah, this is where this crowd is going. Do you want to change the title on the stream? Or the screen? I guess not, because this has all been connected to Alex Jones, I guess if I could have put a better title, I would have just put Alex Jones is America, and that maybe would have tied together this whole segment, because it's not necessarily about Jones, but it is still. Because what we're talking about is fundamentally the same kind of thing. These kind of personalities that are able to build platforms and become kind of influential figures by speaking to these truths about living in this sort of capitalist society, and mixing that with a lot of lies and reactionary tendencies to bring people down. I think what I would a bad path. Snake oil expose. Yeah, we'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. Admitting you were wrong once equals forever a loser is many people's real mentality, unfortunately. USA winners only culture encourages this. Yeah, and it's like, this is like the part of our capitalist kind of upbringing too, right? And you have to kill that part of yourself. No Nance coverage. No, I actually am going to cover that. I'm doing, these streams are longer, okay? I'm going on 5 hours. I don't think I'm going to make it to 9 tonight, but I think probably, considering we haven't even mentioned Taiwan and Pelosi and all this stuff, looks like I'll probably get to at least like 7 or 8. It's also why we have no real debate discourse, just shouting matches. Yeah, you get all these guys are into the whole debate bro culture, right? Because it's all just pro wrestling. Really, that's what it is, really, right? Is pro wrestling is America. That's kind of what we're talking about. I have noticed at work when I admit I made a mistake, I become the scape. I want to see you say scapegoat for all mistakes. Yeah. Scapegoat, but not gay, but also gay. Yeah. Well, I mean, at your job is kind of a different thing as well. Your job more when it comes to like your mind, and the person that you are, the human being that you are, and your values. Something worked into a shoot. Yeah, something like that. That's right. It's all yeah. It's pro wrestling, multi-level marketing, the snake oil salesman, carnival barker, the preacher. I mean, that's America, baby. That's American culture. That's what it is. Definitely understand wrestling talk. Absolutely. Okay, so listen. Anti-woke socialists are also in the mainstream as transphobic trans people. We're all gaslit so much we need to prove we're not those crazy ones to the heteronormative gender binary capitalist realism. Yeah, that's a good point too, Frank. Throw in some Christian cults. Well, yeah, that's the kind of the preacher, the traveling preacher or whatever. That's America. It's what it's built on. And that's how you have to succeed in America, is to be one of those people. I mean, all politicians to a certain extent are like that. Listen, let's take a little break. Okay? Little break. Almost 5 hours long, the stream. Okay? I have not taken a break. And if you think that that's something that you should support by subscribing to the channel, you can do so. You can subscribe to the channel for $5 a month, or you can gift subs or bits or friend coin if you support the work that I do here. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can convert that to a Twitch gaming account and subscribe via your free Prime sub, which is completely free. You can subscribe to the channel if you appreciate the 5 hour long yelling and hooting and hollering and stream of consciousness diatribe that I've been on for the last while.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Tiniest Boop. Thank you, Tiniest Boop, for the gifted sub. So I'm not going anywhere. Oh, hey, Momo.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank
Here
you,
ya go, bud.
Thank you, Appellation. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. I appreciate it. What about this? What about this? Is this worth a gifted sub to you? Is this worth a gifted sub to you? Before we take a break. Wow, Momo, you're not worth one gift. This community just got to look at you, and it wasn't worth one gifted sub. Can you believe that, Momo? I know.
You can count on
I'm
me.
sorry.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I have to do this. I have to guilt you like this. Not like I'm one of these pyramid scheme snake oil salesmen. You can trust me,
You can
obviously.
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all
Obviously, you can trust me, but you have to mistrust all these others that are lying to you. Of course, I'm not one of these people. With the lying and the misleading and the grifting and all that. Obviously, I'm not. All those people we just talked about, one big fundamental difference: they aren't Rob. Absolutely right. Absolutely correct. It is a triangle and not a pyramid, and it's not a cult. Famous Horse would never lie either as well. I give Famous Horse the Rob endorsement as well, and Sean Meat, and also other people in this community. Everyone in this community who we're friends with. We're all friends. If Rob is such a liar, why do I blindly trust him? I mean, come on. Exactly. Friends who would never lie. We would never lie to one another. That's absolutely right. And by the way, thank you CCC Rees for the gifted sub, and thank you Disturbo as well for the gifted sub. Unrelated to what I was just saying about the triangle and all that, and the grifting and the people that are lying to you and stuff. Unrelated to thank you for the gifted subs. I'm American, as it's been mentioned. I technically can never be wrong, and I say that Rob is trustworthy. Thank you, Outrun. And before Rob writes an entire book naming names of bread tubers that are supposedly destroying and slandering his public image. Dr. Maggot, again, I don't want to get into the fucking details of this sordid affair, but the people that have done that the most to me, the people that most have like come after me and tried to destroy my public image are not bread tubers. They're not fascists. They're not K-hivers or liberals, rad libs, blue MAGA. They're fucking ironic dirtbag leftists. Those are the ones that have tried the hardest to cancel me and tried to fuck up my life. Not to get into that whole sordid affair, not to get into that whole subject, not to go down that path. But I will say that has been my personal experience, unfortunately. That has been my personal experience. You can take what you will from that. Anyway, the last time this came up, it ended up fucking causing, I got clipped and people had coming in here in the chat saying weird things. I'm not fucking with that anymore. I hate talking about it. And my brain is literally, I literally have trauma from dealing with that bullshit. Anyway, let's take a little interlude, gang. Let's take a little interlude. I'll take a little break. I'll take a wee little break here. I went with button down for my date. It went well. However, when my date said, my brother is weird, plus he's a lefty, I started to stammer and was like, I'm a bit of a lefty myself. To which she said, really? And I was like, yeah, most psychiatrists tend to be lefties. She gave me a weird look, and it was at that point I realized she was talking about her brother being left-handed. There we go. So she didn't like throw water in your face or something. That's pretty good, Doc. I'm something of a communist revolutionary myself. Left-handed leftists. There we go. There we go. Okay, what am I putting on YouTube here? I guess I'll just put on, since we're taking a break, I'll do my traditional ads. How long has this been going? Almost 5 hours. Okay. So we've gone 5 fucking hours. This stream has gone on for 5 hours, and I have not even talked once about Taiwan or Nancy Pelosi or looked at any of the tweets that I had to look at with that. My goodness. What have we been? I think I've been in a fugue state for the last 5 hours. I don't even know what we've been talking about. I don't even know what's going on now. We started from comedy, Ricky Gervais.
That good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The Alex Jones trial. How was that 5 hours though? That's so long. David Bowie, yeah. Chubby little loser. Thank you, Doc. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, Doc. Marxist Alex Jones. What memories we've made today. What memories we've made today. So I'll take a short break here. I'll come back in a couple minutes and we can talk more about, we can finally get to the main subject that I wanted to talk about, and I want to do gaming. God, I'm going to go for another fucking 9 hours, aren't I? I'm going to go for another 9-hour stream. Jesus. When do I want? Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Prediction time. What was your favorite Hulk Hogan character? Thunderlips, Mr. America, Hollywood Hogan, Hurricane Spencer from Thunder in Paradise, or the Hulkamania era? I mean, I feel like that's almost obvious. I feel like it's almost obvious that it's obviously Hollywood Hogan. Of course. Of course it's Hollywood Hogan. Imagine not thinking that it was Hollywood Hogan was the best one of those characters. One of the all-time villain characters in all of television, in all of modern cultural history, in any television show, any film. The all-time best villain characters. The moment of Hulk Hogan, his heel turn, is I think that's one of the most iconic, like, TV moments in American history. I absolutely do believe that. I enjoyed Hollywood Rock as well, but it paled in comparison. You really think Hollywood overshadows the cultural eclipse that was Hulkamania? Well, what was the question? Was my favorite? The question was my favorite character. It was Hogan probably more Hulk Hogan himself was like a central figure in like Reagan America. Like that was part of the like 80s Reagan pro-America. Hulk Hogan was right in the mix with that. You know? He's literally like a large figure in American culture. But in terms of my favorite character, Hollywood Hogan, I mean, I was like the heel turn is like one of my I think one of the all-time greatest moments in wrestling history or any storytelling. The history of storytelling. Because it's real in a way that only wrestling can be, you know? Because it's not just like a novel or it's not just a film. It's not just like there's a realness to it, and it was so effective because he was such an iconic figure. Exactly because he was such an iconic figure. That's why that moment can never be recreated, because no one will ever get to that level of like. No one. It's an impossible moment in time to ever recreate. No one can ever get to that level and then to flip it. Like it could have been maybe possible, comparable if Cena at the height of Cena's popularity, if he had done something similar. But even still, like Cena never had the level of cultural saturation. He was a big star in wrestling, but didn't have the level of cultural saturation. My favorite moments. One of my favorite moments in the history of American television. I watched that a couple times a year. I even showed it to my son because even my kid, I think he had I think he might have seen Hulk Hogan in something, but you watch that moment of him leg dropping Savage, and anyone can, any age can understand the import of it, the seriousness of it. It kind of, my son was like, "Oh my gosh." He was like he got it. He got how serious it was. One thing people underestimate when talking about wrestling being fake is that it's actually a lot more real than people think in terms of how much it hurts blading. Yeah, I mean, I've hung out at wrestling training schools. Like, wrestling hurts. Wrestling hurts a lot. The matches are worked and the punches are worked, and it doesn't hurt as much as the story, as like what they're expressing to you. But it's like these people destroy their bodies doing this. I was just reading about the injuries that this morning. I remember when I was trying to get to sleep, I was reading about the injuries that Kenny Omega has. Kenny Omega, who went the whole last 2 years of every match that Omega has done, he's been like injured and increasingly injured over the last 2 years. And he has like vertigo. His knees are fucked. Like there's a clip of him on Impact Wrestling where he tries to get into a ring and he's moving like a 95-year-old man. Like, his body is just completely fucked. Yeah, Outrun. Oh boy, that's it. Let's not even get into that discourse. That's a danger. Talk about a highway to the danger zone. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh god, a one-way trip to the enclosed pool area. The dogs are locked in there. Hmm. Okay. Let's we got some clips. There's maybe been some updates during the day that we can take a look at. I know there's more reaction from media, and there's more reaction to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and more people from like the Chinese government that have weighed in. So there's a bunch of stuff we can take a look at. Maybe we don't need to spend the next 5 hours on it, right? I did a good 3-4 hours yesterday on Pelosi and Taiwan. We can take a look at some of the updates. We talked a lot yesterday about the context and the history and all that stuff, and maybe we can we don't need to go completely down that path again. Maybe this can be more of a quicker segment, possibly. We don't need to do another 4 hours on it, but let's get into it a little bit. It's like the extreme evolution of a circus act. One, it started in carnivals and circuses. I mean, that's literally comes from that world. The exact reason. 1 to 3 hours should be good. Yeah. 1 to 3 hours. Tops. Should be all right. Okay. Is he the third man? So just since we've been here over the last 5 hours, my Pelosi Taiwan trip is doing a little bit of numbers. Seems like I struck a chord here. I know I saw it got retweeted by Mark Ames. That probably had something to do with that. Seems maybe a little bit a little bit receptive to some of the arguments that old Rob is making about Western liberal democracy and China. I saw it posted on Instagram too. Oh, is that True Moss World? Cool. That's good. That's good to hear. They may not realize you're being sarcastic. I know. The Instagram leftist accounts I don't think are very good on this issue, frankly. I'd be happy to be surprised. China's very bad. They do bad things. I don't know what those things are, but they are very bad, I hear. That's right. No, I've heard a bunch of it. And like the Victims of Communism Foundation and the Raytheon or whatever, these are people that we should probably listen to on this. Let's see here. I should also plug in my phone also. Well, no one tagged me. If it did get reposted on Instagram, no one tagged me in it. In China, if you don't say thank you, Mr. Xi, into your webcam when you wake up, a sniper domes you. Exactly. And that's why I say it every day as well. Thank you, President Xi. Let me just go plug in my phone. I'll be right back. By the way, when I was on my break earlier, I went outside and shot a few hoops. I shot a few hoops outside. I got it in my backyard. I got one of those like little kid basketball nets. And with a mini ball, and like if you're far enough away, there's still kind of like it's challenging still. It's challenging. So I went and got a little fresh air for like 2-3 minutes, shot a couple hoops in the backyard. Ball is life. Ball don't lie. That's right. I thought that was code for shitting. No, I did not. I wasn't doing that. Wasn't doing that. Went and shot a few hoops. It was nice. Fuck, is it 5:30? Oh my god. I gotta have dinner soon. Make it rain. That's right. I gotta have dinner soon, folks. You gotta remind me again. I gotta figure out a dinner situation in like 20-30 minutes tops. I have to order something again. Because obviously I'm going to be here for the next several hours still. And I couldn't go upstairs and make a curry. I didn't do it last time. I just don't know where to. I mean, there's Indian places I could order from. I mean, I could get a good one of those. It's not. Curry is not. Like, I love curry. I love curry. It's not the best thing to eat on stream, though. It's not the best thing to eat on stream. I could make one. I could do a cooking stream and make one. I noticed upstairs I do have some like veggies and tofu, and I have some stuff that I could cobble together into kind of into some curry. I don't have any coconut milk though, which would be a problem. I could make some kind of a stir fry, but I would really like to have some coconut milk. Have you cooked any meals during the bachelor arc? No, just boxed mac and cheese, which doesn't count, right? That's part of the bachelor arc. No, I have not. I have not cooked one meal. I'm trying to just like have just order one takeout meal per day and just make that into like every meal. That's what I'm trying to do. I eat like a few little snacks and then I order a takeout meal, and then that's kind of just my whole daily caloric intake. What's the recipe for spaghetti and berries? You can always go the double pizza route, and then you've got lunch and the next dinner would be covered too. I could get a pizza. I could order a pizza. I think if I was an actual bachelor, I would cook, though. I think I would. I'm taking a little break because I cook all the time. I cook like 5 meals a week or whatever. So it's like I cook a lot and have for 10 years or over 10 years. So it's just generally because I'm always cooking that when I'm here by myself, it's like I'm just taking a little break from cooking stuff. I think if I was an actual bachelor, I wouldn't do this all the time. I wouldn't live like this constantly. This wouldn't be my new lifestyle. Or whatever. Well, it's been around that. It's been around that length of time. I only say that because time has lost all meaning to me, and I'm old and I don't remember exactly. This reminds me of when I left my husband for 10 weeks and he didn't open the fridge once that entire time. Dudes really do rock. Yeah, it's really true. Time is fake. True. You take whole wheat spaghetti, boil with cinnamon and chili powder, toss with ricotta and fresh cold strawberries. That sounds horrible, horse. That sounds terrible. When I'm a geographical bachelor, it's an opportunity to cook what I really want. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of things that I don't cook that I would otherwise. I think probably my more the way that I would fit that into a bachelor lifestyle is I would probably cook one big batch of something. I would like cook one big if I was in that situation. I would cook one big batch of something and eat it for multiple days. Big thing of like burrito mix or big thing of pasta. Make that on like Sunday or whatever. And just put it in the fridge. Just make one thing per week or maybe 2. You cook on like Sunday and Thursday and then you just eat 2 things. Anyway, we're not talking about Pelosi and Taiwan. We're not talking about this thing that we're supposed to be talking about. So let's do that though. Okay? Here's the tweet that I did about it. As you've seen, it's doing some numbers on Twitter, which I think is good because it's a viewpoint that I try to articulate here on Twitch, and I don't do often enough on Twitter because I've become kind of like allergic to stirring up controversy, and I more just like to use it to, talk about Steely Dan and stuff. Why can't I see the thing that I know I'm supposed to see? Okay. So here's breakthrough news. Here's we have residents of Nancy Pelosi's congressional district protesting her trip to Taiwan. Members of Peace Pivot gathered outside her office in San Francisco to point out that while she's risking wars on other continents, poverty and homelessness are rampant in her own district. Very true. While she's lecturing everyone about the Chinese atrocities, the Chinese human rights atrocities, like we were saying yesterday, maybe we should take a look at Nancy Pelosi's own city and the regular routine human rights atrocities that take place there on a daily basis that Nancy Pelosi has been overseeing for the last 30 years. While she's become like 100 millionaire many times over through just obvious rampant corruption. Perhaps it's a little bit hypocritical to be lecturing China or anyone else about their quote unquote human rights record when this is what's going on in your own city.
We want Nancy Pelosi to actually represent us instead of warmongering abroad, but listen to her constituency, because over here we need people, we need healthcare, we need housing. Look at how many homeless people are just on the streets over here. We need housing, we need living wages and good paying jobs. We need reproductive
very true.
This is not going to be resolved in a day or two or a month. This will continue. And the reason why we're so concerned, those of us who are working on peace for the world between the United States and China, is because basically the United States have exhausted all the Cold War tactics against China. Trade war, high-tech war, lawfare, propaganda war. Now
While they simultaneously blame China for doing all these exact things, every single thing that that America is carrying out, they then project onto China and complain that they're doing it to them.
now the next step is war, real war. We need to prevent that at all costs. We need to stop that war, because once that war happens, it will be devastating, calamitous consequences to the whole world, and in particular to Chinese Americans. So I don't know where you're going to be, where I'm going to be if this war happens. So let's prevent it. Let's make sure that this doesn't happen. Use all the pressure that we have to bring it down, bring down the temperature, and make sure that we will not go into war.
Why would the United States want to bring China down? China's on the other side of the world. As other people have said here, China's not our enemy. It tries to be friendly with us at every turn. Why? Why? There's only one reason, and it's the same reason why we have had death and destruction in the last 20 years of war. As a matter of fact, it's the same reason why we've had continuous wars since the Second World War, when the United States has been more or less in charge. Korea, Vietnam, Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, now Ukraine, you name it.
Speak on it, sir.
The United States is out there with war. Why? Because we say we must be number one in the world, and no one can get to challenge that. Now you may ask, why should that be the case? It shouldn't. It's lunacy. It's power-mad craziness.
Hell yeah. They're spitting. That was actually great. That was great stuff. See if Breakthrough has anything else.
Let's turn to our final story.
Okay, this looks like a great piece. This is with our friend Abby Martin, but it's about military drills off the coast of Hawaii. Not totally related to what we're talking about. I mean, related, but not. I don't know if this is really about Taiwan. The footage will be part of her upcoming new film, Earth's Greatest Enemy. And here's the thing about Abby and her new film, Earth's Greatest Enemy. Here's the pledge. This is my pledge to you. This is the Rob Rousseau pledge. I'm making this pledge today. Abby Martin will come on this program to talk to us about her new film, Earth's Greatest Enemy. I will get Abby I've talked to her multiple times about coming on, and just the timing has never worked out. I've talked to her on my podcast before. She's reached out before about doing it. It's just we've never been able to work the timing out. She's very busy doing the journalism and activism that she does. But I will get on Abby Martin to talk to us on this program. This is my pledge to you. This is the Rob Rousseau pledge. Where am I now here? Okay. And here's Wang Yi. Also, another fellow friend of the stream, Wang Yi. Also going off on this.
我要告诉大家的是，这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中。
Let me see if I can actually, because it's kind of hard to read the subtitles. Kind of hard to read the subtitles. I'm just gonna embiggen this. I'm going to embiggen it so we can understand.
中国主权的构造。
A
我
little
要告诉大
bit
家
of
的
music as well.
这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流，抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义。这些倒行逆施啊，根本改变不了一个中国的国际共识。 也根本改变不了台湾必将回归祖国的历史大势。玩火者绝对没有好下场，犯我中华者必将受到惩处。谢谢。
What's with the dramatic Instagram music? I don't know. It's a common trend in some of these like China agitprop videos. I smell a trade war. Well, that's where the stuff with the part of it is that the sand, right? They announced that they were going to be suspending their shipments of sand, and isn't the sand integral to this chip production process, right? I'm certainly not an expert in microchip production, but I do think that's been the first move that they've taken to enact these kind of consequences, which is going to genuinely have like a serious impact on the Taiwanese economy, and probably the US's as well. But that's something we need to get to, and I must admit I don't know much about how microchips are made. Perhaps there's someone we can look at that can explain the whole sand thing. Silicon is in fact sand. Oh, there we go. I learn something new every day. I don't know how any of this shit works. I don't know. I just say magic. Yeah, that's generally how my understanding of like how technology works and how things are built and things like plumbing and all this kind of stuff. I just basically in my brain it's just magic, and I don't really interrogate it much more than that. Sand plus magic equals tiny brains. Yeah. I worked in the semiconductor business for 8 years. It is indeed just magic. Okay, well, there you go. Good to know. So we can get into that. There must be some kind of an explainer on that we can take a look at. We saw those Taiwanese protests. Hua Chunying. And again, this is the point that I make often in the show as well, right? The kind of democracy referred to by Pelosi is like nothing but a robe with lice crawling all over it. It may look opulent from a distance, but it couldn't stand close scrutiny. From the Capitol riots, the death of George Floyd, the Robb Elementary School shooting, and America's over 1 million COVID deaths, we see the hypocrisy and cold-bloodedness of the kind of democracy Pelosi referred to. We see the empty pledge and so-called strength of this type of democracy from what the U.S. military has done in Iraq and Syria and from its retreat from Kabul. Which, again, zero lies detected. Zero lies detected on that. It's very funny that Pelosi's trip was almost certainly more focused on shoring up her husband's investments in microchip companies, and the Chinese immediately fucked her over with the sand thing. Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. Check out this map. As an American, I'm extremely excited about getting owned by China at all online for years to come. Absolutely, and me as well. And me as well. When the Canadian government was coming together to pass these resolutions about committing, formally accusing China of genocide, and they immediately, correctly said, let's investigate Canada for genocide. Why aren't we investigating Canada for genocide? Well, like, why aren't we doing that? And they were absolutely correct to do so. And I agree that some objective international body that's not connected to the Canadian government or the rules-based international order that we're part of should indeed investigate Canada for genocide, and I agree with that. They were absolutely correct to do so, to say these things. We got some bozos. Do you have bozos in the chat? I'm not even paying attention. I see the good people. I see the good people, but I don't see any of the bozos. I'm not paying attention to the bozos. For perspective on disruption to maritime traffic that China's announced closure areas will cause, here's a depiction of them overlaid on the current marine traffic picture with fishing boats filtered out. Traffic will be able to go around, but that's a lot to avoid for 3 days. Oh yeah, because those are their like whole military exercises. Yeah. Just they're totally encircling Taiwan and doing now these military exercises. Disturbo, you're not a bozo. Please. You're not a bozo. Okay, so what if I, let me see here. I would like to see more footage of that protest outside Pelosi's house. That was really good stuff. That footage was great. I don't know. Is this anything? This is basically pictures of boats carrying sand. With more epic music.
Douyin?
Yeah, that wasn't very helpful. Pelosi's visit was aimed at strengthening cooperation with Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, which is responsible for the major share of the global chip market, which is building a huge factory in Arizona in the U.S. Yeah, and I think that's something that people were speculating on as well, right? And correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, right. But the idea that like creating some kind of a military crisis in the Taiwan Strait or provoking Chinese military action, provoking it just as they did in Ukraine, provoking some kind of like military crisis there would also mean good things for the domestic chip production industry in the United States, right? I wish the White House press office would put dramatic strings over Biden's press statements. It's a good little trick. Does Carl have anything for us? The former Singapore diplomat.
That it will be an absolute mistake for Asians to think that success in Asia is guaranteed. It's definitely not guaranteed. And there are serious dangers coming.
Thank you, Johnny.
And if you want to ask me where is the biggest danger of the next big war, you don't have to be a geopolitical genius to figure it out. The danger of the next big geopolitical war will be over Taiwan. Because there you have two forces meeting. Yet literally you're caught between a rock and a hard place, because China has made it absolutely clear. This is not 99%, not 99.9%, this is 100%. If Taiwan declares independence, China will declare war. 100% guarantee. And on the other side, and this of course is a long story, the United States has decided that China is the biggest geopolitical challenge to the United States. And the United States has more or less worked out it's got 10 years to stop the United States. So I guarantee you in the next 10 years, the US-China geopolitical tensions will rise, 100% guarantee. And
yeah.
the United States is looking for opportunities.
And
to
again,
keep up.
the tensions that's 100% bipartisan in the media and in politics. The reaction, we looked at the Fox News thing. They're praising Pelosi for going to Taiwan and creating this crisis, but suggesting that they're not going far enough in their anti-China actions. They want to ratchet it up, and liberals are in agreement. It's just they disagree about how much they want to ratchet up the tensions. That's the only disagreement.
China, the one big opportunity is Taiwan. And so you can't possibly get a war there. So all of us who want to prevent wars in Asia, let's pay careful attention to these dangers.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, so I'm going to get my phone and do the food thing. Thank you for the reminder, Johnny. I'll just be 1 minute. Look at this, really quick. You know, one thing we need to do after the revolution is nationalize these delivery apps and nationalize the gig economy. So all these gig economy workers and people that work for these big tech companies that control these food delivery apps, nationalize those. So all these gig workers have great jobs and great salaries and benefits. And keep the services in place. The actual technology is great. The technology is great. The way it exploits workers is fucking horrific. But that is one thing after the revolution that we're going to do. We're going to keep that technology. We're going to make sure the workers that work for these gig economy companies are taken care of and are given great wages and benefits because they have a really important job. The gig economy should have full benefits, company supplied cars, exactly. The idea is there, that's good, that actually could improve people's lives. It's the only improvement comes on the consumer side. It makes it slightly more easier and convenient for consumers, and the exploitation continues. This actual service without the exploitation would be great. And it would benefit people's lives who work for it. You could get a job because it's a really easy job to get. And you could get a great job doing delivery with a great salary and benefits and all this stuff. Nationalize the order placement system that you can systematically intertwine any restaurant into your network. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Or other things that people need delivered. Anyway, there's all this stuff about use these apps. You shouldn't use these apps. My position on always this stuff is if you tip the workers that work there and tip generously and try to do what you can to limit the level that these people are exploited, I think the not using these services don't mean they just go away. It doesn't mean the exploitation stops. I just try, if I'm going to use these apps, that you're going to tip as generously as possible and actually try and take care of the workers that are being exploited in this process. Or maybe it's just all bourgeois decadence. I don't know. Either way, I need food and I need to not think about it that much. And I need to just click a few buttons on my phone. And I did. And now I'm going to have food like magic, magically delivered, magically appear right on my doorstep, which is a pretty incredible thing. I would like to have this service, this exact service, but make it so that people that are at the restaurants and the delivery drivers are actually able to have a sustainable life and have a great salary and benefits and vacation time and all that stuff. Yeah, pro tip, the cook and everyone else at the restaurant is exploited. Yeah, everyone that's not the restaurant owner, and even sometimes they're exploited by banks. Not the restaurant owner, but they're wealthy as well. And the CEOs and shareholders of these big tech companies that just that exploit workers so they can continue to profit. They don't even profit. None of these companies make a profit. It's all propped up by fake venture capital. None of these companies are even fucking profitable. So those are the only people in that process that are not being exploited. The revolution needs to bring street food to the U.S. beyond illegally parked food trucks. Yeah, that would be great. We don't even have like street hot dogs in Montreal because of communist Montreal's bylaws about who can sell what on the street. We don't have like the falafel trucks or the halal cart or street hot dogs. We don't have any of that shit. I hate it. It's one thing about Montreal that that's one thing that I would change. If I was like running for mayor of Montreal or something, that would be one of the things that I would run on. Are hot dogs illegal in Canada? No, in fact, hot dogs in Montreal or like in Quebec are essential part of the Quebecois diet. Hot dogs and poutine and steamy. Une calice de steamy avec une poutine, là. Sacrément, c'est délicieux, là. It's a big part of our culture. But we don't have hot dog carts. You go to La Belle Province, or you go to any one of these diners, and you get a hot dog there. Yeah, we use the cops to arrest the fruit stand lady. Yeah, the fruit stand lady in the goddamn metro who's never harmed anyone. Better call in the militarized police officers to fucking beat them up and take all their shit. That's a great way of organizing things. Okay, what else? What else does Carl have here? He did also talk with Spirit of Ho, Danny, our friend of the stream, Danny Haifong, and Xiang Yu also, and Carl Zhao, another friend of the stream. I had a criticism for Xiang Yu and his weird take the other day and his weird meltdown and lack of introspection about it. A very, very knowledgeable voice about Taiwan, regardless of all that weird drama and all that bullshit. So probably very informative stuff. Whole 2-hour conversation. So I don't think we'll watch that today, but I'm sure it is very, very really informative, providing the context.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
It's our friend Owen. There he is. There's Owen Schroyer. Hey, thank you very much. Clincher Live. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Bring it on in here, Raiders. Hello. Carl's saying something about a citrus fruit ban as well. I don't know what that's about. Oh, he says he should ban imports of hard liquor. He's talking about things that they could do, I guess. So, and I don't know if this was debunked. What Carl's saying here: sand is where silicon that makes up your semiconductor chips come from. Talking about this halt of sand exports, and meanwhile, based China buys sand from DPRK despite the sanctions. Hell yeah. Treating myself to a pint and some cheap wings on the patio and watching TRRS. That sounds lovely, Stu. That sounds lovely. Thanks for letting me chat last night. I was celebrating Kansas win. I must admit, I do not remember. Do not remember that. But you're welcome. You are welcome. There was a Katie Halper show segment. And there's a whole hour-long segment with Carl. Oh boy. There's an hour and 15-minute segment from the Katie Halper show with Carl, which I'm sure is a great segment to watch about this subject. It's going to go on. It's an hour. That's going to take, probably 2 hours to watch, though, I would say. That's probably going to take a solid 2 hours to get through. I'm going to see what else we got going here. What else Carl's been up to. I should probably, if this escalates at all, I should get Carl to come back onto this show and talk to us. Maybe you could do the Stu method, having it playing while also playing Stray. I can't do that, Stu. I can't have two things going on at the same time. It's like I won't be able to fucking concentrate on anything. When I'm doing gaming, I want to do gaming. I can't do React. My brain is not that advanced for streaming, Stu. I can't react and talk about things and also game simultaneously. Maybe I could game and chat. I could probably game and chat still, but that is I don't think I would be able to do that. I am looking forward to finishing Stray, though. I'm going to finish Stray this very evening. My brain is I'm not Gen X. I'm elderly millennial. I'm geriatric millennial. Okay, get it right, narrator. I'm geriatric millennial. My brain is just, it's too old to figure out how to do this stuff. Well, you know what? Let's look at, I don't think we need to look at this whole clip with Carl and Katie. It doesn't even look like he's on the whole time. Okay, so that's good. He's not even on the whole time. It starts off with Leslie Lee. Here's where Carl joins up here.
John Rule, who is an Australian-American journalist living in Washington, D.C. He writes for the Independent
I feel old. Look at the
Institute,
Hasanabi
is a
chat. It's
contributing
true,
editor to Strategic Policy, runs the Geopolitics General channel on Roundtable Media, and his book, Budget Superpower, will be out later this year. So, John, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming.
Carl. It's not Carl at all. Here he is. Okay, it's just at the end. Okay, so this is actually a much shorter clip to look at. Good.
Bringing on Carl Zah, who is the host of the Silk and Steel podcast, focusing on China and surrounding regions, history, politics, and culture. Welcome, Carl, making your debut on the Katie Halper Show. Welcome.
Hi, Katie. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. Yeah, really excited to have you on. Wanted to just ask you to talk about...
No, she doesn't do the show with Taibbi anymore. She does it with Aaron Mate now. Aaron Mate is the host of that now.
About what's happening right now in China, in Taiwan. And before getting into what's happening now with Nancy Pelosi, could you just set up the history of and significance of Taiwan? Because I think a lot of people have no idea what
we dove into this yesterday, but let's hear it one more time.
I'll try.
Hearing it from Carl
I'll
is
try
good
to
too.
be brief.
Okay, great.
So Taiwan was Chinese territory until 1895, when China was defeated by Japan in the First Sino-Japanese War. And as a result, China ceded the territory of Taiwan to Japan. Then that was reversed after 50 years of Japanese occupation. That was reversed after the result of World War II, because as the end of the settlement for World War II, Japan was supposed to give up all the territory outside of its home islands, including all the territory it has taken from neighboring country before. And the problem, though, the Treaty of San Francisco in 1951, that was supposed to end the war with Japan, the United States specifically excluded the country of China and Korea from attending the signing of Treaty of San Francisco, because the excuse United States government used was, oh, China is in the midst of a civil war, which it was. I mean, so Taiwan was returned to China after 1945. But then China,
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara.
JNKD, thanks so much for the 17 months tier 1. Thank you, JNKD. Really appreciate that. Yeah, hearing Carl's kid in the background is cool too. Yeah.
And the communists eventually won out, and the KMT government.
Yes, Sam, we did devote quite a lot of time yesterday to looking at a couple different things, talking about the history and the context.
The previous government in China then fled to Taiwan, where they keep on pretending they're still the sole legitimate government of.
But I mean, this what he's saying right now, I think, is the fundamental fact that we all need to keep in mind about the history of Taiwan. There's a lot more history, a lot more context to remember, but I think this is the key fact.
United States specifically excluded the country of China and Korea from attending the signing of Treaty of San Francisco, because the excuse United States government used was, oh, China is in the midst of a civil war, which it was. I mean, so Taiwan was returned to China after 1945. But then China immediately was involving a civil war between the communists and the KMT side. And the communists eventually won out, and the KMT government, the previous government in China, then fled to Taiwan, where they keep on pretending they're still the sole legitimate government of all of China, which United States went along with that fiction until 1971. And
yeah, that's a key part of it. Yeah, Matt Taibbi, what another incredibly disappointing person that I used to really admire and respect, along with Greenwald, to talk about a number of people that I used to admire and respect that have gone down these kind of fucking weird reactionary crank paths. Even though I think Greenwald was always there, but he was more clever about hiding it previously. Or Blumenthal, yeah, absolutely. No, just talking about like the Chinese Civil War and the post-war period and everything. It's like we talk as much as we talk about our like nightmare timeline. Our nightmare timeline that we're currently in, it almost seems like the worst case scenario. There were, I think, loud voices like in the political establishment in the United States who, in the closing, when World War II is coming to an end, wanted to keep pushing, wanted to go after Russia and China, and would probably wanted to drop nukes on both of these countries and just get it over, and just like not leave any, because the whole possibility of communists taking over or not was still kind of like not determined. And there were very loud voices that I think were calling for like we need to continue expanding and continue and just like destroy this communist threat forever, once and for all, in that moment. And like that's one thing that did not happen, and they did what they did in the next several decades to try and subvert the growth of communism, and with all the secret wars and Southeast Asia and Latin America and all the horrible mass murder campaign that they were on. But there were people that did just want to fucking nuke both China and Russia immediately after the war. I've never seen Katie denounce Taibbi or his takes, and well, it's tough because Katie's like, I've talked to her before. She's been on my podcast. You know, I have kind of a friendly relationship with her. I know she's platformed some of these like gender critical, like Jesse Singal and these types, which that I think is really unfortunate as well, which I don't believe she has ever really addressed. Which sucks. I mean, there's no way of getting around that. It fucking sucks. However, though, she does talk to a lot of people and cover a lot of important topics, and I think I do want to hear what Carl has to say about this topic, though. So let's continue with Carl's comments here.
And in fact, you know, as Mao was was about to send the People's Liberation Army across the Taiwan Strait in 1950 to finish the Chinese Civil War, Korean War broke out in June 1950. And as a result of the Korean War, before the Chinese intervention in the Korean War, Truman issued a directive to send the U.S. 7th Fleet into the Taiwan Strait. That prevented the Chinese People Liberation Army to cross the Taiwan Strait, because in 1950, China didn't, the People's Republic of China didn't have a navy. There's nothing they could do when U.S. sent its aircraft carrier into the Taiwan Strait in 1950. So as a result, the Chinese Civil War
Carl's kid is really on one.
Kind of suspended phase. You know, the remnant government set up their ramparts on Taiwan. So this is we're dealing with this legacy right now, and
I think so, narrator.
The US
yeah,
has always intervened.
I think so.
In fact, right, some people are calling the current crisis the fourth Taiwan Strait crisis, because we already had at least three. And in the first two Taiwan Strait crises in 1954,
interesting. Truman was definitely anti-communist. Oh, of course. I mean, it's a deeply anti-communist society, just like when we see with JFK and Nixon and all that. It was all anti-communist, and you in fact couldn't even really win political office without being a staunch anti-communist. It was just basically the different degrees. There was the extremist degree that wanted to just nuke Russia and China immediately after the war and just get this over with, this final battle, just destroy communism once and for all. And there were others, it was just a different degrees of how violent and how underhanded they want to be in their anti-communist geopolitical agenda. Basically, that's what the United States government was about.
United States government had plans to nuke mainland China. This just came out like a couple of years ago, and the U.S. because at the time it looks like mainland China was about to take a couple offshore islands, not even taking Taiwan, just offshore islands about a few kilometers off the coast of mainland China that was held by Taiwan, KMT party. And at that time, United States Pentagon has a plan if the PLA does cross to take the Kinmen Islands, for example, they would drop nuclear bombs onto mainland China to stop this invasion. But Mao never actually sent PLA over, so that the nuke scenario, we never saw the nuke scenario, but the plan was in place. And in fact, since 1958, U.S. has placed nuclear-tipped missiles as well as nuke on Taiwan. And during the Vietnam War, there are about 30,000 U.S. Military personnel were stationed in Taiwan. This all changed with 1971 visit of Nixon. So Nixon signed the Shanghai Communique with Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai in Shanghai, which says United States recognize the Taiwan issue. Both sides of the Taiwan Strait agree they're all Chinese, and Taiwan issue is an issue to remain to be solved by the Chinese of both sides of the Taiwan Strait.
The Pacific State is probably all MacArthur's responsibility.
U.S. has pulled out its military and its nukes from Taiwan since 1971, and the Shanghai Communique forms the foundation for the Sino-American relation going on forward. What we're seeing right now is U.S. is walking back from the Shanghai Communique signed by Nixon in 1971, because since U.S. and China has established normalized relationship in 1979. Ever since, U.S. only recognized the government in Beijing as the sole legitimate government of China. U.S. do not recognize Taiwan. There's no official U.S. embassy in Taiwan. There's a so-called de facto embassy. They call the American Institute on Taiwan. And what we have seen since the Trump administration, though, there is a creeping U.S. is trying to revert back to the Cold War era situation. Under Trump, U.S. actually sent Marines back into Taiwan under the pretense that the American Institute in Taiwan is sort of U.S. diplomatic institution, which need U.S. Marine to guard it, which is totally unnecessary. But they're just doing it to see China's reaction. This is
and we're saying talking about MacArthur, he let much of the leadership in Imperial Japan maintain their status. Yeah, it was MacArthur, but that was the whole the emerging CIA and the whole American intelligence apparatus were in lockstep with that as well, right? With putting fascists back in place in Imperial Japan, in West Germany, in South Korea, with bringing German fascists and importing them into the U.S. government, into NASA and all these other agencies, including the intelligence community. So MacArthur was a part of that, but he wasn't like the guy. I think there was a concerted effort involving MacArthur and Dulles and the whole American security state and intelligence apparatus that were involved with that kind of stuff. Being anti-communist is more important than being a fascist to them. Yeah, I mean, or they don't have the allergy to fascism that they claim that they do. There was a lot of fascist sympathy in American society at that time and in Canadian society as well. Wonder if U.S. policy has ever been shaped by capital interests. Yeah, I wonder.
A series of provocations that U.S. have done to provoke China and to increase tension in the area. But in our corporate media, China is the one that's painted as aggressor. But I want to remind people there has been peace across the Taiwan Strait since the late 1980s. Ever since I was born, I grew up in China in 1980s. I mean, ever since that time, the relationship, the tension has calmed down. The trade across both sides have grown. Right now, there are about 2 million Taiwanese people studying, working on mainland China. Out of a total population of 25 million.
And yeah, like what you're saying, no free will. I guess they barely even apologized only recently for the rape of Nanking, etc. And their textbooks have all whitewashed it. And that was a big part of like what Shinzo Abe was about, right? That was like a big part of like of his whole political career was whitewashing colonial Japanese crimes, right? I've almost eaten a pound of wings. Please tell me you've ordered food. Yeah, I ordered some olu poke. I ordered that little Korean dish and a miso soup, and I'm looking forward to having it. Rest in piss, Shinzo. Absolutely. Not just dismissing them, but celebrating them. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, totally. Otherwise, he was a great guy, though.
So I mean, there's a lot of cultural exchange going on. And
Pyongyang time, Pyongyang
in
stomach. That's right.
1990, finally, the Taiwanese government lifted the restriction on direct travel between mainland China and Taiwan. Before, in 1980, I remember Taiwanese businessmen, they have to travel to Hong Kong as a stopping point in order to go to mainland China. But now they can fly directly across the Taiwan Strait. But what U.S. has done, especially with what Pelosi has done, is not. So the White House spokesperson John Kirby has said, "Oh, China is reacting to a long-standing U.S. policy." That's a bald-faced lie, because there has been no Speaker of House visit to Taiwan for 25 years since
Just preposterous.
Last visit was Newt Gingrich back in 1997. And in fact, the U.S. Congress had to pass a law in 2018 under Trump administration to allow high-level visits, called the Taiwan Travel Act, to allow high-level U.S. officials to visit Taiwan. So U.S. has been taking series of steps to kind of normalize its normalize the status of Taiwan as a U.S. client state, basically. And this is
Well, that's what all the bullshit too that people believe when they believe the U.S. propaganda. And they say, "Well, Rob, how can you support? There's a big country coming to swallow a smaller country, and we want them to be free and independent." And if anyone, it's like I said yesterday, when a big rant about this, we don't need to retreat all these same arguments, but it's so childish to believe that any of this has to do with these places having sovereignty or being free and having free democracy. It's just like, do you really fucking believe this? Or Ukraine? We need to keep Ukraine free and independent from Russia. We need to keep Taiwan free and independent. Do you really want them to be free and independent, or do you want them to be Western satellite states? I think that's actually what you want. And I think if you believe this, if you bend yourself over backwards, bended yourself into this logical pretzel to justify this, suggesting that this is all just about protecting some poor little country and protecting and keeping it free and independent, democratic. You gotta fucking grow up. It's so childish to think that this has anything to do whatsoever with whether it's Ukraine or Taiwan, keeping them free and independent. What is the result of any of this is for them to continue to be even more so satellite states of Western imperialism, and part of if this did happen, which won't happen because China will probably declare war before this happens. If Taiwan was independent, it would only be a means to continue the prolonged military encirclement of China, which has been going on for decades. It's that baby talk silliness. That's what it is. You gotta grow up.
China is voiced its opposition against, and that's why they raised a big concern about the Pelosi visit, because it's true that back in the 50s, Eisenhower, Nixon, they all visited.
Young Manic, they don't know shit.
That's back in the day when U.S. was under this pretense that the government in Taipei is the sole legitimate government of China. Since 1979, since the normalization of ties between China and U.S., no U.S. presidents have visited Taiwan. And Speaker of the House is second in line to, well, Pelosi is second in line to succeed Biden in case something happened to both Biden and Kamala Harris. So she's pretty high up there. And she is going there not as a private citizen. She's representing the U.S. government. She's traveling on a U.S. Air Force plane, C-40C. It's normally a congressman travels to
The most surreal thing yesterday, I think, was all the reactions from people in the media and politics just being like, what's the big deal? Why are they freaking out? Why are they freaking out? This is not a big deal. They're the ones making it a big deal. It's not what we're doing that's a big deal. It's just like, it's unbelievable. How fucking backwards and preposterous it is. Why are you freaking out so much, China? Why are you freaking out? Why are you turning this into this doesn't have to escalate into this big deal? It's really amazing that people I will go out and say this.
Previously have been traveling on commercial airliner or private jet, but Nancy Pelosi is traveling on a U.S. Air Force asset. So this is quite different, and it's on a symbolic level at least. And Chinese understood this. I don't know how many American audience understood it because we're swamped by kind of disinformation and propaganda over here.
Yeah. So why do you think Pelosi is doing what she's doing? If you're watching this later and you want to hear and see the full stream with our wonderful guest, Carl Zah, then please become Patreon supporters at patreon.com/.
That's how she gets you. That's how she gets you. There's one more video I wanted to take a look at. There's a new video from the Reports on China YouTube page. Maybe that can about the fallout. Maybe that can do it for today.
U.S. Speaker of the House Nancy
Taiwan.
Pelosi.
Maybe that can do it today for Taiwan stuff. Although I am going to eat. Well, watch this. I will eat, and then I will finish Stray. Okay. Sounds like a plan.
U.S. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, the third most senior member of the U.S. government, has suggested she plans to make an official visit to the island of Taiwan next month. This is an absolutely foolish idea that achieves nothing but purposefully provoking Beijing, and it could easily seriously escalate military tensions. Many in the West, including both sides of the U.S. government, believe that U.S. politicians should be able to go anywhere they want. Why is visiting Taiwan such a big deal? Well, today I'll explain why Nancy Pelosi should cancel her proposed trip and why the US in general should stop aggravating the situation.
Oh, this is not the one that I wanted to watch. Not the one that I wanted to watch. Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. Is this one?
Hello, 大家好，欢迎回到外媒看中国，我是安博然。Hey you guys, welcome back to Reports on China. I'm Andy. I just wanted to record a quick video today to talk about Nancy Pelosi's arrival in Taiwan.
I really want to learn. I got to learn so many other languages. It's kind of frustrating and intimidating. I need to somehow learn to speak Spanish and Mandarin. That's something I can do, right? As a middle-aged man, I can just learn this. I can learn Spanish, I think, fairly easily because I have a French background, but learning Mandarin probably slightly more difficult, slightly trickier, that one. But maybe I'll get around to it eventually. When we're all going to be climate refugees going to China, then it's going to be necessary, right? We better get the framework now, so later on, when we want to leave the declining West and escape from the sinking ship that we're on, and go to where the future is and where the prosperity is and all the growth, we're going to need to be able to integrate. So we probably should get started on that pretty soon.
Yesterday, despite stern warnings from China that doing so would be crossing the reddest of red lines. At the time of recording, Pelosi's about an hour away from making a speech there, but I think that's irrelevant at this point. To be quite honest, I really didn't think she'd go through with it, mainly because it's such a foolish, selfish, short-sighted thing to do. But she did anyway, and now the US will have to deal with whatever consequences come next. And they will come. I strongly believe this comes from Pelosi's lifelong personal grudge against China. She's 82, very much nearing the end of her career, and wanted to go out with a bit of a bang, so to speak, in a selfish, moronic move that she was strongly advised against.
Tell us how you really feel, sir.
Even by her own colleagues. Check out this exchange today in Washington, where a reporter strongly questions Kirby.
I think Andy follows me. If he follows me on Twitter, I could maybe reach out to Andy and see if I could get him on. I've reached out to a couple people to talk to me about China stuff. I reached out to is it Jingjing Li? Another prominent Chinese journalist. I reached out to her. I can reach out to Andy as well. Try to get him to come on. I'm always interested in getting that perspective, because obviously Andy's perspective is not available anywhere in our sort of mainstream media establishment. So that's why I try to show these things, to talk about these things on this program, and talk to these folks. Because no, it's not like CNN is bringing on Andy or Jingjing Li to talk about this issue as part of just at least to present the viewpoint so people can understand some of the context or understand what their thoughts are on this.
About the insanity of Pelosi's visit and how it throws China-US relations established in 1979 right down the toilet.
You keep telling us that U.S. policy hasn't changed and that the United States does not support an independent Taiwan. And yet, if we look at what Speaker Pelosi
I'll be right back,
tweeted
folks.
from the ground in Taiwan, her post actually states, quote, "America stands with Taiwan." We all know that Taiwan harbors ambitions toward independence. When the Speaker of the House says, "We stand with Taiwan, America stands with Taiwan," how can the Chinese construe that as anything else but that you're supporting independence?
I'll let the Speaker speak for herself. All I can tell you, James, is what I told you yesterday, and I'm happy to repeat it. Nothing has changed about our adherence to the One China policy. Nothing has changed about our stance on Taiwan independence, which is that we do not support Taiwan independence. And nothing has changed, James, about our commitments and how seriously we take those commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act. Everything is consistent, James. I can't say that any more clearly.
What the reporter said is quite correct. Washington is officially saying they don't see Taiwan as a country. They see it as part of China. Kirby's trying to argue that nothing has changed, which is, to be completely fair, a pack of bull. As the reporter mentioned, Pelosi tweeted that America stands with Taiwan, which is a complete contradiction to the 3 communiques signed between China and the US in the 70s and 80s, where the US again agreed that there is only one China, that Taiwan is part of China, and Beijing is the legitimate government of all of China. Pelosi's foolish visit has thrown all that down the drain, and now ordinary people like you and I will pay the consequences. Think about it. Inflation in the US is so high now that average Americans can't even afford gas for their cars. Will Pelosi suffer personally for this toxic mission? Of course not. It's the average American, as well as ordinary people around the world, who will pay when relations between the 2 biggest economies on the planet go sour. And who's to blame? Well, Nancy Pelosi, who's now worth upwards of $100 million thanks to her corrupt deeds. Let me just add really quickly, if Nancy were in government here in China, she would have been thrown in jail years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Last night, I was following her plane, SPAR-19, as it completely avoided the South China Sea and snuck into Taiwan in the dead of night without any official announcement beforehand. China's military threatened to take action in this regard, but in the end, no military action was taken. Now, I know that left many Chinese feeling disappointed. Don't get me wrong, nobody I know here in China wished for her plane to be shot down or for anyone to be injured. But many had hoped that the PLA would maybe intercept Pelosi's aircraft and force it to divert to another location. That didn't happen, obviously, and many Chinese today are saying this has reignited memories of the 100 years of humiliation, where China was smashed open by military force so that the British could continue selling heroin here in the 19th century. Now, I'm not Chinese, obviously. I don't carry the weight of China's history on my shoulders, so I utterly respect and acknowledge my Chinese friends and colleagues and their feelings about this matter. As a foreigner living and working in China, someone who strives on a daily basis to show the rest of the world that they're wrong about China, I have a slightly different view. For me, I'm relieved that today we're not witnessing the beginning of World War III. The US wanted China to do something drastic. Actually, they needed China to do something drastic. But China is the adult here, and anyone in the world with a clear mind will see that.
Like
For
I was
me,
saying,
someone
like when
always
this happened
trying-
yesterday, that's exactly why I was skeptical about all the World War III talk. Obviously, there's going to be consequences. They said very clearly that there's going to be consequences for Pelosi going. I never believed for a moment that they were going to start firing missiles or doing any of that stuff. They're not going to throw away. China's not going to throw away everything that they've built over fucking Nancy Pelosi and just start World War III immediately over this. They're not. They're way
This is
too
some guy,
smart
Rob
to take the
Russo,
bait,
some
I
leftist
think.
based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, Antifada, thanks for the raid. Antifada raid, we love it. Thank you, Antifada. Bring it on in here, raiders. Welcome. We're just talking about the follow up of the aftermath of the Pelosi visit. Looking at this Reports on China channel. I'm having some soup also at the same time. So, just talking about how, I think for all the talk about like how there's going to be consequences for Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, all this stuff about like World War III and launching missiles immediately. I think I was always kind of skeptical about that because I don't think they're going to just take the bait that easily and just immediately. They're not going to start World War III over fucking Nancy Pelosi. You know, I never really believed that was on the horizon. Not that there won't be some kind of consequences for it because they very clearly said that there would be. What kind of soup? It's a seafood miso. Seafood miso soup. Very tasty. Thank you for asking.
My best to show the world that China isn't the dangerous, threatening, unruly place that Western media makes it out to be. Last night was a bit of a turning point. It'll be really hard from now on for Western media to continue pretending that China is a threat to the world when China acted
But they still will,
cool and
though.
calm under pressure.
They still will.
Instead to go about this intelligently and in an adult manner. Repercussions will come. I don't know what they'll be, but they will come, and they'll come when China is ready. I posted on Twitter today that I bet a lot of Americans will be rereading Sun Tzu Bingfa, The Art of War. I seriously recommend they do. See you guys next time.
Okay, I think that was actually supposed to be a seafood miso soup. It was supposed to be. I think that was just a regular. I do think that was just a regular miso, though, which is okay. It was still good. I still enjoyed it. Oh boy, there's a 30-minute segment on Chinese TV about this. Gosh. And I guess I still have to eat my dinner. I do still have to eat my dinner. We might as well watch this CGTN America segment on this as well, right? I'll eat. We'll take a look at this segment, and then we will switch to the gaming zone. And perhaps I will end the stream before I get to another 9 hours. And now I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if I will. Probably going another. Maybe I'll go 10. Maybe I'll go, instead of doing 9, how about we do 10? How about that?
Beijing reacts strongly to the controversial visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. What will all of this mean for China-US relations?
Oh, and by the way, if anyone that's watching, if you came here from the Twitch algorithm or like wherever else, if you're like, why are you looking at this propaganda? Why are you looking at the Chinese viewpoint on this? Why are you looking at Chinese state media? I don't know if any of you are doing that. Like maybe, I don't know. Sometimes there's lurkers here and stuff. I don't think so, but maybe. But the thing is, like, if you want to hear the other viewpoint, if you want to hear the American viewpoint, you can turn on any single news station right now. You can turn on CNN, CBC, Fox, ABC, most of the other political Twitch streams. There's no shortage of people that are giving the American perspective on this. I do like to try and at least not just uncritically accept, but at least understand what these other countries are saying about these matters. That's why I think, news stations like RT are really valuable. And even though that there's all these efforts to ban them and label them foreign state media or whatever, but that's the thing. It's like, if you want to get the pro-American side, there's no shortage of that right now. There's no shortage of it on mainstream media, on CNN or whatever you want to listen to. That's why I like to watch these pieces from outlets like CGTN or from RT, just to at least understand the perspective. It's important to really understand the perspective on the other side of these kinds of conflicts, right? If we don't understand the context and understand this different perspective, then we can't really have an informed analysis about any of it.
Hello, I'm Anand Naidu, and this is The Heat.
Heat. I'm really looking forward to eating this Korean dish here I got. Look at this. It's hard to see what it is. We got the mango section, the peas. We got some pickled cabbage. You got the kimchi. There's kimchi mayo. There's this crunchy thing, tuna. I think there's some tuna in there and some kind of caviar thing. Really good. Really edamame. Okay, edamame. I don't know. That's what it is though. Looking forward to eating it. The flavor zones. I love poke as well. I never really tried it. And I just did a few weeks ago and I was just like, God, this is so good. This is unbelievably good. That's what it is, yeah. Now I'm a big fan.
The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, is making a highly controversial visit to Taiwan. She arrived there Tuesday evening local time. The visit comes just days after both the Chinese and U.S. presidents held a lengthy telephone conversation in which China's President Xi Jinping warned against any U.S. interference in Taiwan. Beijing sees the Pelosi visit as a provocation and has issued strong reaction. Here is some of what China's foreign ministry has said.
China's foreign ministry says the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives ignores China's strong opposition and visits Taiwan, violating the One China principle in the 3 China-U.S. joint communiques. The ministry says this has seriously damaged the political foundation of China-U.S. relations, infringed China's national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and undermined peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. It sends a wrong signal to separatist forces who seek Taiwan independence. China firmly opposes this and condemns this action and has issued a strong protest to the U.S. side. The foreign ministry says there is only one China and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. It says the government of the People's Republic of China is the only legitimate government of China, and this was made clear in Resolution 2758 at the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1971. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, 181 countries have established diplomatic relations with China based on the One China principle. The One China principle is recognized by the international community and the basic regulations in international relations. The foreign ministry says that in the joint communique on the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1979, signed by China and the U.S. promised that the United States recognizes that the People's Republic of China is the only legitimate government of China. In this context, the American people will maintain cultural, commercial, and other unofficial exchanges with Taiwan. As a part of the U.S. government, the U.S. House of Representatives should abide by the One China principle and not conduct any official exchanges with Taiwan. China has always opposed any visit by U.S. lawmakers to Taiwan, and the U.S. administration has a responsibility to stop this. The ministry says that as the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Pelosi's visit violates U.S. promises and is a political provocation that effectively upgrades relations between the U.S. and Taiwan. China will never accept this.
There is lots to discuss, so let's get to it. Joining the discussion is Joseph Gregory Mahoney. He is Professor of Politics and International Relations at East China Normal University in Shanghai. With us here from New York is Brian Becker. He is the Executive Director of the Answer Coalition and host of the Socialist Program podcast. Also joining the discussion from Tel Aviv is John Gong. He is Professor of Economics at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing. Welcome to all of you to the show. And Joseph Gregory Mahoney, let me start with you. What kind of fallout do you see from this very controversial visit by the United States Speaker to Taiwan? And what kind of damage does it do to China-US relations?
Well, as we've already heard from Beijing, it seriously undermines the basic foundations of U.S.-China relations. I think the next question is, what kind of response are we going to see? Where some people expected to see a more powerful, perhaps even military response last night. I don't think that was likely. I think if we see something, it will be after she departs. But the bigger question are, what are the longer-term implications? And in this context, does it continue to erode China-U.S. relations? And I think certainly from Beijing's perspective, who comes next? Another high-level
CC series. What's the longest stream you've had? The longest stream I've had was last night. It was 9-something hours. It was yesterday. Yesterday was the longest stream that I have ever done. I'm at 6 hours, 37 minutes right now. I wasn't planning. I was not planning on streaming for another 9 hours today, but it is looking a little bit like I may just be eclipsing that today, or at least matching it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the gaming zone goes. And by the way, if anyone enjoys the content and wants to support this channel and wants to support the streaming that I do, which I've been doing all for like now the 18 hours in the last couple days, you can do so by subscribing for $5 per month, by gifting subscriptions, donating bits, aka friend coin, buying merch. You can buy merch using the ! Merch command in the chat. So we've got some wonderful merch in the merch store as well. All numbers of different ways that you can, if you want to, and only if you want to, and only if you can, support this stream, support TRRS, and support the work and the commentary that I do, and help keep it on the air. But that's all. I just wanted to throw that out there. Throw that out there every couple of hours. Let people know that you can indeed subscribe to the channel if you want to. And let's get back to this video here.
U.S. official, the president or vice president, leaders from Japan or other countries. So I think, this ultimately intensifies China's resolve. And whether it takes a week or a month or a year or longer, I think that resolve just got stronger. I think it just solidified public opinion in China even more firmly behind the government. And so, unfortunately, I see all of this moving in a direction, as Beijing describes, of increasing insecurity.
All right, we are joined now by Victor Gar. He is an international relations expert and chair professor at Soochow University. He joins us from Beijing. Victor, as we've been reporting, the House Speaker from the United States, Nancy Pelosi, she is now in Taiwan. There's been very sharp reaction from the Chinese. The Ministry of Defense issued a very strongly worded statement condemning the visit, which it says violates the One China principle. And the Chinese military, the People's Liberation Army, says, and I'm quoting here, it says that it will protect the Taiwan Straits. It plans to conduct military exercises and training activities around the island this week. These include live fire drills in its maritime areas and airspace. During this period, it says the entry of vessels and aircraft in relevant areas is prohibited. So, Victor, how do you see the Chinese response unfold in the days and weeks ahead?
Well, first of all, Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan right now as we speak, and she has been condemned as troublemaker in chief by China in the cross-strait relations. And China has rarely condemned anyone as sternly as it has been doing against Nancy Pelosi for violating the One China policy and threatened all kinds of consequences. Therefore, indeed, last night, before her landing in Taipei, there is a lot of nervousness in China, as well as in Taiwan, China's Taiwan province, as well as in this part of the world. Eventually, I think after her landing, Chinese government through various entities like the Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry, the State Council, Taiwan Affairs Office, the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, the CPPCC, you name it, they all issued one condemnation after another. Now, it rarely happens in more recent Chinese history. All this indicates that China is very serious about condemning the violation by Nancy Pelosi and her delegation of the One China policy, and China will do something. Now, I would suppose China will do several things. One, on the personal level, there will be sanctions against Nancy Pelosi and those who traveled with her to Taiwan for violating the One China policy, for example, banning them for life from entering into China, China's Hong Kong, Macau, and eventually Taiwan province after its reunification with China, forbidding them to do any business with interests in China's mainland, China's Hong Kong, China's Macau, and eventually with Taiwan province after its reunification. Now, secondly, there will be very stern warnings by the Chinese government against the U.S. government. The U.S. ambassador in China, Nicholas Burns, may be summoned to the Chinese Foreign Ministry for firm lecturing about this particular issue. And then, I'm afraid, China will demonstrate to the United States about their indignation about this visit by Nancy Pelosi. China-U.S. relations will suffer the consequences, and it will be very, very difficult, at least for the immediate future to come, to handle China-U.S. relations. The damage to China-U.S. relations may be long-standing, and it will take quite some time to really take over all this overhang from this highly damaging visit to Taiwan by Nancy Pelosi.
Victor, in fact, the United States ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, has already been summoned to the foreign ministry. He was summoned to the foreign ministry by the vice foreign minister, Xi Feng. In terms of diplomatic protocol or diplomatic conduct, how serious is this?
I think this is very serious, mainly because President Biden and President Xi Jinping just now had a phone call about several days ago, and people in China, as well as elsewhere, believe that they must have talked about Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit, and the expectation is that some assurances must have been given to the Chinese side, because otherwise President Xi Jinping himself or the Chinese side would not have decided to proceed with this phone summit, as we call it. But now everything turned out to be just the opposite. And despite of Chinese warnings, Nancy Pelosi proceeded with her visit, and then her visit to Taiwan took place also against presidential counseling against it by Biden, as well as Pentagon's counseling against her visit to Taiwan. So this is really very serious. I think the damage will be long-standing.
Brian Becker, this is being seen by China as a very serious provocation. What do you think is behind this visit?
Well, it's important to actually read what Nancy Pelosi said about why she went to Taiwan. There's an op-ed, an opinion piece that she wrote, or her aides wrote, but it's under her signature, that's in the Washington Post just in the last few hours. In it, she cites the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act. And that was the act that was signed following the second Shanghai Community, or the second reaffirmation of the Shanghai Communique in 1979 when Deng Xiaoping met with Jimmy Carter. She said in the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, the U.S. vows for the defense of Taiwan, vows for the defense of Taiwan. And then as you read on in the op-ed, she contextualizes her trip to Taiwan with her recent visit to Kiev and her meeting with Zelensky at the moment that Ukraine and Russia are at war. So Nancy Pelosi has gratuitously carried out what the Chinese are calling a strategic level provocation in violation of the One China policy, in violation of the Shanghai Communique. And the reason that she's doing it, and I think it's with actually the blessing of the Biden administration and the Pentagon, I don't really think Nancy Pelosi has the ability to go completely on her own here. What she's doing basically is escalating the conflict between the United States and China and putting it in the context of an actual real war that's taking place in the territory of Ukraine. And I think this is preparation for the next step in the major power conflict strategy that the U.S. adopted as a Pentagon quadrennial report in 2018, and which has emerged now as the consensus position of the U.S. This is, in fact, playing with fire. The American people don't want this. The last thing we need in the United States is another war. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, before that, Vietnam and Korea. I mean, this has to stop. The American people have real problems, and the last thing they need is an unnecessary confrontation with China, and that's what Nancy Pelosi is stoking.
Right, and Brian, when you say she is escalating the conflict, to what end? I mean, do you see a possible military confrontation as inevitable?
Well, I think the goal here is to either make it appear that China is weak, that the Xi Jinping government is weak because it didn't follow through with an excessive confrontation, and I'm glad they did not or haven't so far, either to make the Chinese government look weak in front of its own people, and also to make the record that there's almost an inevitable military confrontation coming between China and Taiwan, and that the United States is on the side of Taiwan. It's just like in Ukraine, where the U.S. NATO expansion provoked a crisis. Then the Russians responded, and then the U.S. could say that it was coming to the defense of Ukraine as an act of self-defense against a larger country. So it's going in the direction of actual confrontation in the Pacific region. And unfortunately, the Asia pivot, like the earlier pivots that America has made to Asia, has the danger of a catastrophic, not only regional war, but global confrontation.
John Gong, this visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, it comes at a crucial time in the relationship between China and the United States. I mean, these are two of the biggest economies in the world. And if we look at the situation right now, there are a number of global issues to contend with. I mean, we've seen the Ukraine conflict is continuing right now. There's inflation, there are supply chain issues, tariffs, food and energy price hikes as well. Isn't this rise in tensions going to make things a lot worse?
Well, it's make all these things, go to the drain, I would say. Let me first say that I'm not quite convinced that the Pentagon, Biden administration were all into this sort of doing a deliberate provocation towards Beijing. I think what really happened is probably the Biden administration just didn't handle this very well. It put himself in a corner, and it was caught in the middle. On one hand, I truly believe that Biden and then people at Pentagon probably don't want Nancy Pelosi to go. But on the other hand, the Biden administration is also under a lot of political pressure. He doesn't want to be shown to the American people that he's weak to China. So he's sort of caught in the middle. This matter.
Biden's such a deal maker. Not only can he not make deals with conservatives, he can't even make deals with his own party. And he can't even control Nancy goddamn Pelosi, preventing her from starting a massive geopolitical crisis.
It was just very badly handled from the very beginning up to this point that
Pretending to be a warrior with the drone strike in this visit.
On both ends. It's not going to be good for both ends, and China certainly is going to respond. I think if you read carefully the statement from the.
I saw. I mean, not to get too into the weeds, talking about the excuse me, into talking about the whole drone strike that happened yesterday, and they killed one of these top-ranking Al Qaeda guys. Maybe if Al Qaeda, went for the next 100 years, got whatever the fuck they wanted, and had a massive billions of dollars to work with, maybe they could amount to as something comparably destructive or violent or bloodthirsty entity as the United States government. Maybe. That's obviously because we're intelligent, nuanced people. We understand that that's not an argument that Al Qaeda is good, or that any of the people that are involved with it are good people. However, I don't think it's appropriate, or I don't even think it makes sense at all to end zone dance when the United States government takes out one of these guys, which they've had a direct hand in creating in the first place. Especially when you look at the legacy of barbaric violence that's been carried out in this global war on terror. Not something that I think anyone needs to celebrate, even though because it's when a liberal does it, as we saw during the Obama era, when there's a D next to the guy's name that's doing the war crimes and dropping all the bombs and starting proxy wars and doing all the stuff, then it's good. When it's an R, then it's bad. When there's a D next to the guy's name, then it's good, though. Yeah, as we know, those are enlightened liberal values that we hear so much about.
Deputy Foreign Minister, when Burns was called, he said it very clearly. He said, "We will do something, and China means what it says." Yeah. So in the end, who is actually going to really suffer from this? I think it's still jury's out there. China's just, as you said, announced a live-fire military naval drill.
No free will. I never read that. Reading Ghost Wars was what turned me in from a lib to a leftist. History of the Afghan War with major coverage of how we created Al Qaeda. That must be really good as well. I mean, Jakarta method is the one that we always bring up as well. To really fully grasp the evils of it, right? Fully grasp the evils of imperialism. And all sorts of wild shit that happened during the Soviet War. Yeah, absolutely. That must be really fascinating. I mean, we've done it. We've tried to learn a little bit about that, but we've only barely scratched the surface of what the hell was going on in Afghanistan. At least since the meddling doesn't even begin in the 80s, right? It goes back to that post-war period and the Shah and all this stuff, right? Meddling in. Oh no, sorry, that's Iran. That's Iran. Excuse me. But it's just the meddling in Afghanistan goes back so long, and then it connects directly to the history of the British Empire, their own meddling, imperialist meddling in Afghanistan, and the British, their presence there, and like all kinds of empires that have tried to have been interfering directly in this country for centuries now. It's very much like a Hamid Karzai just handing people suitcases of cash. Yeah. The Brits lost 2 wars there. Yeah, and I've talked about it before on this stream, but the retreat from Kabul is just like one of the most amazing incidents in the history of the British imperialism. One of the all-time biggest ownings that the British ever took in their amazingly long and exploitative history of imperialism and enslaving the entire globe. One of the most severe ownings they ever got was in Afghanistan with the retreat from Kabul. A really fascinating episode to learn about. U.S. has been doing the meddling ever since it secured the continent. Yeah. Anyway, let's just get back to this. But that must be really interesting as well, though. I think that's probably a book that needs to go on the community reading list, sounds like.
Practically outside the 2 ports of Taiwan.
Right.
And I think it's not just the United States is going to pay, for this fact, also for the things you've just mentioned, that they're going to lose all this cooperation from China on a range of issues. I think more importantly here is that Taiwan is going to pay, and it's going to pay more about this, and it's going to pay probably perpetually, in my view, as we move forward.
John, just on the point,
so I think.
Just on the point of Biden trying to avoid looking weak towards China, I mean, isn't he already looking weak? Because he's told Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker, not to go. They belong to the same party, but she has said, I am going, no matter what you feel about it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it looks very bizarre to me that, exactly like you said, they're of the same Democratic Party. He went on record in public saying that, I don't think it's a good idea to go. And eventually he didn't stop her.
Yeah. Victor Gao.
So it's just very, very, very bizarre to me.
All right, Victor Gao, there's been more response from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. The State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, he stressed, and I'm quoting him here, he says, the One China principle is the consensus of the international community, the political foundation of China's exchanges with other countries, the center of China's core interests, and the red and bottom line that cannot be crossed. Do you believe, Victor, that the One China policy is in jeopardy right now? And what happens if that quote-unquote red line is crossed?
First of all, the One China policy seems to be hollowed out by the United States, including by Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei as we speak. Secondly, I think we all need to pause and ask an additional question. That is, the United States now is claiming that China, or the People's Republic of China, has never been running Taiwan. Seemingly, it had a point. However, we need to ask, what caused this? It was caused by the fact that there was a civil war in China back in 1949. Yeah. And that civil war gave rise to the establishment of the People's Republic of China in China's mainland, and the nationalist government under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek fled China's mainland to Taiwan, and they stayed there ever since. So the real nature of the issue of the cross-strait relations now is the unfinished civil war in China. Now, whatever the United States is doing, including whatever Nancy Pelosi is doing, is really pushing for the resurrection of the unfinished civil war. Now, if something happens, it will not be mainland's invasion of Taiwan, because they are part of the same country. They are part of China. So the unfinished civil war may be resurrected, and the United States actually betted on the wrong horse in 1949. They wanted to shift to the PRC.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, Doc, welcome back. Thanks for the raid, Doc.
Make a fundamental choice.
Welcome.
Whether they really bet with Taiwan in the unfinished civil war, or they do something more reasonable, more rational.
Doc wets the bed a lot, but don't say anything about that. Okay, I won't. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up.
For America right
when
now,
he reads.
They cannot take it and have it at the same
I will
time.
not mention that.
Cake and eat it at the same time. They cannot create the impression that on two sides of the Taiwan Strait there is one country on the left side of the strait, and there is another country on the other side of the strait. This is the daunting challenge we are faced with for the United States, for the rest of the world.
Okay. Joseph Gregory Mahoney, I want to get back to
It's an
something that
interesting way
Brian
of
Becker was
putting it,
talking about a
yeah,
moment ago, and that is the action by Nancy Pelosi.
Like we're saying, just to reiterate though, the idea that when people make this argument about this, about the reason that we need to come together to defend Taiwan is because do we want to ensure that it remains like a sovereign, free country. So I can't emphasize enough how much of a childish analysis of the situation that is. That's the analysis that completely ignores in the influence of imperialism, which obviously we don't do. But that's a lot of people. There's people right now saying that to me in my mentions. You got to. You have to support this country. It's about a bigger country swallowing up this smaller place, and they're going to lose sovereignty and independence. Come on, folks. You're better than that. You don't have to do this.
A strategic provocation.
I hope we were more from Brian Becker.
And we go back to the Obama administration when he talked about the pivot to Asia. Since then, we've seen the creation of AUKUS, which is this security alliance which groups the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia. Then we've had the Quad formation as well. How do you see it?
Well, I agree with Victor, and certainly the position in Beijing that Biden has, on his own accord, hollowed out the one China policy. And in this context, Nancy Pelosi's visit, whether or not it's coordinated by the White House, is certainly part of a general trend. We've seen the hollowing out of the principle of strategic ambiguity, his characterization of China as a strategic rival, his pressing NATO to consider China an adversary. You mentioned his bloc building in Asia with AUKUS, including proliferating nuclear submarines to Australia. He's repeatedly meddled in China's affairs in Xinjiang, Tibet, Hong Kong, and of course Taiwan. He's admitted that U.S. troops are in Taipei. He's tried to draw China's immediate neighbors into, as you noted, the Indo-Pacific Quad, the so-called Indo-Pacific Quad. He's encouraging Japan to increase military capabilities and supporting Seoul, the new leader in Seoul, to upgrade a controversial missile system. And while asserting that the U.S. will come to Taiwan's defense, at times equivocating on the one China policy in various statements that don't always reconcile. All of these collectively represent, I think, several red lines that have been crossed from Beijing's perspective. And I think there is a genuine concern that the very foundation of the China-U.S. relationship is now at risk. And I think, to go back to an earlier point, there's always been sort of this, since Biden took office, there's been this very schizophrenic, or in philosophy, when I say schizoid approach. On the one hand, you're going to treat China as an adversary. You're going to bring all of these weapons and dangers to China's door. But at the same time, you want to act serious about talking with China about cooperating on climate change, an existential issue facing all this. You want to ask China, as Biden did in the phone call a few days ago, to help control the price of oil. Another issue that's a very desperate issue for a lot of Americans, and certainly a key sensitivity for Biden's own popularity with inflation. So, I don't know how we reconcile all of this, but it's really quite illogical.
Brian Becker, if we look at the United States right now, it's facing enormous domestic challenges, things like inflation, a slowing economy as well. There's a whole host of other issues that we can talk about, gun violence, police brutality, etc. Yet there are voices within the United States, among the political class and especially the media, that's going gung-ho for this confrontation. How does one explain this?
Right, it's kind of the politics of mass distraction. I mean, the American society is faced with gridlock within Congress. The infrastructure is really truly crumbling, even though it's a very rich country. We have, half the population lives either in poverty or pretty close to poverty.
I actually enjoy thinking about it, like just from the perspective of being on Chinese state media and the way that we would this story kind of would be told if the roles were reversed. And it's kind of funny seeing Brian Becker like on foreign state media, and he looks like he's in this like dying country being like, help me, please. And he's we see this on our media all the time, right? Of the foreign dissidents. And it's so funny watching TV news, this kind of Western style TV news presentation told from that opposite perspective, and seeing someone like Brian, like he's like this foreign dissident trapped in this decaying country, this decaying fascist country. It's really kind of enjoyable to watch. It's funny to watch. He is. No, I know. And if anyone is watching this stream from a foreign country, I'm the same way. I am doing it as well. From the heart of the police state. Becker in exile. That's right, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, it's very funny. Anyway, let's get right back to Brian's comments here.
The media that's going gung-ho for this confrontation. How does one explain this?
Right, it's kind of the politics of mass distraction. I mean, the American society is faced with gridlock within Congress. The infrastructure is really truly crumbling, even though it's a very rich country. We have, half the population lives either in poverty or pretty close to poverty. We have an inflation rate of 9%. People are paying double what they were
He's calling
paying
in from the
a year
refugee
ago at
camp
the
in
gas pump.
Children of Men.
There's political and cultural sort of social strife that's growing. Abortion rights have been eliminated by 6 individuals on the Supreme Court. With all of these social and political and economic problems, isn't it a long tried and true trick by politicians, especially from the ruling party, to distract people's attention? What better way than to create an international crisis, maybe even a war crisis? But for the American people, this isn't going to sell. This isn't going to work with American people who are actually suffering right now.
Right.
1 million dead from COVID. I mean, that's the contradiction here is the U.S. elites are going in the direction of another military confrontation. We had Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq again, Libya, and now China. I mean, this is obscene and absurd, but this is what America is really good at, apparently, is having unanimity at the top only when it comes to military confrontation.
John Gong, the Chinese
Brian's good.
Xinhua
Brian is very
reported that
good.
China strongly urges the United States to
Brian
stop
Becker.
playing the Taiwan card.
Really
using
like that
Taiwan
Brian
to
Becker.
Contain China. John, is that what the United States is up to here, trying to contain China, especially China's economic rise?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I think the China policy for the current and previous administration, to some extent, I think, starting from Obama as well, is all about containing China, in all range of issues, politically, economically, militarily. I mean, you look at for example, the decoupling that's going on initially by Donald Trump and very much followed through, I think, by the Biden administration. It's all about that. So this is no news to us. But I think what China is trying to say is that as long as there's some common grounds between the two countries, as long as at least Washington respects Beijing's stance on Taiwan, which is the core of the core, in my view, in this bilateral relationship, we can still work together. I think China has showed a lot of goodwill, especially on this war on Ukraine. I think Washington hasn't been complaining about China assisting or cooperating with Moscow on Ukraine, but all of this is going to the drain right now.
Okay, well, thanks for that, and thanks to all of you for being with us. Time has caught up with us. You've been watching The Heat. I'm Arnold Naidu in Washington, D.C. Thanks for being with us.
And I gotta say, just in terms of actual journalism and trying to understand the context to this, obviously it was from that Chinese perspective, but this was a significantly, I think, more informative and actually helpful and insightful news hit than anything we've seen that we watched on CNN. We watched the CNN coverage yesterday, the Fox News coverage. We've been watching mainstream media. This was if you want to. Maybe you want to have a little bit of an understanding of the context around this. That's not just the 100% flag-waving, cheeseburger chomping, beer drinking USA version. You do have to kind of go to these sources, don't you? And I think what that last speaker is fundamentally is the point you always have to drive home when if you're someone that feels like you've been sucked in by the constant barrage of anti-China propaganda that we're always experiencing. I mean, that's the main fact, the main thing that I always try to drive it home is that nothing that anyone in the U.S. government says or the Western media establishment say going after China has anything to do with this freedom or democracy or human rights or the rules-based international order and all the things they say. It's 100% based on economics. It's about money and who has global, who is going to continue to be the global hegemon. The United States would like to continue to be the sole hegemon, and that's not the path that's happening right now, and they're trying to slow that down, and that's it. That's the beginning and the end of the story. You don't need to bend yourself in all these pretzels to try and make sense of it, or try and show support the people but not the government, or that's when you have all these backwards ideas. Just understand that this whole propaganda campaign is 100% based on these economic interests. No one that is sitting there making, especially anyone connected to the government or these think tanks that do all this research, are actually have any interest in promoting or defending human rights or any of that absolute bullshit. That's all a complete lie. All of this is being done for economic reasons. The United States wanted to be a unipolar world, and they're trying to prevent at all costs the multipolar world that is emerging. That's exactly why talking about geopolitics and talking about imperialism and talking about multipolarity is a central part of our class analysis, as we all know, and as some people, I guess, get tripped up on. Multipolarity. I mean, is the thing that is going to upend the global economic status quo for billions of people. So we need to we need to talk about that, I think. Thank you, Old Dutch. talk to you later. It's about the preservation of the capitalist class. That's exactly what it is. And particularly the Western, the same power centers that have been economically controlling the entire globe for like hundreds of years now, centuries. You know, it's American now, it was the British before, and then it was also the Spanish and the Dutch and the Portuguese and the French and all these other Western European countries. It goes back centuries and centuries and centuries. And right now is the historical moment when they're actually losing their grip. Now is the moment in history when this Western power that has just had full reign all over the globe for centuries, they're losing their grip. And they're lashing all of this that we're seeing, all the propaganda about China, everything that happens about this, all the discourse we have about it, it's 100% being motivated by this shift in power, by this shift in polarity. And it's like, as long as you understand that, then the propaganda won't be as effective on you. As long as you understand just this basic idea. And as I always say, whenever we talk about China and talk about this propaganda campaign, none of it means that everything is perfect or that we need to uncritically support or fetishize China or any other country or suggest that nothing bad ever happens there, or that they're incapable of making mistakes or having contradictions or any of these things. But it is still understanding what this propaganda campaign about and how this is a campaign of Western aggression. And if you live in the West, it's just the bare minimum, if you're going to call yourself a leftist, I think, to be 100% against that and not try to have some nuanced, like, ooh, trying to pick and choose. I'm not supporting U.S. imperialism, and then bending over backwards and twisting yourself in all these pretzels to admit that you agree with this kind of the ruling class in their quest to kind of prevent this kind of multipolar system from emerging. And I think you sound ridiculous when people make these claims. So I would try to just encourage people to remember that one basic point. That's what this propaganda campaign is about. And you have to stop letting yourself be manipulated, letting yourself be manipulated. Like I was saying, like if World War III did break out, I don't think it's going to break out right now over Taiwan. I do think it's a possibility on the horizon if things continue to trend in this direction. And when World War III does break out, if it does, they're not going to be saying, "Oh, we're starting World War III because we're aggressive and we're threatened by China's economic success and we want to prevent this multipolarity." They're not going to say that. No one in the West, in the country that you live in, is going to say that. They're going to say human rights, sovereignty, freedom, democracy, press freedom. This is all they're going to say. And you can't allow yourself to be manipulated when these arguments start, and because they're not going to be honest about their intentions. They're going to be using every little story and every little angle they can to manipulate people into supporting this. And you have to have the tools to, I think, analyze that and not allow yourself to be sucked into it. You remember what it felt like in the first weeks after the Ukraine invasion. Remember that it was one of the most, I think, the biggest sort of propaganda operations that I felt like since 9/11 and since Iraq started, right? That kind of all of a sudden the kind of uniformity of belief and the ways that all people that we maybe had relationships with or thought we had things in common with all of a sudden got kind of pulled into this camp and were completely supporting the NATO line, the US line, the Canadian line, the Western stance, and immediately just completely uncritically repeating every single news story and every single thing that the national security state here is telling us to say. That's what it's gonna be like. We're gonna get back to that state again, especially if this kind of thing does escalate. It was really stunning. I think it's it's still going on, obviously, but we've moved on a little bit from it. But we always have to remember what that was like. Those moments after when those are going on, and be aware of what's going on. And if this does ever escalate, this new Cold War that we've been spending 2 years talking about on this show, when it does kick off, this is what it's going to be like. And there will be a large effort to manipulate you into supporting the NATO line, the Western line, American imperialism, and you have to be able to steel yourself. You have to harden your heart Like that Palestinian wedding song sometimes that we look at. You're going to have to harden your heart, because there's going to be all kinds of sob stories about human rights and all the stuff that we always hear, but turned up to 11, and with the ability to have any kind of critical counterpoint to that completely erased. So you're going to have to harden your heart to that and get ready for that, and be able to resist that propaganda campaign when it comes. You know? Yes, he does, Matt. Yes, he does. Yes, Voosh does have a Taiwan flag in the bio. Harden your heart, chat. I'm sorry. I know it's not easy. It definitely wasn't easy in the immediately following the invasion of Ukraine. It wasn't easy then, and it's not going to get any easier as this shit escalates even further. But you have to harden your heart. Harden your heart, and you have to resist it. You have to resist this propaganda campaign when it comes. That's probably a good way to sign off that subject, right? That's probably a good way to sign off on that subject. I think that's enough for today, talking about that Pelosi Taiwan watch. What is it? 7:17. I guess it's now time for, because this stream is once again just like super long. Watch out, Hassan. There's a new marathon diamond tier streamer in Twitch, on the platform of Twitch, and you're looking at him. Of course, you stream a lot too. Your streams are insanely long too. Jesus. If you do, you will notice as well, now that I mention it, that I've been going for 7 hours and 12 minutes here, I am very close to the sub goal. Very close to the sub goal for today. So it will remind you once again, as we move into the gaming zone, I'm going to be playing Stray now. Will remind you though, that if you do want to support the stream and support the work that I do, and if you want to say, hey, congratulations or whatever for these marathon streams and all the hours and hours of content, please subscribe to the channel. Or you can use your Prime sub to subscribe completely free of charge, or gift subs, or friend coin, aka bits. All of this stuff really, really helps keep this content going, keep it on the air. And I appreciate it a lot, and we're friends after. And we're friends. I went over this earlier, but just to reiterate, real friends. Not parasocial. That's when it becomes completely real. Anyone in the community can back this up. I thought you said best friends. Well, then as we don't need to get into the whole schematics and of the two-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship opportunity that this channel represents. It is true that when you get higher up the triangle, we do become better friends until we are best friends.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, horse. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you for gifting us sub. That's very kind of you, horse. And everyone, please follow Twitch user Famous Horse as well. Another diamond tier pro streamer and another China respecter, a fellow China respecter. We have to stick together. We have to stick together in these moments while this new Red Scare with China continues. I know Famous Horse from a China respecter DM on Twitter with a number of other fine folks. Yeah, I guess I should shrink myself again. I like the setup with the bigger me though, I must admit. There's nothing wrong with being a China respecter. For a while, I know there was a time for me where I was like, I felt this sense of like, oh, I can't I can't come out and reveal myself as a China respecter. All the news stories about Hong Kong and Tibet and Xinjiang going on, and all the talk about human rights and all the atrocities that were constantly going on, I can't come out and admit to be a China respecter. Well, I'm here to tell you right now that there's nothing wrong with being a China respecter. You should be a China respecter. That's a good thing to do. It doesn't mean you need to like uncritically accept anything or just like, it doesn't make you a bad person. It just like, you can. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to be a China respecter. It's okay, and it's good, in fact, to be someone who values, who wants to encourage like more dialogue and diplomacy between our nations, between this new like emerging superpower, and don't want this increased tensions, and don't want the increased hostility, and don't want a new Cold War, and don't want World War III. You should just be a China respecter. That's actually a good thing to be. Then there's nothing, as much as people will tell you about it, there's nothing actually wrong with being a fellow China respecter or a China enjoyer. Uh-oh, Stray's updating. Okay. We'll just take a moment here. The Hong Kong shit always felt fishy, but it's again, I don't think I had the tools to talk about these things the way to talk about the way I was feeling about it, the way I wanted to. And you feel this pressure not to say anything, right? That's the main thing. Even with Russia and Ukraine, you feel the pressure at least to just not say anything. And I think for a long time when it comes to these issues, that was always my stance. Just like, you know what, I find this kind of fishy, but I'm not going to go out and say any of the things that I'm thinking about it because I feel uncomfortable doing so. But yeah, the whole neither Washington nor XYZ only ever works for Washington because Washington doesn't care what you think. I mean, Johnny, that's the thing I always try and say on this show. Oh my God, my Stray is updating and it won't launch for 52 minutes. What? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's really long. That's a big update while I'm streaming also. Oh, geez. Yeah, but as I often say, Johnny, that's what I was saying. But as I do often say, the whole neither Washington nor Beijing, the same way that it was during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, neither Washington nor Moscow. If you're in the West, when you say neither Washington nor Beijing or neither Washington nor Moscow or whatever, if you live in the West and you say that, what you're actually saying is Washington. That's what you're saying. You know, when you try to make this claim, I don't support Washington nor Beijing. No, I only benefit from living in the West, and I benefit from imperialism, and I'm going to continue to benefit from my my government's imperialist exploits. You can't. It's like, I'm sorry, but you just have to have a stance on this. You can't kind of stand on the sidelines, in my opinion. That's not going to when and if World War III does start to break out, that your nuanced stance about this is not going to really mean much. I don't think. It's not going to mean much. Your nuanced stance about who you just don't support any side of the conflict. When this does inevitably escalate, and that's the path we're on right now, it will escalate to like World War III level. Maybe not right now, but that's the path we're on. You know, when this happens, your nuanced position on that is not going to mean all that much. Okay, it's actually not going to take that long. It's not going to take that long. Couple minutes to launch Stray. Couple minutes. I'm the Ken Bone of World War III. That's right. I choose neither. Huge blow in the pro streamer narrative. No, we should be able to do this. We should still be able to get through this. And a kind of interesting point here, Matron's militia, I think, right? The biggest problem with Hong Kong is that it's one of the most liberalized regions of China. It's like, that is, of course, that's true. And I think that's the question. It's similar to the Taiwan question, isn't it? Where there's like, well, Rod, there's a huge part of the population that at least wants the status quo to continue, but also just, and there, there's people that are separatists, and we have to listen to and respect them. And it's like, that is true, obviously, but how much of that is because of Western influence? How much of this sentiment exists because of Western influence? Like we were saying with Ukraine as well, there's been this dedicated nation building process that's been in place to ensure that there is a population that is compliant on wanting to accept that Western status quo. And it's not taking away like everyone's agency. I understand people can come to conclusions on their own without influence, but there's been a specific deliberate nation building project in Ukraine, in Taiwan. Hong Kong was, of course, colonized, was British territory for a long time. It's like, yeah, there is a sentiment. There is a kind of like a sentiment that's more liberalized, that's more like Western sympathizing, that maybe is more resistant to what the Beijing government wants to do. But we have to accept also that's imperialism has played a role in creating this sentiment in the first place also. Okay, I'm gonna go back to over here. We're gaming now. Enough of that talk. Enough of that talk. Yeah, I'm not sure I get that analogy, Ghost. And again, I'm not dismissing any of that, like all of the nationalist sentiment that exists in any of these places. But I think the reality is, when it comes to the nation building that's happened in Ukraine or Taiwan, we can't ignore that role. And it's not quite as simple as just saying like, well, that's what people want there, so we should support that. They want to be a Western satellite country, you see. And it's like, it's not quite as simple as that. When the West has there's been a deliberate process put in place to ensure that people do believe this very thing and do want this. Which is that's not like a conspiracy or anything. There's been a legitimate project put in place to ensure that that's the outcome. Okay, folks, let's put a pin in all this politics talk. Okay, that's enough serious business. I mean, if you still want to chat about this stuff, we can while I'm doing the game. But let's put a pin in that. There's many hours, 7 hours and 20 minutes of talking about these important political issues. Now it's time for the gaming zone. As we know, this like they were saying, someone was saying yesterday, I was really close to the end of Stray, so it still says I'm only 16 out of 27. I feel like I have a ways to go still, but I'll try to finish it. We'll see how she goes. No more learning. No more learning, friends. Some English. I believe that's the first time we've seen something other than robot language. Enjoy the world's safest city, Walled City 99. Kind of what we were talking about before with where the path that America's on. Walled City 99. Janitor. Love the echo. Wow, it's really cool the way the game started in the slums and everything, and advancing into the kind of upper class stratosphere of this like robot society. Pretty cool. No reaction to the meows from these guys. City sealed. The door leading to the surface is currently locked due to the confinement procedure. Please refer to any certified engineer inside the control room if you have any requests. Maybe the robot will trigger the door. Okay. Seem to open this panel here. I see. We have to break it open or something? Break it open or something? Oh, cool. Around here. Got some beverages. Robots have everything. confusing. Very confusing. Ah, there we go. Ah. Looked away at the chat for just a moment. Just in time for Cat. Okay, so I gotta look for what? I'm gonna turn on the computers. Oh. It's like physically turn it on. I'll hack the machines and you destroy some stuff. This is such a. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This is just a remarkably resilient and resourceful little kitty in this game. Can't be stressed enough. Extremely capable and resourceful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do I have to break more stuff? Or do I have to escape? Well, I don't really know what to do. I don't think that's it. Where to go here? Let's see. Still 2 locks. Aha. Aha. Hey, Squatch, what's up? It's been another long day of streaming, Squatch. Another long day. Okay, so I should just be able to hack this one over here then. There we go. This guy's taking a beating doing this. I think this little body's done for. Maybe to which workstation? Oh, over here. Oh no, little guy. Oh, poor little guy. and feline overlords. Stray cat over Nancy Pelosi, absolutely. I don't think there's any question of that. Oops. Okay. Wow, cool. So neat. Did I even notice? How long have you been watching that window, sir? Slow retracting. Sometimes you can do the between the legs thing. I don't think you can with this fella. Here we go. What are these guys gonna have to say now? My cat friends now? Is there more, or do I get to get reunited with my cat friends? Oh my. Very good kitty. Game of the year. You really don't see it reunite with its kitty family? Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm docking 1 point. I'm docking 1 point from my star ranking. My out of 10 ranking. I would have liked to see a little reunion with the kitty and their little kitty family and friends. In fact, I kind of needed that psychologically and was denied it. I find that, I must say, my initial reaction, a little frustrated that I didn't get that one little moment. Hey, Momo. Hey, Momo. Speak of the kitty. We're done. What does Momo think? Well, Momo can't hear the sounds. She did just come down. And speaking of someone who's just doing the between the legs thing, that's what Momo's doing right now to my legs. At this very moment. I was a lot close. I thought I was still far away from finishing. Or not far away, but I thought it was like 6 out of 22 chapters, or 16 out of 22 chapters or something. I don't know what that's about. So I thought it was really close to the end yesterday. I didn't realize. No, I did a whole game on the stream. I did a whole game on the stream, folks. Look at that. We played Stray. I feel good about this. This was a good and a fun experience. Playing Stray on the stream. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it is. I talk about the similarities with Portal too. Portal's similar, right? It's got not that long of a playtime. It sold like crazy. Yeah, and I'm not surprised. I mean, it's really well done. As I've said repeatedly while I've been playing it. The art direction, the sound design, the whole cat experience, the storytelling, the contextual storytelling, really, really good stuff. Really, really liked it. Great score as well, like we said as well. See, I just see 17. Why is it 17 out of 27? What's that about? What's that all about? What's that about in it? What's going on with that? That's what I was wondering about. That's why I thought I still had probably another hour or so of gameplay at least. Oh, it's the memories. Oh. Okay. Apparently I do need to discover some more stuff. Okay, well, you know what? I do think I got to do a Disco Elysium playthrough. I was just looking at that on my desktop. I'm not going to mess with that now. That's another gaming project that I'm going to have to do, though. I did the first opening segment of the Disco Elysium playthrough and then just never picked it back up. But especially now, because I've not played the new edition with all the full voiced version. I literally played one session on the stream and never went back to it. I'm not going to do it now because it's like I loved the first playthrough that I did, so I am really looking forward to it, especially now that I've taken more time away from it. I do think I would really appreciate going back to that. But that's going to have to be, perhaps I could start that tomorrow. Perhaps I could start that tomorrow. Because I absolutely loved my first Disco Elysium playthrough. But right now, folks, you thought gaming time was finished, didn't you? Admit it. You can admit it. It's okay if you admit it. You can admit that you thought gaming time was finished. Well, guess what? Guess what, asshole? It isn't. It isn't finished. Because now I'm going to play Fortnite. Now I'm going to play... You know I'm a professional gamer. Folks know that I'm a professional gamer. I'm a professional streamer. So we're not just going to do one measly 30-minute gaming session. Might as well now pick this up. Can we get really chill guy on? I'll shoot him I'll shoot Jordan a DM right now and see if he wants to join. Oh wait, you know what? Jordan's not available because he's seeing Rage Against the Machine tonight. Jordan is seeing Rage Against the Machine, so not available. I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he missed out, though. Big fork knife head. Okay. Well, I'm going to try a solo battle royale. Let's check out the quests. Tilted Towers, eat meat, search produce boxes. Okay, so just got to land in Tilted Towers. No more Vibin quests available. Okay. Good. I'll be alien, my alien guy. Here we go, folks. Fork knife. It would have been funny to see you playing Fortnite with the Nancy Pelosi. I agree. And I think that's such more diplomatic issues should be solved in this way. We should just pit a team of Chinese gamers versus a team of Western gamers for control over global dominance on the line, and see who gets it done. Save everyone a whole lot of pain and trouble. I really like doing this dance for some reason. I don't totally know why, but I really enjoy it. Here we go. Hello. Woo! Jeez. That's tricky. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Oh boy. I'm hurt though. Hit me with a stupid firework flare gun. A child's weapon. Ah. I'm out of here, man. Let's blow this popsicle stand. That's something we could bring back, right? If we started saying that. Let's blow this popsicle stand. What if we bring that back? Why would you blow up a popsicle stand? We don't know. That's the genius of it. That's the genius of that expression. It's just completely preposterous. Oop. Ah. Do the kegs heal you, Rylan? I thought the kegs were just, for shields. Oh well, it doesn't matter. No big deal. No great loss. Okay. Smash up some stuff. There sure are rusty pickup trucks. There sure are. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. Smashing some stuff up. Sometimes it just has to be done. It has to be done. Okay. That'll do with the smashing. That'll do with the smashing. One more produce box I need to search too. There's one. Heck yeah. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's beat it. Skedaddle. Scram. Contact in this direction. Ooh. That was good. Ludicrous shot. The old ludicrous shot award. For good old Rob. Pro gamer. Pro gamer, Rob Rousseau. That's what they call me. That is what they call me. Don't mind me. I'm just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with the circle here. Ah! Oh. Oof. Woof. Where'd that guy go? Top 10, folks. Top 10. Obviously, I'm not going to jinx anything here. Just alerting you that we do have a top 10 situation on our hands. Oh, shit. Oh shit, that was my fatal mistake. Fatal mistake. Didn't have the reload queued up. That's unfortunate. Oh well, not a bad. Not so bad. Not so bad, little first effort there. Top 10. We can work with that. We can work with that. There we go. Couple of kills. Not too shabby. We got Darth Vader doing the John Cena music. Oh, that's an American truck right there. Sorry, I'm getting the chats now from like 10 minutes ago when I was riding a truck. Is that what it is, Osaku? Okay, where to now here? Where am I dropping? I don't have a tree anymore. I haven't been able to find one of those seeds either. I seem I've lost my reality tree. Maybe I can try and find some seeds for one of those bad boys. How do you have these things but don't know what they are? I don't know. I think I was with my son when I selected
This is some
that
guy,
song.
Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, Dr. Awesome, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Let's do a little gaming. Little gaming. Gaming hour. Little fork knife. Not a great start there. Didn't land with a good weapon. That long range gun there. Bad luck. Very unfortunate. No problem though. Rolls right off my back. Rolls right off my back. Mulligan. Practice round. That's right. Thank you. Little practice round. Yeah, as soon as Dr. Awesome shows up. Immediately murdered. Immediately murdered. And folks, I will remind you, just past the 8-hour mark. Well, actually 11 minutes ago. 8 hours. That's a 9-hour stream yesterday. That is an over 8-hour stream today. And slowly ticking away towards 9. So close to the sub goal. Double the normal length of an episode. More than. So close to that sub goal, folks. Someone could put me out of my misery. Some generous chatter could put me out of my misery here and get me across the finish line in this and yet another marathon stream. I'm just saying. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Is that someone could do that. Should you? Will you? I don't know. It's okay. Like that's out of my hands. That is out of my hands. I'm just saying that it would be possible. It's theoretically possible. Need a new tree. I really do not like that charge SMG. That's not good. That gun is annoying. So the round pod looking things give you a seed. Is that so? Is that so? I think you passed one. Gotta get to 300 sprint. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Number 69. Number 69. Yeah. So another practice round, I guess. Chalk that one up. Obviously another practice round. We'll get to a real one soon. We'll get to a real one soon enough. That's okay, Rylan. That's okay. Don't worry about it. You were trying to give me a good tip, and I didn't follow through. That's on me. Don't blame yourself. Whoops. The heck? Look, the person who killed you is using the default skin. They spent less money on the game. They just beat you in. No, I think it's like a professional that's using one of the default skins because it's cool. That's what I think's going on. It's like one of these pro gamers that it's the cool thing to do to use like the original default skin. I think it's more that. I think it's more that's what we're dealing with over here, frankly. I mean, a fellow pro gamer. Obviously, I am also a pro gamer as well. So one of my fellow pro gamers. I really do wish, because I really love this alien skin. I used probably the one I used the most often. And I really wish when the alien season was going on, which was like the first season I kind of played this game a lot, I wish I had made more effort. I didn't really understand all the quests and stuff. The quest system. And I wish I had put more effort into customizing my alien guy. You know, I customized him a little, but I could have gotten like way more colors for my alien guy. And there doesn't seem to be a way to get more now. It's only during the season that you could do that. A little frustrating. No, it's not from a show. It was just like from the storyline. There was a whole alien invasion angle, pretty much. Well, there was a whole season there where there's a big UFO. What is this person doing? Yeah, this was Build-A-Bear Alien, exactly. There's a Build-A-Bear thing in this season as well. With what's his name? I hate this gun too. There you go, Rylan. Do I get? There we go. Thank you, Rylan. See? Rylan with the hot tip. I wanted a new tree. Let's find a good place to put that bad boy. Where am I? Probably over, like, here is a good place. A little out of the way place. And I still have to sprint as well. Thought this game was a shooter. Well, in this season, there's this whole like reality tree angle where all this weird stuff started to grow out of the. It's all part of the ongoing kind of incomprehensible storyline. And there's now all these intrusions into like the reality. These weird trees are like that, and you can plant one of the trees, and you cultivate the weeds, and it grows fruit, and then you can use the fruit to get items. I'm wondering what a good place is to put it. This doesn't feel right to me. I guess this'll do. You plant a little sapling, and that's gonna grow to get rid of the weeds. And each time you cultivate it, it grows a better berry that gives you better items. I really kind of need better guns here. And there is a drop happening. The trees grow guns. That's as simple as it can be broken down to. The trees grow guns. That's not bad. The time I did get a Battle Royale win while streaming, I must admit, was one of my proudest. It was one of my proudest moments as a gamer and as a streamer. It's the moment that I looked at myself in the mirror afterwards and said, you know what, Rob? You're living the dream, my friend. I know you're a middle-aged man. Guess what? You also are. A pro gamer. A pro gamer. Imagine if your young self could see you here. Pro gamer. With big just throngs of fans watching you. Watching you use your gamer skills. What a it's just remarkable. What a world. I don't know if anyone here was present for that, but I must admit it was an impressive Battle Royale win. Yeah, the new combat rifle is pretty serious stuff. It's true. Oh shit. Oh man. Man, I thought I could get to cover. That was not good. Ah. Oh man. That's alright. That's alright. That wasn't a practice round. It was very real. It was a very real round, but you know, that's okay. That's alright. Alright, alright, alright. I got that one as well. Where is it? Okay. 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 Be like the falling rain, Rob. You can't get wet if you are the rain. Thank you, Risk Inverse. Thank you. Thank you for that. Always need to hear that kind of encouraging wisdom in moments like this. I read that Little Ellen animated TV show got canceled. It's a shame they canceled it before it could get a little Bush tie-in. Yeah, they could do a little buddy comedy, the two of them. As kids. What were they like as kids? That's too bad. There. A tree. Look at that. Marvelous. Little Ellen, that's my Bush cinematic universe. Oh yeah. I don't know if I was aware that there was a Little Ellen TV series that was in development. I guess that's one thing on these petty levels you can kind of enjoy, right? Ellen's whole career, her whole brand built on like kindness and all that bullshit. That she built this big like entertainment brand off of, how that's kind of just gone up in flames. All the shit about her being like a psychotic boss, tyrannical authoritarian, all the stuff, you know, all the Bush stuff. Oh, I'm just hanging out with my friend. I'm just hanging out with my friend watching football. It's been nice to see that all blow up in her face a little bit. And, you know, obviously she'll be fine. She'll continue being very wealthy and all that stuff. Who are these guys? What are these guys doing? What's going on here? No, I don't want that.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Orblady. Orblady, thanks very much for the raid. Welcome. Hello.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hello, Raiders.
Lucid, hey.
And hello, Just Belmont as well. Hello. 2 months of tier 1 from Just Belmont to... Thank you very much. 2 months of tier 1. Really appreciate it. Welcome, Orb Lady, and welcome, Raiders. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. Bring it on in. I'm just doing... I did a lot of commentary and important discussion and all the stuff that I normally do.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Many of the kids are playing Fortnite.
The Orb Lady, thank you. Not only a raid, but a 10-month resub at tier 1. Thank you so much, Orb Lady. That's so kind of you. And yes, many of the kids are playing Fortnite, including me. Because obviously, as you can see, I'm a very young, vital person. You know, very young. I'm hip with it. That's why I'm here playing this game. Because I, too, am a young person. And here I am. Hello, fellow kids. I'm actually, you can't see it, but I'm sitting in a chair straddling right now. It's the front gets cut off, but I'm actually straddling a chair and playing Fortnite right now. Hello, fellow kids. That's right. That's me. Rylan as well, also super young. Let me put any rumors to the rest, okay? Let me put any rumors to rest. Anyone who thought myself or community member Rylan
You
are
can count on me.
middle-aged.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We're not middle-aged. We're very young, and that's all. How young are we? We don't need to talk about that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We're not middle-aged.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anonymous gifter. Oh my.
You can count on me. You're going to have good
Oh my
old Rob
goodness.
to talk you through all this.
Oh my goodness, anonymous gifter.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. That's so amazing. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. Putting the stream over the sub goal. Marvelous. That's absolutely marvelous. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Oh man, that's so cool. That's so cool. I really appreciate that. Imagine the selflessness that you have to exhibit to be an anonymous gifter. Right? Imagine the absolute selflessness to be an anonymous gifter. They're not doing it for the credibility. They're not doing it for the clout. Right? They're doing it to be just a good content supporter. The selflessness, the Christ-like behavior. The Christ-like behavior of our anonymous gifter friends. You absolutely love to see it. They're the best among us, you know? They are. Jesus died to forgive all of mankind, but did he gift me a sub? I think not. That's absolutely correct. It's more of like, when it comes to that kind of thing, it's like more of like a what have you done for me lately kind of thing for me. Yeah, Jesus, that's all fine and good. Sacrificing yourself from humanity and whatnot. Was that little over 2,000 years ago? Right? I wasn't even born then. I was not even around. I wasn't even born. So congratulations to you, sir. I guess. Let's talk about the real heroes, though. Let's talk about the real people who sacrificed today. Today, not 2,000 years ago. Right now, today. Oof. Just get some heat. Oof. I went from no action into some serious action. Oh, there we go. Oh my. Oh my goodness, folks. That was close. That was a close call. Oops, what I want to do is this. He meant it to be that close, thank you. That's the pro gamer way. That is the pro gamer way. That's exactly correct. Oh, that was a person. I didn't know. Woof. The blasters are shy. They're good at close range. They're good at close range. I do kind of like them at close range, but yeah, from a distance, what I tried there was not good. That was a little foolhardy on my part to try it there. Where did that guy go? I had that dude. He escaped. He escaped my clutches. Or did he? Oh, how did I eliminate him? I will take it anyway. I will take the elimination. shit, that's an NPC. God damn it. I didn't mean to anger the NPC. I did not realize. $13, folks. 13. What a nice way to cap off the stream this would be. I'm not going to jinx it, obviously. Not going to jinx it, obviously. But what a nice way, wouldn't it? To end the stream. Another long marathon stream. Then with a big W. In Fortnite Battle Royale. What are you posting on Truth Social over here? Hey. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got some action up here. Got some serious action going on up here. Some contact. Oop. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah. Run, sir. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of here. Not very good shooting there. The hammer assault rifle is not the most accurate. It's not bad, but it's not very accurate. Jeez. There we go. Four left. Oh my. Top 4. This is nerve-wracking. It gets nerve-wracking at this moment, friends. Very stressful. Very stressful, this. Oh, so close too. He was almost. I almost had him. That was so close. And I placed 4. And someone promised to gift a sub if I had a top 3. If I had a top 3 finish. And I finished top 4. Ah. Oh well, that was good. That was good. I feel good about that. I feel good about that. Pretty good. Let's see. A bunch of stars there. That's good. make some progress on this battle pass here. Get this little dance. Can you unlock the Joker? Yeah, you can. You can be the Joker for sure. It depends. The people that you can get depends, like when they're in the store and stuff. But you can indeed be the Joker. This. This new Malik skin here. One more that I can't get, but I will go to the next page. And get those. Okay. Pretty successful. Pretty successful little run there. What do we have in the item shop? What do we got? Al Pacino voice. What do we got? There's the John Cena skin. LeBron James skin. Nothing too exciting. Nothing too exciting there. Let's close that up. Let's close that up now. Finito. Finito. Finished. What's our time? 8:45. You know what? Now just psychologically, I gotta just last for 15 more minutes. What's 15 more minutes when I've been sitting here for 8 hours and 45 minutes? What's 15 more minutes out of 8 hours and 45 minutes? Right? What is it? It's nothing at all. Now just for what's going to happen when I pass 9 hours? Nothing. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen when I pass the 9 hour mark again for the second day in a row. For the second day in a row, nothing will happen. I get no milestone or anything like that. But you know what? Psychologically, for some reason, I just want to do it. How about that? How about that? I don't have to have a reason, do I, to want to do a second consecutive 9 hour long live stream. What other reason would I need to have to do that? What was how long was it yesterday? Uh-oh, got some possible echo coming up. 1 second. No. Okay, good. 906. Okay, I can't do 906. I can't beat 906. That I don't think I can do. That was what was yesterday's stream was. I can get above 9 hours again. I don't think I can beat 906 though. My goodness, the man is still on here. Yes, I am increasingly, Phil. Yes, I am. For the second consecutive day, I am here. For 9 straight hours. On this channel. Not complaining. It's actually rather nice to see. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. I would hope you're not complaining. I would hope you're not complaining. This guy's here still for 9 hours? What the hell? Get this guy off of here. Get this guy off of here. Okay. Should ask for a raise. I should. You know, I was talking about gig economy workers earlier, like gig economy workers that work for like the Skip the Dishes app or Uber Eats or whatever, how they need to get full salary and benefits and vacation time and healthcare and retirement and all that stuff. Well, guess what? Guess what, asshole? So do Twitch streamers. That also counts. I'm in the gig economy. I'm a gig economy worker for Jeff Bezos. I'm here slaving away in the content mines day after day, 9 goddamn hours at a time, slaving away in the content mines for the richest man in the world to fund his like narcissistic space joyrides. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing day in, day out. One sub at a time, $4.99 at a time. Building up Jeff Bezos's productive forces so he can go pretend to fly to space. Let's be clear, he's not even flying to space. He just flies really high in a plane. Yeah, good job. Good job, Jeff. You're not even fucking in space. You should go to space and then exit the aircraft and take off your helmet while you're at it. That's me, a gig economy worker, slaving away, hammering away for those content diamonds, day after day in, day out. That's me. That's me. That's what I do. And you know what? I complain about that, but I feel so very fortunate. At the same time, that's how completely broken my brain is. Even though I've described this like exploitative process that I participate in every day, I still am incredibly grateful that I get to spend my time in the gig economy at least being able to hang out with you folks, hang out with the chat, and talk about interesting things and funny things and have a good time and try and learn something together and talk about all these issues. I'm extremely fortunate, even if I am an exploited gig economy worker, I'm extremely fortunate that my gig economy job is this and that I'm able to spend my time every single day, hanging out with you fine folks in this community. Believe me, that's not lost on me. Whenever I complain about this kind of stuff, that's not lost on me. And I hope everyone always remembers this. How many gig economy jobs include communist Alex Jones impressions? Exactly. You know, Squanch, I don't know if you were here for that. I think you were at your like actual job while I'm here complaining about my fake job where I play Fortnite. Some of you in the community were at your actual jobs. But Squatch, yeah, playing some Stray as part of your job. It is not too shabby. Or not too tabby. Because it's a cat. So Squatch, I don't think you were around for my communist Alex Jones impression. Correct? I don't think you were. I don't think you witnessed this. Is that right? Am I correct in assuming this? It is. It has been posted in the Discord server, but okay. In case you missed it. In case you missed it, folks. We'll update you. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. No, you don't want that. You're not supposed to see that. Get out of there, chat. Get out of my private window. What are you doing? What are you doing in there, chat? Get out of there. Come on. Come on. Why can't I open the other window now? This is ridiculous. Why can't I open there's another window open, but I can't select it. I can't select it in my window capture. How ridiculous. How ridiculous that is. Do I have another window capture? Yeah, here we go. Here you go. This is for you, Squatch. Robert, so dick pills coming. You missed this iconic new moment. This iconic moment in TRRS history. Rob Rousseau dick pills coming soon. Into the accident. And that's why we need to embrace Leninism. Lenin told us, folks. Lenin told us. We need to seize the control of the state and turn it against the people that have been oppressing the people in the lower classes. The state exists. Folks, the state exists as an instrument in which the highest classes oppress everyone else. We need to seize control of the state, folks, and we need to pick the people at the top of the triangle, the top of the pyramid, and put them at the bottom, and create a dictatorship of the dictatorship of the proletariat. And it went. I did a couple more little bits. That was good, though. I think it's gonna have to be a running bit. I think it's gonna have to be. Honestly, if you hit right wing radio with that voice, I bet you'd be top of the charts in a week. If I ever sell out, if I ever do the why the left left me, I'll start doing that persona even more. The smile at the end was great. I was really laughing. After that, Rylan. I was very proud of myself. Absolutely. That was one of those moments on this show when I'm like, I'm doing the thing, and in my head I'm like, oh yeah, this is. I've never practiced this communist Alex Jones impression, but I can tell that I'm crushing this. You know, I don't want to brag, but that was the moment where I was just like, oh yeah, you got this. You're nailing this one. That's how Colbert got as big as he did, right-wing satire, but some people weren't in on the joke. Yeah, for sure. Or you can make the argument that Alex Jones was kind of doing that at the beginning of his career and just got pulled into the world and lost his mind and morphed into the character Alex Jones that he kind of created. Right? I think that's part of what happened with Alex Jones. He kind of created this absurd, ridiculous conspiracy theory character, and his brain broke somewhere along the way. And he got completely just pulled into this. I believe that's referred to as a synthesis. Okay, yeah. Speaking of Scanner Darkly, I mean that's part of it right there. Started getting high off his own supply. That's right. I hadn't seen that before, and it's just so good. Thank you, Carrier Wave. There's more. I went on for a good 2 or 3 minutes. There was a couple of other rants that I went into there. Talking about the state withering away and supporting China and all this stuff. I was really on kind of a rampage there, doing that character. Thank you, friends. Thank you. We had Libs, Pat Sucks. What other people showed up? I don't know. I got a couple of different. Couple of bozos passing through today. You know, you've internalized theory when you riff on it in character. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Carrier Wave. We got some Jon Stewart defenders. Yeah. We had a potpourri, if you will. A hodgepodge of different bozos passing through today, defending poor small bean Jon Stewart. That's right. Small bean. He's just a small bean. He's just a little small bean, folks. Let's take a look. One of the things I started off talking about today was, talking about China and my tweet about Taiwan that I did right before, an hour before going online. And I was wondering if that was gonna. I talked about how I've been kind of reticent to doing my China enjoyer tweets. But today I dove into the Taiwan discourse, and I'm happy to see this tweet did some numbers. It was I can't remember what it was at this morning when I first called this up. It must have been at 800 or 900 likes. So I'm happy to see that this one resonated with people. Rob, we had this weird person come in arguing about the definition of fascism. When I checked their chat history, they were defending Destiny last time. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah. I think that tracks. 8:58. 8 hours and 58 minutes. Jesus. Jesus Christ, folks. Jesus Christ. That's such a lot of streaming. I still have no idea who Destiny is. Just don't even look into it. There's no need to look into it. Nothing will be gained. Nothing will be gained to look into this. What happened to Destiny? I guess he's still around. Yeah, I don't pay much attention. I've tussled with or I don't even like to say Destiny because it's fucking lame, I think, to call a fellow middle-aged man named Steven Destiny. I just think that's like dumb in and of itself, and I don't really want to participate in that. But you know, I've tussled with this fellow before, Steven. Logic Master Steven is another name I have for him. Over my correct stance about the US is working with Nazis, making an alliance with no Nazis following World War II. My correct, uncontroversial stance that I mentioned to him one time online during an online spat, which of course led to a whole, literally multiple years now of controversy. I still get that screenshot popping up and bad World War II takes and all this stuff. My 100% correct stance about the United States allying with Nazis following World War II. I still have to this day people trying to own me because of my online argument with Logic Master Steven, aka Destiny, which I was 100% correct, which history has vindicated me, and will continue to vindicate me, and don't regret it. And every time it comes up, and every time someone does a little viral tweet trying to dunk on my correct take about this, I have a little smile. It just makes me smile because it's once again my correct stance being shared with other people, and other people are being exposed to this correct analysis of post-war history. So it's always a pleasure to see that pop up. Someone else trying to mess with me over it. He didn't name himself after the game, but it is funnier to assume and pretend that we did. We can't talk about Destiny without mentioning Jack Am's takedown. I mentioned that came up earlier today. I remember that was really one of the most famous Jack Allison and Destiny debate was one of the most painful things I've ever laid my eyes on. And I think Jack is great. I support Jack, but actively unpleasant to watch that. Actively unpleasant to watch. But I appreciate Jack for doing that kind of stuff, so I don't have to. I don't know what Jack's up to. He's not really doing Jack AM anymore. I know he's doing Struggle Session. He's not really on Twitter much anymore. It's sad. I don't get to experience much Jack Allison content anymore. Jack Allison really helped, I gotta say, while I'm saying goodbye, Jack Allison, one of the people that really helped me get to where I am today. Seriously, it was one of my very first podcast appearances was on Struggle Session. He rated me a number of times early on in this stream. I know there's community members that are still around today that came from Jack AM raids. So I will always appreciate Jack Allison. He's someone who really helped me out and helped me get to where I am today. That'll do it, folks. Oh, fuck. You know what? I'm so sorry. Horse, I don't know if you're watching or paying attention. I will raid Famous Horse. I promise. It's just now, yesterday was my longest stream ever. It was my longest stream ever. 9 hours, 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Now I'm 3 minutes away. Now I'm like 3 minutes away from doing it. So I might as well just sit here for another 3 minutes just so I can have my longest stream ever. Why? Psychologically, again, I don't know. Psychologically, I just need to do this for some reason. So I'm sorry for canceling the raid. I will raid our community member, Famous Horse, in just a moment. I'm just going to stay for a few more precious minutes. A few more minutes to get past the 9:06 benchmark that I did set yesterday. 3 minutes of Communist Alex Jones. I don't think I can do it again. I gotta. My brain is too fried now. My brain is too just absolutely fried from sitting here for the second day in a row and doing this stream for over 9 hours. It just really kind of like melts my brain, and I don't think I would want to try. I don't think I could capture the same magic again. But I do think Communist Alex Jones, we will be seeing that character again. I do have faith that we will be seeing Communist Alex Jones return to the stream. I have no doubt. I have every confidence. I have every confidence that Communist Alex Jones will be returning to the stream. Don't stress the talent. Rob has to go home and drink a fifth of whiskey and eat fried food until his blood pressure peaks. Yeah, exactly. That's how you really live the lifestyle. I'm like a method actor. Extreme James Lipton voice. Rob, may we please speak to Communist Alex Jones? Oh my gosh. And now Communist Alex Jones can join the pantheon of different TRRS characters that we all know, such as threatening Rob with a knife. Rob, such as unhinged man threatening chat with a knife, and such as what else do we got there? A chameleonic accent Rob, and there are other characters as well. I think probably there's a couple. Hat Rob, Trustworthy Rob, of course. Classic character Trustworthy Rob. Communist Alex Jones. Knife Rob, exactly. Yeah, Knife Rob. That's probably an easier way. Whatever I said, that probably makes more. That's probably an easier way of saying that. You just have to do one of those before and after pics. Like Alex did with his testosterone pills. Just second page, just a little slightly more tan and buffing the chest out. That is one of the funniest things. The Alex Jones before and after. That is one of the funniest things. Wait, that's small. Hold on. That is so great. Oh my god. What the fuck is Knife Rob? So Johnny, dialectically, I'm surprised you've never seen Knife Rob. Classic character Knife Rob. You can do the Knife Rob emote, and that's Knife Rob. One of the classic characters that everyone knows. He changed the lighting, was like, I'm yoked. I'm yoked now. That's so funny. And he's just like sucking in too. He's like so clearly sucking in. That's so funny. He just went outside a little bit in those days. That's right. He just went outside. Or he just took the picture at the same time and just like put on some like self-tanner. Yeah, he's sucking in both photos. Thank you again for watching the stream, folks. Dinner did the whole bedtime routine. I can't believe you're still on. Well done. The longest stream ever, folks. The longest episode of TRRS ever in history. In the history of TRRS. The longest stream ever. You're witnessing right now. You're witnessing history. That's history right there. You understand? We did it, Joe. We did it. Men do be sucking it. It's true. I can identify because I know what you have to do. I know what it's like. We built back better. We did it. Thank you again, friends. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out with me today and every day. I'll be back one more time this week, okay? One more time tomorrow. Tomorrow, another. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I got to do another podcast tomorrow. I'll probably do another live podcast. So tomorrow, indeed, there will be another extremely long Rob Rousseau stream, TRRS. Look forward to hanging out with all of you tomorrow again. I'll talk to you then. Goodbye.